This Final Fantasy Tactics guide is a full game guide. We're going to go over all the missable content in the entire game so you don't miss any secret stuff. How to become super overpowered early, though it does take a bit of an investment. Expect to spend several hours, getting your characters ready. And then we're going to play through the entire game in the most optimal way possible to beat all of the toughest fights without missing any of the secret items or cutscenes or anything. And this is all going to be done on the enhanced version, which is the new one that came out, the remaster. So let's go ahead and get started with that. At the very start, before you even play the game, there are 2 missable cutscenes that you may never see if you didn't realize how to view them. And that is, there is a commercial, it kind of feels like a commercial for the game. And the second one is a huge job overview. It shows a bunch of the different job classes you can play. And in order to see these cutscenes, on the title screen, you have to idle and do nothing. And these it may not be obvious at the start, and you would only realize this if you had turned the game on and let it just kind of sit in the background and rotate through its cutscenes. But by idling on the title screen here, it'll first play the intro to the game, which is what you're going to see whenever you start playing the game anyway. So you can just skip that cutscene, just push start, and then you can skip the intro, and then let it set and roast here at the title screen once again, give it a little bit, and then the next cutscene will start. Now, you don't have to skip the initial cutscene because it's going to play through the music and be, do the whole fanfare thing, so it's up to you. So this one it's kind of like a commercial. I'll go ahead and kind of show you. It's something you would see on TV back in the day, though it's a little different than the original. These cutscenes, again, did exist in the original, so I'll let you watch, I guess. I'm sorry, I have to add commentary, and if I don't, then it's, YouTube likes to copyright strike, so sorry about that. But yeah, you get to look at all the cool stuff in the game. You get to do, you get to summon stuff, summon meteors, and, yeah. It's a pretty basic cutscene, okay? I'm not going to show you the entire second cutscene, but I'll show you a part of it. And then it's parts of the story here. There you go. And then after that, it's going to play the intro cutscene once again, which you have to sit through and wait. And then the second cutscene is it's like a job little overview. It's like, hey, check this out. It's the Squire, and then it shows some of their combat abilities and stuff. I wish this was just in the game that you could look at any time, right? But yeah, I think they put a lot of work. I think this was really cool back in the day. This was very cinematic. And I've been playing Final Fantasy Tactics. I have over 2,000 hours in this game over the course of my life. And it's funny because I can just see the silhouettes, and I immediately know what job class it is. They're very iconic, right? You can literally show a Final Fantasy fan, hey, who's that Pokemon? And it's like, oh, it's the Archer. Well, duh, they clearly have bows. I mean, come on, guys. But yeah, I don't know. I think in the remake they did this really well. It just pops, man. It's really nice. I kind of want to show it off. It's the monk, dude. The monk is so busted, but there's even stronger than the monk. All right. You could literally play through the whole... You could beat the entire game with chemists and squires, by the way. Even on Tactician. I'm going to show you. It's going to be quite the ride. Now, the remake does use the new names, so instead of a Lancer, they're called Dragoons or whatever, so it is what it is. I always think it's weird that the samurai has a baseball cap design. I don't know. It's just a little unusual. If you've never seen this cutscene, it doesn't show every job class or every monster class. It's just like a brief overview. Alright, so that's it for Missables, cutscenes at least in the start, so now we can actually start a brand new game. Now, when selecting a difficulty, you can change this at any time, and what I recommend that if you really want a power game is that you just set it to Squire, and then once you have everything set up and ready to go, then you change it to Tactician. But for me, I'm going to be playing Tactician the entire way through because, well, that's just, I don't know, 2,000 hours, I need a challenge, damn it. Now, just real quick before I continue with this guide, I want to let you know that I've already made a guide, and if you happen to have already watched that guide, it looks just like this. It says, Become OP Early, the Final Fantasy Tactics Ivalice Chronicles Best Possible Start for New Players Beginner's Guide. 20,000 views within 4 days, not bad. So, if you've already watched that video, everything I'm going to explain to you up to the Zeklaus Desert Zone, that is, I'm going to be repeating myself in this video. And almost everything is the same. Almost every single thing is the same. There are a few minor differences in skill names and whatnot. So if you've never seen this video, don't worry about it. But if you have seen this video, then you can skip ahead until... Just scroll along the bar down here. until we're done with Zeklaus Desert, and then you'll be caught up. Alright, so if you were wondering what the best Zodiac sign for Ramza is, it is Capricorn. Just pick January 1st. Here, let me show you the screen I'm on. So, at the very start, it says, you know, enter your birthday. It's not really your birthday. I mean, you can if you want, but this is Ramza's birthday, the main character of the game. So, if you want to have the easiest boss fights in the main story, you just pick Capricorn, which is January 1st. Alright, you can pick December 23rd through January 19th. This gives you the most best and good compatibles with most of the boss fights, and the least amount of bad compatibles, meaning if you have a bad compatibility, bosses will deal 25% additional damage to you. Now, if you pick Pisces, which is February 19th through March 20th, you will have 25% extra defense versus Weegraf, which is the technical hardest fight in the game that bricked a lot of people's playthroughs back in the day. However, this version of the game has nerfed the Weegraf fight because you can back out and go level up or re-gear. You're not stuck in a series of fights, and the Weegraf fight itself is much... He doesn't hit as hard, his gear isn't as strong, so there's really nothing to worry about. Just for the sake of the guide, I'm picking Capricorn January 1st. Now, I'm making this as more of a guide and not like an entire Let's Play, so I'm not just going to show every fight and every cutscene, but you can follow along and play along, and you can pause the video until you're caught up to where I am, or you can reference any part of the video that you need to if you're stuck, or if you don't know what to do, or if you're having difficulties. So I want to talk a little bit about the tutorial fight. Anything that you do here does not matter. The experience gained, and the actions you take, and the items you loot, nothing here sticks, so it does not matter what you do. You don't need to pound on your allies to level up or anything like that. Not yet, of course. But a few other fun facts. So in the original PlayStation version, if you hacked the game, you could soft lock it, so let me explain. So Gafgarian here was almost nigh unkillable. He's just got too much, his gear is too good, his stats are way too high, but without cheating the game, it was possible to down him once. And he would say, I can't die here, and he would get back up at full HP, and then he would finish everyone else off. There was like no way to actually kill him. But if you hacked the game and cheated and killed Gafgarian twice, it would soft lock the game where everyone would just walk in place and no actions would be taken, and you had to, you know, start the game over. So, just a fun little fact. As far as this version, if you hack the game and kill Gafgarian, maybe I can explore something like that in a future video if this one does well, but it's not really my goal, and that's a huge time investment to figure out the game's coding and cheat at it. Now, one quick tip is to go into your control settings. If you are a original player of Final Fantasy Tactics, you have it ingrained in your muscle memory for the confirm and cancel button, and for some reason the default has them swapped. So back in the day, the circle button or the B button on Xbox would be your confirm button, and your cancel button would be X or the A button. So yeah, you just go to settings here and change them. Oh man, there we go. So now let's see if this works. So A is now going to be the back button. There we go. Now our muscle memory is not cross-wired. Now, a few other tips when you are controlling a character. If you need to scroll around and see what's going on, push the square button or the Y or the X button. For keyboard, mouse and keyboard, I'm not sure. You'll have to figure that one out. But now we can go and look around at the movement tiles of the enemy units. You can also check their stats, their gear, because later you really want to be inspecting players' gear later to see what's stealable and stuff like that. Also, you can check that if they have a shield and you're fighting them from the front, you can expect them to block. There's a whole lot of things that looking at the enemy's team comp can let you do. But I'll cover all of that as we play through the game. I just want to let you know that that's something you can do in this game. Now, I want to talk about Zodiac compatibility. This is not that important, and you could mostly ignore this entire game mechanic, but I want to illustrate real quick. So Ramza, if you put January 1st, you see on his character portrait in the bottom left corner of the screen, he's got that little symbol. It looks like a Y with a circle on the right side. I tried my best to do it in text form on the screen here. But that means he's a Capricorn. Now, his best compatibility, as in he does the most damage against another target, is a female Cancer, which is the 69 symbol. So if we look over at the enemy team, you'll notice that this character named Biggs, you can see in the bottom right corner, he has the 69 symbol. So that means he is a Cancer. However, Ramza's worst matchup, where he deals the least amount of damage, is against male Cancer. Alright? So that means Ramza should not really use his attack turn to attack this character. Instead, he should go after a Taurus and a Virgo. So let's see. We have any Taurus and Virgos. So we have a Libra, and that's a bad matchup for Ramza, is this guy, because this guy's a Libra. So you will deal less damage to this guy, though not as much. And the other one is, yeah, so we don't have any Tauruses or Virgos to fight, or female Cancers to fight. But also at the same time, this means that we want, when we make party members later, and I'll go over this, we want characters that would help buff each other more. Because if your characters are good compatible with each other, then when they cast a buff ability, you have a higher % chance to succeed. So in this particular fight, Ramza's best move is to attack this archer head on and ignore this guy and this guy. But again, it's not super important, and I'm going to have you so overpowered very early on that none of this actually matters. Also, something new to the remake or remaster is that you can reset your move. You're not now locked in. You can just hit reset move, and then you can move again if you make a mistake. Also, on the compatibility, now when I say worst compatibility, I mean that unit will deal the most damage to you, but at the same time, you will deal the most damage to that unit. So here's a way to visualize it. So right now I have Throw Stone selected on Ramza, and if I throw stone at this character, I will deal 100% regular compatibility damage. So let me see if I can get a mouse cursor here. So you see this little icon down here with the 3 stars? That is your Zodiac compatibility. So if we cancel this attack and go over here to our bad compatibility, you'll notice that we have 150% damage increase. So we're dealing 12 damage instead of 8 damage, or a 50% increase. But remember, this character will also deal that same thing to us. Whereas if this character was female, we would hit at 50%, and they would hit us at 50% as well. Now, you'll notice against the... It seems like when I click off the video, it's clicking in the game for some reason, but you'll notice that when I attacked this character, which was the bad compatibility, as you can see here, that I only had a 75%, damage towards him. Now, a few other tips as well. Whenever you do an action and you don't move and you use the wait command, your CT, which I forget what that stands for, but when your CT reaches 100, that's when it's your character's turn. So by moving, that costs extra CT, but just attacking or just moving and then waiting will save you some of that CT. I forget exactly how much. It's not super important, but you should only move if you need to, right? And also, when using the wait command, you want to make sure that you're facing the enemy or making it as hard as possible for the enemy to get to your side or from behind, because for most classes, when you are attacked from the front, you have more defenses than from the side or behind. Now, for Final Fantasy vets here, the AI definitely acts and moves differently in combat. So don't expect the exact same AI movement as the old games. They seem to be more aggressive and much less defensive. Now, I'm going to make random quips during the story because I think it's funny, but this line in particular, yeah, I think I know where he's going with this. Some of the rewrites I'm not going to agree with. The original line was blame yourself or God, but they're calling God the Father. I don't know about that. Guys, they took out the little money meme. If you play the original, there was a text scroll that said little money really, really slow for absolutely no reason, and the whole community memed the hell out of it. For the first fight of the game, you want to set up Ramza so that he can maximize his JP earning. Now, I don't have the Collector's Special Edition of the game, but if you do, you can equip a ring that gives you more JP. I don't have it, so it's whatever. But what you want to do is go to Job, go Squire, and learn abilities, and you want to learn Throw Stone, alright? Now, I don't have proof of this, but someone told me that there is a chance that, Ramza starts at 200 JP instead, which in the base game is a thing that can happen. And if that's so, you want to learn Tailwind. Now, if you wonder what Tailwind is, this used to be called Yell. It just increases your speed. It's basically a way to cheese the entire game, solo as Ramza. But we want to learn Throw Stone so we can actually hit units from a range and earn as much JP as possible. And so the goal for the first fight is to stall it as long as possible until Ramza has farmed enough to learn JP Boost and Tailwind. So we're going to need 450 JP, and that sounds like a lot, but it's not really. We're just going to be basically looping the battle for a while. But we're going to learn Tailwind at 200 and JP Boost at 250. And we could push this further and also learn Movement +1, but it's not super important to do because Ramza will be able to learn better abilities much sooner than later, but that's our goal. Also, by using the left and right arrow, you can change jobs. You can also back out and then go to the job that way. And go to Chemist, and you're going to learn Potion for 30. And then you're going to go back to Ramza, Equipment and Abilities, and you're going to select the second ability slot. That's the downwards lightning bolt icon, and select items. That way, now Ramza can use Potion in battle. Now, for the rest of the characters, you want to do something very similar. For instance, you also want to play the most powerful characters. So, how do you know if a character is powerful? Well, in this game, genders aren't equal. So, men have more attack power than women, at the start at least, until you level up. And women have more spell power than men. So, in order to check someone's stats, we're just going to push Y or triangle, and you'll see that this character has a bronze sword and 4 attack power, alright? Whereas this character here has 4 attack power, but a dagger. Now, a dagger is only worth 3 attack power, so obviously you would rather play the bronze sword character over the other ones. Now, for the female squires, you have one with a broadsword and one with a dagger. However, females only have 3 attack power because they are females. They also have less HP. That's just the nature of the game. So what you want to do is deploy your squire that has a broadsword, and then you want to deploy both chemists, alright? And then for your 5th character, you can either deploy the male with the dagger because he has the same attack power, or the female with the broadsword. It's up to you, though the male will have 1 extra HP over the female. It's not a big deal, but when you have these characters deployed, you don't want to commence battle yet. You want to make sure that they all have throw stone, and that they all have potion if available. So our starting character here, you'll notice that if I go to learn abilities, he's got throw stone, he's got potion learned, and if they have the JP for it, you can also learn Phoenix Down, but this guy only has 4 in Chemist, so that's a bummer. But you want to make sure also that he has item equipped. So make sure that you have to equip item, otherwise they can't use that ability. And sometimes they might have abilities in these other slots, so just make sure to check real quick. And do that with all your characters. Now, the Chemist should have this learned by default. So let's see, yes, Potion is learned, and Phoenix Down is not, but he only has 20 JP. Alright, now, again, you can go to Squire. He's got these abilities, but you'll notice that he does not have the Squire secondary equipped, so that's Fundaments, which is a weird word. Fundaments? You mean fundamentals? I don't know, whatever. But yeah, just make sure that everyone's slots are filled out appropriately. So let's see, she has 12 JP, and she has Phoenix Down. So this is a character you don't want to let die, because if she dies, you can't resurrect, okay? But how about Squire Billy? She's got, yeah, throw stone. And then, again, make sure that everyone can throw rocks and potions. That's basically what you want to do. And same thing with our final character here. He's got throw stone. Go to Chemist. He's got potion. Oh, he's also got antidote. But there's no poison in the first... I don't think there's poison in the first fight, I'm pretty sure. But hey, you never know what they changed in this remake, right? There we go. Now put him with item. And I wish we could yoink Delita's stuff, but unfortunately we can't. So Delita, just knock him out at the start of the fight. Now, positioning isn't super important. I mean, it's literally the first fight of the game, but this is the positioning. I'm going with 2 Squires backed by Chemist, and then Ramza backed by Chemist, and Delita is somewhere over here. So Delita's going to charge probably into the water and get murdered, and you want Delita to be murdered early so he doesn't start soaking XP. Now, there's a Chemist on the enemy team we can't see yet. You do not want to kill the enemy Chemist. In the original version, he had infinite potions, which means infinite farming. So you want to keep him alive. Now, just a quick tip too, if you have some real bad streaks of luck or something goes very, very wrong, just pause the game, hit load. This game has an autosave system. You should be using the manual save system too. But there is the pre-battle save, the mid-battle save, so you can always... Oops, I'm going to save scum and back up time and try again. By the way, your guest character, Delita, will not ever decompose when you kill him. So you can down him. He's a story character. He is not allowed to permanently die. Also, you don't have to worry about the well-being of your party members, because we're going to be replacing all of them anyway. Now, I will note that if you want a quote-unquote perfect run, every character that you have that permanently dies gets recorded. So if you want 0 permadeaths on your team, then don't let these characters die, but it does not affect anything in the story. It does not affect any bonus content. It would be purely for bragging rights if you have friends and you want to show off your record history of the game, which the game keeps a record of. So you could keep your allies alive if you want, or let them die. I'm gonna let mine die because I don't care. But what we want to do is we want to make sure that the only characters left alive, preferably, is this enemy chemist and Ramza. And Ramza is going to farm this chemist for XP, or JP rather, until we have the skills required. Now, one thing to be aware of is critical hits. So, for instance, this character will slash for 8. Now, this can be, crits can vary very wildly here. So, a normal crit would be 16, which would still leave this chemist alive. However, there's even harder crits that hit for more than that. So, if that happens, you just reload. But in this case, we want to wound the chemist so that he potions himself and runs away. Now, my recommendation, when you have just the chemist left alive, don't be regular attacking him because that hits for 14. And if you have rush, don't use that. Use throw stone. All right, throw stone hits for way less and crits for way less. So this lets you, and it gives about the same JP, right? It's about the same. So you want to be using your weakest attack. And other than that, you can just kind of keep the enemy chemists surrounded with your characters. And just have them wait, just have them chill. And the enemy chemist, when he's not healing himself, he will punch your allies instead of Ramza. And it's okay if they kill, you know, everyone else but Ramza. If Ramza dies and he fully decomposes, it's game over. But your goal in this fight is to let Ramza JP farm. Another thing to look out for is whenever the enemy is cornered on a roof, don't throw stone at them if they are low HP, because you can knock them off the roof and they will incur fall damage, which can very easily kill them. Another tip is with your chemists, every JP that they earn as a chemist, there's a slight spillover that will spread to all your party members active in the fight. So if your chemists are slapping each other around, then that means that Ramza is getting chemist XP, which can be useful for later. Now I want to show another setup. The enemy chemist is unarmed, right? So he has no weapon. He just punches. That's his thing, right? Now, if you position your characters like this, and the chemist moves here, he cannot punch up this. This is a 3 height difference, which he would need a weapon to reach, and he can't reach it. So what he will do is he will move within range of your throw stone. You throw stone, he'll heal, he'll run away, and you just rinse and repeat. That way you don't have to worry about Ramza being slowly punched to death when you run out of potions. So just keep that in mind. And if you hold the R1 button, I don't know what it is on mouse and keyboard, but you can dramatically speed up the fight. So look how fast this goes. So there we go. Throw stone, wait. And yeah, we're going to be killing those chemists a little bit later, but you know, we can just sit here and pelt this guy with stones. Here we go. And again, this goes very, very, very fast. It is a bit of a grind, but it's super worth it to do early because it's going to make all the other grinds that much faster. So you can see, so far, Ramza is level 4. He's got 566 JP, so that's 200 for Tailwind, and let's see, 250 for JP boost. That would be a total of 450, all right? And then if we want to grind to 650 to get movement +1, we can, which I probably will. Now, you'll also notice that now, with Spillover JP, Ramza has 191 JP in the Chemist category. So, that means he can later learn Phoenix Down if he wants, but not quite Auto Potion yet, or anything else. Now, remember the Chemist that had Phoenix Down? Well, she's dead now, because I killed her, and I'm waiting to see if she decomposes into a... into a crystal, and if she does, we might be able to steal that ability without having to learn it with Ramza. So that's, again, just kind of something that we can do here. And again, I'm going to continue pelting this guy with rocks. It's like, get back, get away from our house. Now, one way you can also save scum and cheese things is with the load system. If you look at your system time, you'll notice that, well, it's already updated, but this is the load before the character decomposed. So, this is the save after the decomposition. So, if the character turned into a treasure chest instead, I could just load game and then wait for it to decompose again. And it's a random dice roll every time. So, you just reload until it becomes a crystal, then that lets you yoink the ability, right? So, unfortunately, I wasn't able to grab Phoenix Down, so I could load game and repeat over and over until I get it, but it's really not a big deal. So in order to check and make sure that Ramza has enough JP, we go to status and we can see he's got 711. That's more than enough, so now we can end the fight. So I've kept this chemist alive just as a way to make sure I have enough DPS, or damage per second, to take out the enemy chemist, which I do. So there we go, that's the fight. Now, after the first fight, it's super, super important that you push the start button, or whatever the button is, and you go to options, and you save your game. Make manual saves. This is insanely important. Alright, after you've saved, it's time to recruit. Now, originally, in the original game, you want to recruit females, because females could wear ribbons and use perfumes and other equipment males can't. However, in this version, it's been fixed, and males technically would be better because they have higher base physical stats. But I'm still going to tell you why females, in my opinion, are better, and that is because the majority of enemies you fight in the story are males, and you want females because as a thief, they can charm males to fight for your team. It makes fights insanely easy, and especially some of the earlier fights we're going to be doing, if you just charm the enemy and they fight each other. It's so much easier to play through with females, and I'm going to tell you right now, you know, it's more fun to look at females than males. I'm just going to be real with you. Like, female ninjas look way better than male ninjas. And, yeah, we're going ninjas early. But that's for stat growth. But, so here's how to do it. I'm going to hide my screen, or my text real quick. And so, you're going to make sure your cursor's on Magic City of Garland. Push B or circle. Well, whatever your button is. I've rebound mine. Then go to Warriors Guild. This is the recruitment, alright? Then you click the recruit button. There was a huge outrage of people. They're like, oh, they removed the genders. No, they didn't. It's just, they just streamlined it. So you have male and female. So here's the thing. You want to recruit 3 females who have 66 or higher brave, 44 or lower faith. This will save you multiple random encounters of grinding if you do this now. And you want them to be Taurus, Virgo, or Capricorn, okay? So, we're going to look at this one here. She has 61 Brave, 47 Faith, so skip. 65, 68, skip. Let's see, skip. So, what happens? If you back out and you go back to recruit, it's the same characters. So, what you have to do is back out all the way, go back in, and now you get new characters. So again, we have, let's see, let's find a good one here. I'm just looking at the Brave and Faith numbers, which you can see in the bottom left corner, okay? And the maximum Brave they can have is 70, and the lowest they can have is 40. So again, none of those matched up, so we go back out, back in, and this is way faster than the original version of doing this one at a time. That character has 70 Brave, but 67 Faith, that's, it's no bueno, okay, as they say. So again, right now, my eyeballs, I'm just looking at the Brave number. That's all I care about, is the Brave number. And then I'll look at the Faith number if the Brave number matches. Alright, so again, this takes a lot of time. There we go. We got one. Now, and she is a Cancer. So that does not match Taurus, Virgo, or Capricorn. So now I'm going to continue my journey to find compatible characters. And the reason why you want compatible characters with each other is because it makes all of the buffs they cast on each other way higher chance to succeed. It makes the whole leveling process way more streamlined and easier. It's very important not to skip this step. Alright, so I'm going to keep doing this until I find a winner. Now, you may be tempted to ignore the Zodiac signs here, and look at this character. 70 Brave, 40 Faith, absolutely perfect. But she is a Libra, and Libras do not work well with our other characters. So yes, you want to give this one a skip. One other thing to be aware of is, if you look at this character symbol, that is not a Virgo, that is a Scorpio. So you gotta learn your symbols. Alright, here we are. We have our first winner. This is a Taurus with 70 Brave, 42 Faith. You can see that it matches the icon. The Taurus is like the little amulet icon. And so, yes, we are going to absolutely recruit this character. There we go. And you get to rename them, too. You can rename them. So I like to give them special names, right? So, yeah. Once you have those characters recruited, save your game, and we're going to be managing our team a little bit. So, the characters who remain that you did not recruit, it's time to let them go. You're firing them, but before you fire them, go ahead and strip off all of their gear. Alright, so we're just going to unequip everything. from these guys. And I guess there's no fast way to do this in the remake, which kind of sucks, but whatever. So just do it one at a time. I know this is nitpicking, but it is what it is. So yeah, strip them down and then give them the boot. I know, sad day. That's just how it is. Alright, so to dismiss a unit, for me it's holding the select button when I have them on their screen. So if I select this random guy, and then I hold select, there's the dismissal, and it's like, are you sure? And then you send them on their way. There you go. See you later, Buster. Alright. And again, you want to clean out these characters. Even though the remake has more slots than normal, you have no reason to keep them. You will never use them for anything. So just boot them out. Now, some people like to strip Delita of his gear so that he isn't killing anything, but because we're going to be doing some interesting leveling techniques in the next few fights, I just keep him as is. And in the remake, you can't change his job to a chemist anyway, so it is what it is. But one thing that you want to do is you want to remove items. Well, okay, I guess you can't. Can't in the remake. Sorry, guys. He's gonna eat through some potions before you down him. So it's whatever. But we're gonna go ahead and go to Ramza now, and we are going to learn those valuable abilities. And I don't know why the game has to... Bro, I have 2,000 hours. You don't have to teach me. We're gonna learn Tailwind. Very important to learn Tailwind. Okay. All right. And then we're going to learn JP Boost. And if you farmed it, learn Movement +1. And there you go. So, next up, you're going to then change Ramza to a Knight. So here's how to do that. You select Ramza, you select Job, you select Knight, and then you go to Change Job. There we go. Now he's a Knight. And we need to change his ability, his secondary ability, to Metal. Alright, and this is the Squire job command that he has specifically, because we want to use Tailwind over and over and over. Now, we also want to select other things on his passives here. We want his passive to be JP Boost, and that Movement +1 is very helpful. Make sure he has Battle Boots. And for some reason, in the remake, you start the game with a shield and Knight Leather. I don't know why, but in the original you didn't, so that's cool. That makes it easier. Now, there's 3 things that we're going to focus on learning, and that is Rend Weapon, Rend Speed, and Rend Power. So that means we need a total of 900 JP farmed in the next fight for Ramza. Now, for your 3 Squire females, you're going to do something similar to the first fight that you did with Ramza. You're going to go to Job, and you go to Squire, and you're going to learn Throw Stone. There you go. And they probably can't afford anything else, but your goal with them is to teach them JP Boost, and that's really it. You don't need to learn Move +1 with these characters. You can, but you want to kind of keep them low level for a reason. It makes things a little bit easier, but you don't need to learn Focus is new. Normally you can't get this until the later chapters, but they added it here, which is interesting, but you don't need it, and just Throw Stone is fine, but also make sure that on Chemist that they know Potion and possibly Phoenix Down. So this character has 129 JP, and if we learn Potion, they have 99. Thus, this character can learn Phoenix Down. Very important. Though it's not always the case, their JP is a bit randomized. And what you want to do is you want to make sure that you equip item on them so that they have the ability to use items. And if they had any other secondaries, make sure they have that as well. But then you just go across each character, doing the exact same thing. Learn Throw Stone, go to Chemist, learn Potion. This one also can learn Phoenix Down, so that's cool. And, again, same exact things across all characters. And, you know, I don't have to back out of the menu. I can just do that. I can just push right on the control stick or whatever. There you go. So, now we gotta make sure everybody is equipped properly with item. And there we go. We're all set. Everybody's set up. And save your game, and we gotta do a little bit of shopping in Magic City of Garland. So you go to the outfitter, you go to buy, and we're going to go over to Potion, and we're going to buy, like, oh, I can't buy 10 at a time, that's stupid. Come on, game, why are you downgrading me, bro? But yeah, just buy a whole bunch of potions. So I'm just going to buy 40 potions, alright, that's more than enough. Phoenix Downs, you should have some. 3 at this point is absolutely fine. I don't think anyone's going to be dying more than 3 times in the early fight. Once everything is set up, make sure, again, you need to be very, very, like, save savvy, okay? Because you can lose progress and get messed up and things get finangled. So with this party, everybody's set up, everyone has item except Ramza, who is now a Knight. Ramsay is going to be tailwinding himself the whole fight. These characters are going to be beating on each other and beating the mobs with whatever they've got and healing each other. You're going to be using most of your potions just to level these characters up. And again, the goal is to get earned JP up. That's basically it. Move +1 is nice. It's not necessary, though. So the Mandalia Plains, this is a very important choice, and you may not realize it. By choosing number 1, everyone in your party that you have gets a permanent boost to their bravery, and for this fight, they get a temporary boost to their bravery, which no one is using bravery yet for anything, but this will save you at least 2 random encounters worth of grinding later. Do not choose number 2, you actually lose 5 bravery, which means you lose 1 permanent bravery. So choose number 1, always, always, always choose number 1. So the way you want to participate in this battle is you want to KO Delita, you want to KO Algus, or I guess Argath, that's his different name now for this version. And you want to kill everyone except for this creature over here, which is a red panther, I believe that's what they're called. Yes, it's a red panther, okay. And so, the reason you keep this one alive is it's the weakest hitting mob. So you use the least amount of potions. It's also the lowest level mob. Well, besides this level 5 squire over here, allegedly. But with, yeah, he's got a broadsword, though. So he's going to hit harder than the panther. But this battle doesn't always go smoothly. But what you want to do is you want to make sure that Ramsay is done with his night grind in this fight. You also want to make sure that Ramsay hits Knight Job Class Level 4, and in order to check that, you just go to your stats page, and you go to View Job, and you'll see Knight, and you'll see Knight Level 1, Chemist Level 2, Squire Level 4. So that's pretty much it. You go to View Abilities, and you should hit Level 4 by the time you learned Rend Weapon, Rend Speed, and Rend Power. So again, that's 900 JP. Should put you at level 4, but if not, keep grinding until then. But do not over-grind. If you over-level, it really makes things difficult. And the reason why is because this game has level scaling in random encounters, which we're going to correct. We're going to be leveling our characters back down, but you don't want to use, like, the way also level scaling works is depending on your job class is how your stats grow. So we want to grow using the best possible job class so we get the most possible stat growth. And for the most part, all Ramsay is doing is using Tailwind on himself. This increases his speed +1, and once he reaches speed +50, he maxes out his speed, and so he's going to get a turn after every other person's turn pretty much consistently. And that's how you're going to level him up. And your other characters, they're just going to beat on Delita, they're going to beat on Algus, or Argath, whatever you want to call them, and they're going to beat on each other and heal each other with potions, and that's pretty much the fight. Now, one way to be more efficient with your healing is you can use Ramsay's metal ability, which is Chant, and he will sacrifice some of his health to heal his comrades, and that is just more efficient because you're healing double of what the damage you take. So if you just use potions on Ramsay, and Ramsay heals everyone else, then you use less potions for the grind. So, but, you know, other than that, you can just keep tailwinding until people start getting low on HP. And of course, for your squires, all you're going to have them do is just throw rocks at each other, so there you go. That's one way to build up that early JP without doing too much damage. So, again, it's a grind, but it's something you do early, you'll never have to do it again. Alright, so after a bit of grinding, my Ramsay is level 7, he's got 966 JP. That is exactly how much I need for the skills. He's level 4 Knight. So instead of doing any actions, I'm just going to have him wait, and you can see he's just getting a bunch of turns in a row here. But my other characters, alright, we got Friendwife, who got all of the names. She has 294 JP, 250 of that is for the JP boost, and then we'll get 200 more, so at 450 she stops, and right now she's just going to keep chunking rocks at people in their backs, and again, it won't take too long to hit what we need. Alright, so all 3 of my squires now have at least 450 JP on the squire job, meaning they can learn JP boost for 250 and the movement +1 for 200. And yeah, time to end the fight. That's pretty much it. Alright, so for Ramsay, you are going to learn those abilities. You are going to learn Rend Weapon, Rend Speed, and Rend Power. After that, you are going to change him into the Monk class. Interesting. Alright. And again, he keeps metal, JP boost, and movement +1. Because he's a monk, he will no longer be using any weapons. So, and we don't have helmets yet for Monk. But Monk has an innate high natural HP anyway, so he should be fine. Now, for your squires, you're going to go to job, and you're going to learn gain JP up, or JP boost, I'm sorry, I'm still using the old phrases, and movement +1, there we go. And again, do that for all of your characters. The controls are, I have played the old version so much, the old controls are still struggling in my brain, right? So JP boost, movement +1, there we go. Now what you're gonna do is you're going to change all of your squires into knights. That's right, they're all knights. Not learn ability, but change job. There we go. Alright, and then, hold on. Change job, the knight.
I shall do my utmost. What?
And that pretty much has them set. So, what you want to do is you want to make sure that they still have item equipped. Now, you don't have to have all of them with item, just 1 or 2 maybe, but, you don't really have the gear for everything. So I would say the tanky one, the one that has the shield and the armor, that's the one that we're going to give fundamentals. Or no, that's the one we're going to give item. Or rather, whichever one has Phoenix down, give item. The other one, just give them fundamentals. Because you still want them throwing stones at each other. But the one that can heal and revive, it's really a good idea for them to be the potion giver for their way of earning XP. But also at the same time, don't forget to set that JP boost and that move +1. This will make the upcoming fights much more easier, faster, more efficient. And there we go. Just get them all set up. Basically, everything Rams is doing, the squires that follow him around are going to be doing the same thing. Kinda, sorta. Now, after the storyline babble at Ivalice Castle, you want to make sure you buy some extra Phoenix Downs, and you don't need any of the other slop this guy sells right now. I mean, you could buy some battle boots, but you don't need them. Not yet. Just, you know, get a nice little handful of Phoenix Downs, and you should still have plenty of potions. I got 33. We can just go ahead and buy a bunch more. It's fine. We're going to max these potions out pretty soon anyway. Now, before doing anything, you want to save, because if you get a random encounter here, you want to load game, because you want to be as low level as possible for the Seed Wield fight, which is not the original name of that zone, but yeah. Just save your game, move to Magic City Garland, save your game, and then proceed to this fight. Oh, look at that. You don't have to reset the game anymore, you just flee. That's a cool change. I like that change. Normally you'd have to, force restart, load game, ba-da-ba-da-da. Alright, so this is fight number 3, and I just want to talk a little bit about level scaling. So, your highest leveled character on your roster, you'll notice our Squire Knights are level 2, Rams is level 8. So, what does this mean? The monsters are going to be level 7 to 8. So, yeah, they are going to be a lot tougher than what you are normally expected to fight. And so, in this case, instead of beating on Argath and Delita, you want to let them run ahead and basically face tank everything. And you want Ramza to be as quick as possible. Ramza is your main DPS in this fight, because he's level 8, he's also a monk, so he's going to be punching really hard. And the same strategy applies. Try to keep only one of these characters left alive. Do not keep a bomb alive. These fire monsters, they're called bombs. When they get low HP, they will blow up and kill everybody. And if they kill your character that has Phoenix Downs, then you can't sit here and farm anymore. So just keep that in mind when you're playing. Now, your item-using character, that the one person you have designated for items, you should almost always just have them use a potion every turn. Even on Argath and Delita, because keeping them alive long enough to face tank these mobs, and then once your Ramza is fast enough, he can dispatch them all no problem. I just want to point out, because Ramza is so high level, this fight is actually mildly difficult, especially on Tactician, but we're going to be leveling down in a few more fights so that this never happens again, and you will have super powerful characters that can handle any and all situations until the very end of the game. So now that Ramza is level 4 monk, I don't need to do any more actions with him other than maybe healing with chance. So I'm just going to have him wait out his turns while our knights grind up to level 4. It's also decently important that your knights learn the same abilities that Ramza did. And again, that is Rend Weapon, Rend Speed, and Rend Power. Alright, so check your knights. Level 4 knights with 900 JP. And let's see, so that character has it, that character has it, and this one has it. Did I check level? Yes. They're all level 4, 900 JP. And again, that can buy all of the skills that we need to stall battles even further. So once that's done, you can just use whatever character you want and in the fight, assuming that you don't want to over-level, right? You just don't want to over-level. So after that third fight, you are then going to go back to Magic City of Garland, and you're going to restock on potions, Phoenix Downs, whatever you need. I didn't really use that many potions, so I have 27. I definitely want more than that, though. So I'm just gonna, ooh, it started to go up there really quickly. Yeah, so we'll just buy like 30 more, so I have like at least 50 potions, and a couple more Phoenix Downs wouldn't hurt. Don't worry, we're gonna make lots of money. We're gonna make all of our money back and then some. You'll see, it's gonna be awesome. But once you've done that, make sure that you do a safety save so nothing gets messed up as per usual. Now, after that third fight there and you've restocked on the shop, you are going to change Ramza's job into an archer. So we're just going to change it. There we go. And again, make sure that he has metal as his ability. He's got JP boost, movement +1. And he's got a bow gun, which is fine. It's whatever. Now, other than that, again, make sure he has the battle boots. It makes things a lot smoother. After that, your 3 knights are now going to change jobs to monks. Again, they are basically following Ramza's footsteps. And I am in the wrong menu. I still have not developed the muscle memory to do this quickly here. Job, monk, change job. Alright, so, again, now my recommendation, I didn't mean to exit the menu there, is to just give everyone martial arts and item. So they don't need fundamentals, they don't need to be throwing stones. They're monks, they can punch, they hit really freaking hard, and they should have high base HP, so there we go. So all 3 of your monks should have item, JP boost, movement +1, and I know you don't have clothing for them yet, and that's fine, but at this point, you should have around 3,000 to 4,000 bucks. So let's go to that outfitter and get them some damn shoes. Shoeless monks, what's going on with that, right? So we're going to buy 3 pairs of battle boots, and we're going to put those suckers on the monks, and that way they can run around the battlefield quicker. And, yeah, just there we go. And then move to the next character, put those on. Alright, after that, we save our game once again with the safety save. You know the drill, and it's off to Dorter Trade City. Alright, so during the Dorter Slums fight, there's something important that we want to do here. A few things, actually. And that is, as Ramza, you want to get Archer level 4. We don't need any skills from Archer, we just need the job level. Now, I want to point out something else, too. It would be really beneficial if we can get all of our other characters here in this fight also job level 3 Archer, on top of job level 4 Monk. So, let me find, here's Mogsel, what a fun name. So, get all of your monks to level 4, that's easy enough. However, check this out. She has 167 JP in the Archer job class at the moment. So, right now, as Ramza, who is an Archer, I'm just going to tailwind him real quick. There we go. And he got 27 JP for that. Now, when we go back to Mogsel, and this is a game mechanic, we now have 170 JP instead of 167. So, essentially, because Ramza earned 27 JP, the game rounded up and then subtracted 90%. So 30, minus 90% would be 3. Or think of it like this, like these characters will get 1 digit of JP for every 2 digits the other character gets. That's the easiest way to explain this. And so we need to continue to have Ramza pump his JP up beyond level 4 Archer, so that everyone else is at least level 3 Archer. Because we need level 3 Archer to unlock the Thief class, which we need for the next fight. Now, this is the ideal way you want to do this fight, is you want Argeth down, you want Delita down, and you want everyone dead except a wizard. And the wizard will have exhausted his mana, so he just runs around the battlefield whacking people with his staff. The monks will just spam potions and punch each other. Ramza will, what's the skill called again? He will tailwind himself. And, well, he's level 5 Archer now, but we need all of our other characters to be level 3 on Archer, which they're level 2. And if you select Archer, you'll see the next level of Archer requires 116 points. And Ramza is getting about 40 per cast, so that means, you know, 116 divided by 4, whatever that is how many more times we have to Tailwind. Now, one thing to note is you will actually stop getting XP when you try to Tailwind yourself, so make sure you pay attention, and I'll show this now. So we're going to raise speed by 1, there we go, and no XP, no JP. What happened? Okay, so you go to status, and let me get my mouse cursor on the screen here. So you see, this stat is your speed stat. It caps out at 50. Once it's at 50, you can't raise your speed anymore. In the original, you could and still get XP, but in this one, you can't. So just Tailwind another character. There you go. So there we go. Now we raised that character's speed, and then that allowed us to get a job level up. We are Archer level 7 on Ramza, by the way. Just hit level 7. So this character is Monk level 3. This character still needs... how much more JP? 23, so like 1 more turn, right? But Archer only needs 8 more to the next level. So that means Ramza just needs 2 more turns to level up, potentially everyone, to level 3 Archers.
It'll be over in a flash.
So let's check this character. This character is also level 3 Monk, so they should be able to just do a punch. And not level up just yet, but we're pretty close. Alright, so this is what it looks like when it's done. We have job level 4 on Monk, on the Monk character. When we go to view job, Archer is now level 3, and you'll see Thief is now highlighted. So you can now change this character to a Thief after the fight, and that's exactly what we need. Alright, so I made a small miscalculation, and that is on this newer version, we need Archer level 4, and I don't want to spare a random encounter to make everyone Archers to do so. So we're just going to have Ramza do it, and so... You'll see here, as soon as we hit level 3, the next level is 272, but Rams is pumping nearly 50 a turn now. Let's see, this is Monk level 4, okay, that's fine. So, let's take a look at the stats real quick, okay? Here's Friend Waifu, Archer level 3, to next level 284. Alright, and then we go ahead and Tailwind a character, there we go. So he earns 49, which should be round up to 5. So now Friend Waifu's Archer only needs 278. It may be a bit of a grind, but here's the thing, right? Ramza is at 50 speed, so he's going to get like 1,000,001 turns. So you just, not Tailwind himself because he's max speed, but there you go. And there's another 49, and then he can do it again, and there's another 49. And yeah, this is leveling Ramza up as an Archer, which is not really ideal, but that's fine because we can make up for that very easily in 2 fights. And the cool thing is that the game is kind of level capping you. You can see here that when I Tailwind a character, I get 1 XP and 49 JP. So it's pretty hard to level Ramza any higher than this. Alright, so now everyone here is Archer level 4. Ramza's Archer level 8, that's fine. All the monks are also Monk level 4. So after that, we can just end the fight. We can just run up and murder this, you know, little wizard guy that's been chilling with us. So after the 4th fight, it's important that you change everyone now to a Thief. Since everyone will be sharing the Thief class, they can all level each other up just as fast. And so we're going to go ahead and change Ramza to the Thief class. Now what you want to do is we're going to take away his Metal ability and give Arts of War instead. This is the Knight's job. You can see it here, kind of, let me get my mouse cursor on the screen. You see it right there. It's the Knight ability, because we need 2 Knights for this fight. All right, and don't worry about your gear. You're wearing basic Thief gear. It's fine. And again, we're gonna change everyone into a Thief. There we go. Go ahead and change job. And you want 2 characters with the Knight ability, Arts of War. And now this character hasn't learned anything, so this character is going to need to learn. You know, the usual break abilities that we had. We need Rend Weapon, Rend Speed, and Rend Power. There we go. So now this character and Ramza are our 2 Knight Thieves, or Thief Knights, alright? Now, these other 2 characters also need to become Thieves. Hold on, we're going to go ahead and change job. There we go. And they will have the item skill, so that they can heal and revive people if necessary. Alright, so we're going to change this one also to Thief.
I'll give it a try.
Now, it looks like none of my Thieves have 150 JP, which is unfortunate. But that's okay, we'll fix that. For now, though, every Thief needs to learn Steel Gill. There we go. Alright, so Steel Gill. Steel Gill. Now, if your Thieves... Hold on, let's go to Ramza. Ramza learns Steel Gil. If your thieves have 150 JP that is not Ramza, as in your female thieves, then go ahead and have them learn Steel Hearts, which is right here. This is the charm ability. Absolutely busted very early on. So again, if they can learn it, learn a Steel Heart. If not, learn, you know, Steel JP. And unfortunately, I got unlucky. None of them spawned with 150 JP in the Thief class. And that's just how it is, and that's fine. We can make do without it. But we have 2 item healers now, and we have 2 knights for stat and gear breaking. And we need to level the Thief class to 5, but there's a few things we need to also learn in the Thief class. And, hold on. Let's see. That one is Movement +2, which is 560 JP. The other stuff, it's nice to have JP for the Thief class so we can steal items later in the game, but it's not important right now to get. Right now, we're just getting to Thief level 5. Also, before we proceed to the next fight, because we're in Merchant City of Dorter, you really need to stock up. This next fight is going to take some time, so get a lot of potions, man. I'm talking at least 40, 50. I'm going to go with 51 potions here. Make sure you get some Phoenix Downs. I'm going to go with, you know, a stack of 8. I think that's plenty. 50 potions, 8 Phoenix Downs. This should do us just fine. And then, of course, make a safety save, and then head on over to the Zeklaus Desert. So what's recommended for this fight is that you only spare the archer, and you break his stats down to 1, and then you farm JP by stealing Gil from him over and over and over again. And this fight can be a little difficult if you don't have Charm, but if you do have Charm, you can cast it through walls, and then they'll all fight each other and kill each other. And it's really simple. But other than that, you know, this fight, the Knights are a little tanky, but you can out-heal them. You should be able to match their DPS. The Monks have surprisingly high DPS, but lower HP. And the Archer's not really a threat in this map, really. But just let Argath and Delita go in first, of course. Let them face check the hut, and then you clean up behind them. It's real easy. By the way, if you need help with this fight, you really shouldn't, even though I have no Charm whatsoever, and Charm makes the fight a cinch. What your Knights need to be doing is not attacking the enemy directly, but power breaking everybody. So all 3 of the Knights right now that are alive, look how little they hit with their weapons. 4 damage. That's because they've been power broken down to 1, you know, attack. So they can never kill my people now. And once you have that set up, you automatically win. So this is what the setup for the fight looks like. You want everyone dead, everyone knocked out except one archer who's weapon broken, speed broken, power broken, and then you want him to be able to be surrounded. Right now he's in a corner, so I don't want to engage. So I've got to kite him out and attack one of our guys here. Hopefully he attacks Ramza from behind. Unfortunately, he did not. He decided to punch from the side for some reason. So you can only steal whenever the ground is not too high up. So if I go here and then try to steal Gil, it won't let me target him. So I would have to just attack him, and Ramza hits pretty hard and can crit, and it's just a whole bunch of problems. But the other little angles here, we should be able to steal Gil and just kind of rinse and repeat that a whole bunch of times, because it gives XP, it gives the JP, and that's how we're going to get our thieves to 5. Now, we can also heal him with potions, that way Ramza can keep smashing into him. So we have him basically surrounded here. So, you know, we can also start power breaking each other. It's not permanent, and by power breaking your allies, you only hit for 1, which means you don't have to heal him as often. So that's another way to do that. Now, once characters are job level 5 in Thief, you can have them just wait out their turns. And yeah, this one's level 4 and needs 1 more successful thing. No crits. Oh, evaded, of course. Yeah, whatever. Let's see, this one is also level 4, and we're gonna power break Ramza here. There we go, that's some JP. Ramza is also, he's level 5, so he can just chill. Right, so again, just get them all level 5. Alright, the 5th fight is over, not too much of a grind so far. And what you're gonna do is you are going to learn Steel Heart and Move +2. So let's go ahead and do that now. Under Thief, of course, Steel Heart, very important. And then Movement +2, there we go. And then we're going to switch characters and do the exact same thing on everybody. Not Jump +, do not get Jump +2, Movement +2, that's the one we want, okay? Make sure. Did I do this correctly on Ramza? Did I click the wrong thing? That's why you make safety saves. Oops, I messed up. Load game, I guess. Steel Heart, very, very important for the upcoming game. Alright. And then, again, you should have the JP if you leveled to 5 with plenty left over. There we go. Alright. Next up, we are going to buy yet another party member. So you're going to go back to Merchant City of Dorter, and you're going to go to the Warriors Guild. And you're going to, this time you're going to recruit a less than 44 Brave and less than 44 Faith, Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn. And it doesn't matter what their gender is, but I'm going to make them female because why not, you know, have a harem. Now, this character won't be used too much. This is really just your 5th little chemist, little bonus character. But this is going to be your item finder character for later in the game. You need a very low bravery to increase the chance of treasure finding rare things from the maps. That is a thing in this game. And so this character here had 44 Brave, 40 Faith, and is a Capricorn. So they're compatible with all the other characters when we decide to raise everyone's, except this character's bravery, and lower everyone's faith to make them magic immune. Alright, so now what you're going to do is you're going to turn everyone into a chemist and learn Potion and Phoenix Down. So again, we're going to change jobs to chemist, and just do this with every single character. Now, for Ramza, again, we want to make sure that they, not just Ramza, but everybody, that they know regular Potion and that they know Phoenix Down. Very, very important for the upcoming fight. Alright, next up, you are going to make 2 of them be Chemist Knights. So we have Ramza with Arts of War, that is a Knight ability. And then Windmaxer here has also Knight ability. Now, the other 2, you need to set their skills so that they have Steel, alright? And we'll go ahead and set this character to also have Steel. There we go. Okay. And your item find character is right now just a bait. They don't have any other skills. Like, you can give them fundaments if you want. And we're going to turn them into a squire later. But for your item find character, yeah, you can teach them throw stone, because they're going to go through the same process and learn JP boost and all of that stuff. But another important thing, too, that you might have forgotten to equip is you have movement +2 now. So make sure to upgrade. There you go. Every character that was a thief in the last fight has movement +2. So make sure you go ahead and put that on. Of course, your item find character is brand new and won't have any of those abilities yet. But you can buy them a battle boots from the shop, which we will go ahead and do right now. So we're going to go to the outfitter. And you can go to the fitting room, which is a little bit easier, and the game will teach you how to do that. And what we're going to do is just go to the accessory and buy a battle boots. There we go. And so that's 1,000. Buy and equip. There we go. Now you have 3,300 gil left, and what you around that amount maybe. Okay, and what you want to do is you want to make sure you have a lot of Phoenix Downs. You want to have a lot. So I'm going to buy 8, and that's most of my money, right? So I have 8 to 10. You don't really need more than that, and then the rest you're going to spend on potions. You're going to need a lot of potions. Don't worry, we're going to make this money back, and we can also sell some things later. It's fine. But I have 44 potions. I would like to have more than that, but that's fine. And 10 Phoenix Downs. Alright, so everyone's set up, our money's spent, make your safety save, and we're going to be doing some random encounters now. Alright, so Zeklaus Desert is that zone that we were just in for the story. It's right above here, and you're going to do random encounters here. And the reason we do random encounters here is there's 2 things. There is a trap that will level us down, and leveling down as a chemist is one of the better, earlier stat loss characters to have. Because their stat growth sucks. A chemist sucks. And so we want to level down so that random encounters are easier, and then level up as stronger classes so we get better base stats. But right now, we're all chemists so that we can learn auto potion, and chemists can throw Phoenix Downs at the undead, which the Zeklaus Desert has plenty of undead. So we're going to go ahead and fight the random encounter. And it's a completely different map. I'll show you where the traps are, and I'll talk you through what you need to do. Now, what I recommend that you do is, if the battle has a lot of monsters, that you just restart. This one isn't the hardest fight, it's 3 bombs, which what you would do is you would charm the bombs, and monsters have no gender, really, it's weird. So females can charm any monster in the game, it's fine. So you would charm the bombs, they would fight each other, and you would throw Phoenix Downs at the skeletons and kill them. But this is quite a bit of skeletons and quite a bit of bombs, so I'm just going to see if quick restart works. No, it does not. Alright, so I'm just going to load game. Now, if you click the tile and you don't get a battle, you just walk back to Dorter and then walk back to the desert. And yes, this does take an in-game day to do, but there's infinite free time. It's not like Fallout or Persona, where you have limited amount of days to beat the story, or there's a game over like situation. So just walk back and forth until you get that random encounter. It may take a few tries. In this case, it's taken me a lot of tries. But yeah, we can definitely... Or I guess you can just click on it. Yeah, you can just click on the tile. You don't have to walk back and forth like the old version. Anyway, the more you know. This time I got 3 skeletons again, but I got only 2 bombs. So it's a little bit easier to manage. And what you're going to do is the same thing you've been doing. You're going to reduce their population down to 1 monster. And preferably not the bomb, because they tend to just blow themselves up. But the problem with undead is you can't heal them. And they also have magic attacks, which they might use instead. So this also isn't really the best random encounter. In this case, kill the skeletons and then leave a bomb alive and just don't attack it. But yeah, it's still a rough one, because that's 3 Phoenix Downs you got to throw at these guys. And the problem with skeletons is they have a chance to return back to life when their heart's empty. So what you do is you just save scum it. If they come back to life, you save scum, and then you just roll the dice again until they turn into a treasure chest or a crystal. So here's how you want to play this fight or similar fight. And you may have different monsters, but in one of the corners... Oh, okay, first off, let me show you the corner with the trap. There is a 0 height tile. It's right here. I'm pushing select to mark it. And next to it, in the corner, is a height 3 tile. This is the level down trap. So once you know where the level down trap is, you can know where the next trap is. This right here, in this little L-shaped corner, right here, that is a spike trap. So you never step on that. And try to make sure you're not fighting the enemies around this if they're the only one left alive. Because the enemy will step on the trap and kill themselves, and then the fight's over. And that's a pain in the butt. So, again, we're going to make our characters kind of, fight around the trap here. And once we have the battle controlled, where the enemy is speed and power broken, and there's only one left, we're going to step our characters on and off this trap to level them down. Now, the first time we step on it, because we are a chemist, we're going to find an item. And the item, it can't be rare. I mean, it can, but it's useless anyway. Don't worry about it. But after you find the item, you step off it, you step back on it, boom, level down. You step off it, you step back on it, boom, level down. And we are going to level down all of our characters to level 6. You could go lower than 6, but it makes things a little difficult. 6 is the break point before monsters start getting stronger at level 7. So keeping your characters at level 6 is ideal. Now, this fight is going to take a little while. We're going to march over there, and we have a lot of movements, but we need to kill these skeletons by throwing Phoenix Downs at them. You throw a Phoenix Down at these guys, they instantly die. We're going to charm a bomb. He's going to go fight the other bomb. They're going to counter, and whenever a mob takes damage, they will be uncharmed. So this is going to take a few tries. And because it's a bomb, you need to, kill it before it gets its turn. If a bomb is near critical HP and its turn is coming up, it will blow itself up. And you're going to have to use a bunch of Phoenix Downs getting all your characters back up to life. So that's the play. Alright, so 3 skeletons and 2 bombs was far, far too much to handle, because I had very bad skeleton RNG, or random number generator, and they kept reviving. They just kept reviving to the point where I ran out of Phoenix Downs and could not level down my characters in time. And then the skeleton, as soon as they revive, they get a turn, so they just one-shot one of your characters, which is going to be fixed after this battle. No more one-shots ever again. But this random encounter is 1 bomb and 1 skeleton, so all we have to do is speed break and power break this skeleton, and he'll have a magic orb that'll hit for 28, so we should be able to potion through that. But if we keep him charmed before his turn begins, he just won't attack. So that's going to be the game plan, is to kill the bomb, keep the skeleton charmed, and power and speed broken, and we're going to level everyone down that way. So here's what the setup looks like. We have all the monsters killed except this one monster that's left. He has been speed and power broken, though the skeletons in general, they have magic attacks, and they will still deal, at least at this level, this one is a level 15, it'll deal about 48 to 32 to 48 elemental damage. But we have plenty of Phoenix Downs and heals, so he can only attack once every 20 turns anyway. What we have now is a big waiting party, because everyone is at least chemist level 5. I don't need to level up their chemists anymore. They all have over 1,000 JP, which is more than what we'll ever need them for. So what we're doing is we're just clicking on wait, except for the character on the trap, who will then move off the trap and wait, and the next character will then step on the trap. And we're just going to rinse and repeat until everyone is back down to level 6. So you'll see the item find character that we just recruited is level 6, and we don't need to use them, you know, anymore for the rest of the fight. So everyone is just waiting to move on and off the trap until everyone's level 6, then we'll end the fight. And then when we enter another random battle, the monsters, the random encounters, because the highest level character on our roster is only going to be level 6, this means that the random encounter monsters will also be level 6. And right now, the campaign, if we go to do main story missions, the humanoids will be around level 5 to 6 in general. Another thing to note is that you kind of want to get everyone's XP as close to 0 as possible. So this character in general, they are level 6 and 89. So I might as well level them to 7 and then level them back down to 6. That way their XP is just set at 0. It's just a lot more efficient that way if everyone's on, you know, around the same level. Now that everyone is level 6. Now one important thing too is that when you get a killing blow, you get more XP than normal. So try not to push whichever character is doing the killing to level 7. So watch. So we killed him, and that's 29 XP instead of what he normally gets. So again, just be careful not to push to 7, because then all the enemies are 7, which is it's a break point. Alright, so after the fight, make sure that you return to town and stock up on potions and Phoenix Downs, because you're going to be running low, and you want to have a lot of these. So I'm going to buy another like 30. Alright, there we go. That's like half our money. And then again, you're gonna need Phoenix Downs. So luckily I didn't use that many last fight. You might have. Try to keep them above 10 to 11. And our money's gonna start going up here in a little bit. Next up, after the fight, you are going to learn Auto Potion on everybody. And yeah, so this is an absolutely broken early ability that will heal you every time you take damage, as long as your counter triggers, and your counter will almost always trigger once we are done setting up our characters. There we go. Get auto push on everybody. Now, on your item find character, which is who I'm on, you're going to learn Treasure Hunter in the movement category. You're not going to equip it right now, but this is how your character will be able to pick up items off the ground when they are not a chemist. Alright, so what you're going to do now is you're going to take your item find character, and you're going to change their job to a squire, but you're also going to go back to chemist, and you're going to learn the throw items ability. There we go. And so you're going to equip that now on your squire character. So your squire character should have their squire ability, items, auto potion, and throw items. They don't have, don't bother equipping Treasure Hunter yet. There's really no reason to do so. However, make sure that all of your other characters equip auto potion. This is going to make the upcoming fights so much easier, and that is your counter ability. So again, just throw that on everybody. And this is why we're going to have a big, large stock of potions, so we can just automatically heal consistently. But yes, everyone else, that includes Ramza and your chemists, you're then going to job change them to Geomancer. And we don't need to level up much as a Geomancer, luckily, so it's a pretty quick fight. Alright, after that, you're going to do a safety save, and then go back to Zeklaus Desert once again with your 4 Geomancers and your 1 Squire, who is your item throwing healer. And remember, you have 2 knight characters and 2 thief characters. Now, for this fight, just again reset it if it's a really hard fight. All you need to do is get Geomancers to level 2. Alright? So this skeleton, our item character, can kill it. You'll notice now that these mobs are only level 6 because that is our party's level, so they are much, much weaker. And our Geomancers, well, they're using top of the line gear. It should be a very easy fight. Just by the time you kill everything, all of your characters should be level 2 Geomancer, but don't end the fight until everyone is. And if someone levels up, you can always control the fight and level them back down here at the square. Yeah, all you need is level 2 Geomancers. You don't have to continue grind. I mean, you can if you want, but there's really no reason to. Alright, so you are now going to go back to town once again and buy more potions, buy more Phoenix Downs. You do not want to run low on these. and especially with auto potion just kind of ticking away. And you should be at a net positive on money, but also, you know, make sure you have over 10 Phoenix Downs, just in case you have a bad time. After that, you want to change all of your Geomancers, so that's everyone except Item Finder. You want to turn them into White Mages. All of them, that's right. Change their job to White Mage. We got to level White Mage to 3 now. Now, while doing the full White Mage battle, you should reset if you have way too many enemies, because White Mages, they're squishy, they don't hit very hard. So something like this is manageable. Your Item Finder can kill the skeletons, you can swarm the bird, and again, everything's level 6, so they're not going to hit you too hard, and you should be able to hit back reasonably hard enough. Alright, and you want to make sure that you level all the White Mages in the next fight to level 3, or rather the fight that we're in now. And at the same time, de-level everyone's regular level to 6, so that we can keep the monsters nice and weak. Once the fight's over, everyone's level 3, restock on Phoenix Downs and potions, and you are going to change everyone's job class now. Let's see what it's called. It's called Mystic in this version. It's not Oracle, it's Mystic. That could be... no, it is... yeah, it's Mystic for both genders, so there you go. Everyone will change now to Mystic. Now, keep in mind, we are not changing our Item Finder character's job class yet, but you can go ahead and start learning some of their Squire abilities, like JP boost is nice, and movement +1. This gives them a nice start. Now, for the Item Find character, once you have JP boost and movement +1, you're not going to put on JP boost, because we still need to throw items for this zone. But after that, you are going to then change their job to Archer, and make sure that they still have item, auto potion, throw item, all that stuff. And we're fast-tracking them to Thief so they can have more movement. And so this is what your roster should look like. You have Ramza with a rod, Oak Staff, and then nothing equipped on these two. And the cool thing about being a caster and punching, like you just punch your own allies and then they auto potion, and you essentially heal them. It's pretty funny, right? But yeah, we are going to now make a safety save and continue leveling. Alright, after that fight, you are once again going to go back to the city, buy more potions, buy more Phoenix Downs. You got to make sure that you have plenty for auto potion. So I'm usually buying like 20 at a time here. And then again, just a, 2 or 3 Phoenix Downs, nothing too crazy. And again, everyone's still level 6. So what we're going to do now is we're going to change the job to Orator. And we're going to change everyone's job to Orator, except for your Item Find character, who will change to a Thief, but only when your Archer's level 3, and that's just how it is. So go ahead and swap everyone's job over to Orator. Once you've got everyone set as an Orator, you can then learn Entice on the Orators. And this is the skill that lets you invite enemies and monsters as long as you're an Orator or have the Monster Talk skill into your party. And so we're going to start grabbing some rare monsters here in just a bit with this skill. But what we need to do now is 2 things. So in the next battle, in the next random encounter, there are 3 skills we need to grind for. Praise, Intimidate, and Condemn. Well, no, that's wrong. Not Condemn, I meant Enlighten. I'll put it on the screen. Alright, so here it is on the screen. You're going to learn Praise, this raises bravery. Intimidate, this lowers bravery. And Enlighten, this reduces faith. So you're going to be doing this on all 4 of these characters. So make sure you have your safety save and then head off to battle and do the exact same thing you've been doing. You have 2 stealing characters, 2 power and speed break characters, and you have your chemist that can heal you and revive people. Again, just reset if you have like a hard battle. Like in this case, for me to reset, I just throw 1 unit on the field, start the battle, and then I just fast forward until I can load. So right now I'm mashing the X button or the A button on Xbox. I don't know what it is on PC, and this is to interrupt the NPC's turns. So as soon as, the game starts, I'm also holding the fast forward button, so there we go. Now I'm going to push square so I can unlatch from that guy, push start, hit load, and go back to my manual save, which I make a lot of save slots, and then just do it again. And then I'm just going to keep doing this until I get an easy encounter, because I don't need to waste time with a hard battle. One thing I want to point out is with your Entice ability, you can now invite monsters to join your party. you want to invite these Jura Avises, okay? These things, you can breed them to a tier 3 unit, and then you can get Feathered Mantles as soon as you hit Act 3, and that's one of the best, technically one of the best mantles you can get. It's not super necessary though, but it's just fun to have as soon as you hit Chapter 3. Alright, so everyone has 600 JP, which means they can all learn Praise, Intimidate, and Enlighten. And then you'll notice that I enticed the bird, so we want to recruit this. And what's going to happen is it's going to lay eggs as we run up and down the map. And over time, those eggs will hatch into Tier 2 monsters. And then those Tier 2 monsters can hatch Tier 3 monsters. So this isn't something we can really take advantage of right now. You can't technically claim any poaches until Chapter 3. But if we start growing the bestiary now, there'll be plenty of birds to poach later on. Now, one thing that possibly happened in your last venture is that your auto potions ate through all of your high potions and X potions, and that's totally fine. Money is very easy to come by. Just restock all of those potions. You're gonna need a lot. I'm gonna buy 60. There we go. And Phoenix Downs, of course, keep those above 10. And yeah. So what we're gonna do now with these orators, and this is talking about creature eggs, so it's already laid an egg. Yes. And after a few in-game days of moving around the map, it'll hatch. But what we're going to do is we are going to learn Praise, Intimidate, and Enlighten on all the characters that are orators. And so what we're going to do now is we are going to use Praise to raise our bravery up to 100, and every time we successfully hit Praise on a character, its bravery goes up permanently by 1. But if their bravery is 100 on the map, and you try to raise it more, it won't raise up more. So after the battle concludes, you'll have your new permanent bravery. Now, I'm going to tell you, this step takes 14 battles to do. So we're going to praise everyone's bravery up to 100, except the item finder. We're going to intimidate the item finder down to a permanent 16 brave. If you at 15 and below brave, it will try to run away, or it won't try to run away. It'll start warning you after every fight. I'm scared. I don't want to die. So at 16 brave, you don't get those warning signs. And then we're going to enlighten everyone down to 0 faith every battle until their faith is at 3. That's right, we are lowering people's faith, and what that does, here's what bravery and faith does. Bravery will later become our percent chance to dodge, which will cap out at 97. So we will have 97% chance to dodge. Bravery is what triggers your counter skills. Alright, and faith is how strong your magic is and how much magic damage you end up taking. So with only 3 faith, you will only take 3% total magic damage, which is, it's going to negate all magic in the game, essentially. And we're not going to be using magic. We're going to be going full physical here. So this is something that must be done, and it's going to take you a few hours to get this done. You're going to earn a lot of money as you do it. The battles will go quick and easy. It gets quicker as you do it, and all of your characters, if you have followed the Zodiac signs properly, will be aligned with each other, so they have a higher percent chance to land their skills. Also, at this point, you should be able to change your item find character to a thief, so go ahead and do that now. And again, make sure they have item equipped, item auto potion throw, items and movement +1. They will earn movement +2 as a thief, and as a thief they can, you're going to teach them Steel Heart so they can charm. And if you have any JP left over, Steel Gill so they can farm XP without wasting items. So here's how it works. We are going to be using Praise to raise bravery. We can see here that Ramza's bravery is at 96 with a 67% chance to succeed. That plus 25% is due to the Zodiac compatibility. So there we go, and it landed. Now Ramza's bravery is at 100. So when the battle concludes, it won't stay at 100. It will have raised 1 permanently for every 4 that we gave him. And you also want to lower everyone's faith, which is really quick to do, because faith is lowered by 20 at a time, so, and it almost always has a 100% chance to hit. And you're doing this while you're leveling down your character. So this character is freshly down leveled to 6. This one's down leveled to 6. I guess I should have used a speech skill there to raise this person's brave. So there we go. Missed, unfortunately, but that's just the reality of it. And again, you're going to end the battle once everyone's brave except the item finder is at 100. Right before you end the fight, you're going to lower the brave of the item finder, and then that character will turn into a chicken. And then you end the fight immediately, that way it doesn't have a chance to regenerate the bravery. Because when someone is turned into a chicken, they will gain 1 bravery every single turn. So here you can see that the character has been turned into a chicken, which is also blinded and oiled. I don't know, it's kind of funny, but yeah, so now that everyone's brave and faith is at 100 and 0, then we end the battle here, and we do this 13 more times. I'm not kidding. So after one battle, if you look at Ramza, and remember, we got a permanent brave buff from the Mandalia Plains battle. So Ramza starts the game at 70 brave, 70 faith, and after one, battle, he's at 79 brave, 53 faith. You can see our characters that had, around 44 or lower faith are now down to 32, 30, 32, and their bravery is 79, 76, 77. Our item finder's brave is down to 33. So again, it just takes a lot of random encounters, and you're going to repeat this process until everyone's bravery is at 97 and their faith is at 3. And as you do this, make sure that you are restocking, of course, at the shop. I'm just gonna buy 99 potions and get 5 more Phoenix Downs. And again, you're gonna just be printing money forever. Now, again, stay level 6 as you do this. There's a reason we stay level 6, so that we don't have improper stat growth, because orators, they don't have the best stat growth. Also, as you are breeding these monsters, make sure that they don't breed a higher level. You want them to be level 6, so that the random fights are way easier. At level 7, there's a power spike, and it's just not as efficient to do this method when you're fighting level 7 monsters. Alright, so I believe the grind is done. I'm going to check after this. Now, one way that I'm ending battles faster is I'm just recruiting enemies rather than killing them. But I am keeping the birds until I get a few tier 2 birds, because these things can breed tier 3. And I'm making sure they're only level 6. So I think I have about 4 birds now, or 5, I forget how many, but that's more than enough to farm for the feathered mantles. And you can buy them later in Chapter 4, but if you want them in Chapter 3. So here we go. The entire grind is done. I've got 5 birds. You can see Ramza is at 97 brave, 3 faith, 97 brave, 97 brave. Now, our item find character is at 16 bravery, 3 faith. So, if you go at 15 or below bravery, you will get a warning sign after every fight where the character's like, I'm afraid to die. So, that's why we keep it at 16. And of course, if we draw a rare item, the remake makes it real easy to just load game and try again anyway. So yeah, now that the grind is done, we're going to do a little bit more maintenance and change some job classes. You'll notice that all of these characters are level 8 orators with a ton of JP to spend, but we don't need to spend any JP right now. Alright, now that you have everyone's brave and faith set up properly, and you never have to meddle with this ever again, what you're going to do now is you're going to change everyone's job, well, except your item find character. They don't really need to do this. Yes. But you're going to change them into dragoons. Now, we don't have the equipment to properly use a dragoon, so what you're going to do instead is you're going to go to each character, and remember when we leveled Monk up? You're going to learn the ability Brawler, which is 200 JP, on all of your characters. Well, not your item finder. And what you're going to do is you're going to take off JP boost. Don't worry, it's just for a fight or two. Just for one fight, really. And you're going to put on Brawler instead. And so now you have Dragoons that can punch decently hard. And by the way, I just want to point out, Brawler scales damage with your attack power, which Ramza has 7. But it also scales with your bravery. Yes, we are min-maxing here. Alright, now, after you've, stocked up and safety saved, go to Zeklaus Desert as per usual, and you're going to just punch monsters until everyone is a level 2 Dragoon. Alright, so after you've leveled Dragoons to 2, and it actually took me 2 fights because I killed them too fast, and one character didn't get to level 2, but whatever. So, you're going to change everyone to Monk now, and get them to Monk level 5, and even though Ramza here is already a Monk level 5, I'm still going to make him a Monk anyway, just so he shares the JP with everyone else. And re-equip JP Boost, of course, as well. And you're gonna do that with all your characters so that they are all level 5 Monk, which unlocks Samurai. That's the next grind. What you're going to do now, after leveling everyone's Monk to 5, is you are going to then change their job class to Samurai. Everyone except your item finder, of course.
This will do.
And this is going to be mildly difficult because you don't really have Samurai gear. Yeah, we could go buy some, and we do have the money for it, but it would be a waste of money because we're only temporarily stopping by the Samurai class. And what you want to do is you want to have your standard 2 Knights and 3 Thieves. Alright, well, your Thief and your Item Tosser person. Because you're going to control the battlefield, and then you're going to have everyone punch each other without Brawler. By the way, do not equip Brawler. You want people punching each other as weak as possible, so that they auto-potion and keep themselves, you know, up. And it makes it a lot easier to farm. But essentially, that's what you're doing. Change everyone to Samurai. And as Samurai, the goal under counterattack is to farm 700 JP to learn Shira Hadori, which, when receiving a physical attack, the unit's parry rate is the same as its bravery value. This means that once you learn this, you will only be hit 3% of the time by physical attacks, and with 3 Faith, you will receive 97% magic damage reduction. There is no better early game defensive than this, and we haven't even gotten to the offensiveness yet, but go ahead and change everyone to Samurai, save your game, and go grind. Now, for this grind, you want to make absolutely sure that you have 99 potions, okay? Because every time you punch each other, you are going to auto potion back up, and then of course you need Phoenix Downs, bro. Like, you know, those skeletons, they keep standing back up, and look, I have 22,000 gil, so it's money is pretty easy to come by. Once you are done grinding the 700 JP under Samurai, which I mean I got 800 here on Ramza, you're gonna learn Shira Hadori. And that is now your counterattack ability for the rest of the game. Congratulations. Alright, it's almost time to start playing the game. So, you're going to change all of your characters' jobs now to Ninja. Alright, there we go. And you're going to take away... not learn abilities. You're going to take away JP Boost in favor of Brawler. So, now you have maximum bravery, minimum faith. You also have Brawler, and when you have Brawler, you want to make sure that you unequip any weapons that your ninjas may have automatically equipped. And for your counterattack, you're going to have Shira Hadori. And for your movement ability, you have movement +2. Now, males, which Rams is a guy, can get movement +3 from the Bard class, but females cannot. So that's a bummer. Now, the cool thing about being a ninja is that your Arts of War ability lets you hit twice. So now when you do armor break, weapon break, power, speed break, whatever, you hit 2 times with your fists, which are buffed from Brawler and your bravery. It's really, really good. And also Brawler buffs stealing abilities, so your characters that have steal abilities will also get buffed once you change them as well. Now, if you're wondering which class has the best stat growth in the game, Mime and Ninja. Mime has more HP and physical-based stats, whereas Ninja is one of the only classes in the whole game that has a speed stat growth. I mean, they all kind of have a semi-okay speed stat growth, but Ninja has like AAA, S-tier, top-tier speed growth stat, along with the physical stats as well. So, what you want to do for the most of the game, from here at level 6 until level 99, you want to level as a ninja. And by doing so, when you reach Chapter 3, Chapter 4, and there are certain difficult story fights that require you to save an NPC, where they will die in literally 2 turns if you are not fast enough, you will be able to steal items as easy as possible, break and control fights as easy as possible. You have the highest possible scalable DPS, regardless of which stage of the game you are in. Now, if you're like late, super in-game, post-game stage, then Knight Swords do outperform Bare Fists, but by then you will be able to change and do whatever you want. But you definitely want to level as a ninja. The stat growth is absurdly broken, and your characters, as ninjas, now attack twice. They have a throwing attack, which we're going to be getting ninja stars in Chapter 2. It's real simple. They can steal, they can break, and, control stats of the enemy. They have, 4 jump, 7 move, starting with 7 speed. And they're going to feel a little weak at first because they're female, right? So if you look at Ramza, he has an attack power of 7, whereas your females have an attack power of 5. That is a pretty big difference, but they're going to bridge that gap as they level up. It's just because Ramza is a male character. So again, you're going to bridge that gap fairly quickly, but as female ninjas, you have advantage against most of the story bosses in the game if you did your proper Zodiac signage whenever you recruited them. Alright, now it is time to return to Igros Castle, and you can enjoy the story along the way if you want, and also skip the random battles. You don't need to do them. Alright, now go ahead and proceed to the Brigand's Den, and with your ninja monks, this will be an easy fight. Now, there is one tiny little, not exactly a weakness, but there are some male thieves here, and they will charm your female ninjas, which you cannot really... I mean, you have a % chance for it not to happen, of course. But essentially, as long as you didn't learn any throw techniques on your ninjas yet, they won't waste any of your items. So, again, your 3 ninja monks will be more than match for the entire map. You can just go after Meluda here, just gank her as soon as she comes out of her little hidey hole, or you can kill everybody. It's however you want to play it. So yeah, here's Ramza attacking a white mage for 63 damage. Twice. So yeah, he is one-shotting everything. Now, I want to point out that some monk skills cannot be blade grasped, which is the counterattack that gives you 97% physical evasion. So cloaks and items and accessories will come in later that will help you dodge those skills. But Meluda is part monk for some reason, so she can punch through your defenses. The Lenalian Plateau fight, just punch Meluda to death. It's real easy, just give her the old 1-2. So after the fight, the outfitters should have new items. Oh boy. So, you know how we've been farming money? You can just go to the outfitter, and you can just max out everyone's gear. Unfortunately, there's really nothing for us yet. So we're gonna continue along with the story. Alright, so there is another monster breeding opportunity to get a dragon. Now, if your lineup is looking something like this. We have the tier 2 birds, these yellow ones. We want to get rid of these tier 1 birds now, so we're just going to dismiss all of them. And, yeah, just hold select. There we go. Get out of here. Alright, so because we have these tier 2 birds, they have a chance to spawn the tier 3 from eggs. But what we need to do now is we need to switch at least 1 or 2 characters from Ninja back to Orator. Alright, yeah, just change their job. They can keep everything else they've got on them. And didn't mean to leave the menu there. I think I'll do 1 Thief and 1 Knight. Change them to Orators, because we need to recruit a dragon. That's right, there is a dragon on the Lenalian Plateau map, so we're going to make a safety save. What you want to do is look and see if a green dragon spawned on the map. So they normally spawn in the bottom right corner, and it's like right around here is where they will spawn. So I didn't get one this time. Just keep reloading until you see it. All right, it only took me 2 reloads, but there is our green dragon, and we want to grow that into a tier 3 dragon so we can poach it for a perfume that gives us protect and shell. And men in this version can use perfumes now. And these enemies are, oh, they're so easy for your ninjas to kill. And so far in the story, you've probably just been oops, dropped my controller. You've been one-shotting Meluda, which means that you haven't been gaining much XP so far. So this is a good opportunity for your ninjas to get in there and rough stuff up. So when getting the dragon, you want it to breed blue dragons are tier 2, and then red dragons are tier 3. And when you poach them, you'll get sortilege, which is a perfume that gives you protect and shell. So just, you don't have to pick up a lot of dragons here. Just pick up 1, and then it'll eventually make a blue dragon, and then delete the green one, and then the blue one will eventually make some red ones, and there you go. Oh, and don't forget to change Ramza and whatever other character you chose back into ninjas. super important for your power. So Windflat Mill is pretty simple. Now Weegraph, yes, it's the Weegraph, by the way.
Nice choice.
You know, everyone's least favorite enemy to fight. Though this is not the Weegraph battle. Oh, I just want to talk about Weegraph. His attacks will go through your defenses, and he will probably one-shot some of your ninjas, but all you have to do is beat him up, and you don't have to beat up anyone else, so as soon as you can, just run up and punch him down. Easy fight. So one fun little tidbit is this Chocobo here. His name is Bako, and yeah, so you'll be seeing him a little bit later. So, this level has the best soundtrack in the whole damn game. And yeah, this theme comes up, you know, time and time again throughout the game, but this is the first time the player actually gets to hear it. So, because Bako and Weegraph are main story characters, you cannot charm them. They are uncharmable. Shoutouts to Spoony Bard. Do note that you don't even have to kill Weegraph, just wound him, and then the fight ends. Afterwards, you can proceed to Ziekden Fortress, and I know that you think right now that your ninja monks feel a little weak. They're not one-shotting the bosses, they're getting one-shotted themselves. That's going to change as soon as we upgrade their gear, which is after this fight. So this fight is really easy because the entire enemy comp is just mages and knights, which knights can't hit us with any of their attacks, and mages deal single-digit damage. Argath is an archer, and all you gotta do is beat him up, so just rush him and punch him down. It's real simple. Oh, by the way, the dialogue is different depending on your choice in the Mandalia plains. It's really not worth starting the game over to see. I'm sure there's a YouTube video that shows you the difference, but it's not a big deal. It's not a story changer. There's no alternate endings or anything. So at the start of Chapter 2, you have 3 new recruits. You have Lad, or Rad, as he's supposed to be named, Alicia, and Lavian. And in the War of the Lions version, by getting these characters, you enable a side quest to get one of the most powerful accessories in the game. I don't think that it's in this version, but just to be safe, you should add them. Even though they are generic characters, they have unique dialogue when you inspect them or have them think out loud in the menu. So it's just something to collect if you're a collector. Anyway, once you have them, you'll never use them, so you can just strip them of all their gear. And yeah, they're not gonna need it. They're not gonna ever see battle ever again. They get the easy road. They get to just sit in the back. Also, just strip Gafgarian of all his crap. Like, he ain't gonna need it. You don't want him soaking XP or anything for the other characters. As for Agrias, I would leave her equipment on and even give her the power gauntlets that you got from the previous fight. Dorter is the next fight, and it's a very easy one. Your ninja monks will absolutely wipe the floor. I think the enemy team has 1 monk, if I remember correctly, that can hit through your defenses. I mean, not the monk class, but the monk abilities. So yeah, other than that, it's just a stomp. So because you literally can't die in this fight due to your defenses, you can just wait around, I guess, not waste, until all the corpses decay and yoink some of their skills. And by doing so, you can absorb a lot of JP worth of caster junk. So after the fight, of course, go to the outfitter and get fitted. Which, why is okay, so then, yeah, I mean, these characters can equip Red Hood, and I go to Best Fit, and, well, isn't that weird? Like, why isn't it auto-equipping? Why is the Best Fitter not working? Oh, I have to push Start. I have to push Start to make it work. Oh boy, here's the optimal fitting. Yeah, but anyway, it's only 2,700, we have 52,000. Make sure you update everyone's gear. It'll be absolutely worth it. There we go. And even our thief character, even though we're not really using them all that much. And yeah, now they have way more HP. Here's the cool thing about headgear. It gives you physical attack power +1, which is going to help you bridge the female's DPS with the Ramses. But it's also going to, you know, boost Ramses as well into higher territory. Also, you can now buy ninja stars. So, buy away. We're gonna buy about 57, why not? They're cheap. And make sure that your ninjas now go and learn how to throw them, that's important. Alright, job and ninja and learn abilities, throw shuriken. Shuriken? I don't know how to say the word. And on your item find character, make sure you learn poach. You won't be using this for a while, but just make sure you learn, this is your poaching character as well. And at some point, you're going to learn jump +2, but not until late Chapter 3, Chapter 4, so there's no real rushing it. For now, just keep hoarding JP because we're going to be spending it on some of these stealing abilities whenever rare items come into play. Now, while at Dorter, there's a new game mechanic. It's not really that important, and you can completely skip this. You never have to do this in the game, but if you go to the tavern, there are errands, and this is kind of like a gacha game thing. Even though this was a 1997 game and gacha games didn't exist yet, you can go and do little errands by sending your characters off for days at a time. And guess what we're going to do? Lad, Alicia, and Lavian are going to be sent for 13 days to deal with bandits. Now, we pay 600 gil, and they'll be gone for 13 days, and we'll come back to the city and pick them up later. And they're going to earn 11 to 14,000 gil for us, which is pretty huge, right? That's about how much money we spent on gear just now. So we're basically getting that back for free. And we'll be getting more characters later that can do these. And also there's parts on the map where you can walk between them without random battles. But in this version of the game, you can just skip random battles anyway. So I can literally just run around the map for 13 days, come back to town and pick up the reward, or I can just pick it up later. And every single city has different stuff to do. Now, this one has good money, and I forget the month exactly. There's a month in the game world. I think it's the month of Virgo. Like in the top, if you see, hold on, you see where it says Gemini in the top left of my screen. If it says Virgo, you can come to Dorter and earn like 24 to 28,000 gil with another job, but it's only on that month. Now, certain jobs, certain bravery levels, and blah 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 will give you a higher percent chance to succeed in these errands. But even if you catastrophically fail them, you still get good money, and you're never gonna like miss out on items or secrets or anything. It's purely just for money. The characters that leave, they get a little bit of JP for doing it too, so it's a way to kind of level up characters without ever having to fight with them. So Araguay Woods has a special choice that if you choose wrong, you will lose 10 bravery for the fight and a permanent 2 bravery, meaning you gotta switch to Orator and fix it. So we don't want to do that, alright? So when given the option, you want to save Bako the Chocobo. That's right. Remember that Chocobo? It's back, and we gotta save it. Alright? Yeah, we only get the ninjas for this fight, because you get Gafgarian and you get Agrius, but I'll just show you the dialogue choice. So a bunch of goblins are gonna kill a Chocobo, and yes, it is Wheatgrass Chocobo. It's oh boy, let me skip to it. So you want to select number 2, perhaps we could use it. This means that if Bako dies, you fail the mission, but you have ninja monks, you're going to be able to rush the goblins and beat the hell out of them super easy. There's no way you'll fail this fight. Also, about riding chocobos, you may think, hey, why don't we have chocobos and use them as mounts? Your ninja monks can move further with boots, with their move +2 than the chocobos, and you only inherit the chocobo's movement, it does not combine yours with the chocobos. So, chocobos are pretty useless. It seems well enough to just wander in the forest and just punch goblins with your bare hands to death. Alright, so you want to recruit Bako because it's a unique chocobo. It doesn't get any special abilities, but it will allow you to breed black chocobos into red chocobos. Black is tier 2, red is tier 3, and when you poach a red chocobo, you can get the Barret item, which is an accessory. No, it's a hair item. It's a head item. It gives you immunity to instant death, stone, being invited, confused, vampire, berserk, stop, charm, and sleep. So normally in the game, this was a female-only a female-only headpiece. However, in this version, men can also use it. I want to talk about a bug that was in the old version. It's probably not in the new version, but I'm not going to test it because I'm just lazy. So, in the next fight, Gafgarian, he turns traitor. Spoilers. And that's why we strip him all his stuff, so he's a bit weaker and easier to deal with. But there was a dupe method where if you equipped him with whatever gear he had, and then in that fight you stole it from him, when you win the fight, the game is programmed to give you his gear anyway. So you would double dip and get double his equipment. But unfortunately, there is nothing worth duping. All this gear sucks, and we don't need it. So it's a fun bug, but it's not necessary. Alright, now, the majority of Final Fantasy Tactics fans say this level has the best music in the game. I think it's pretty good. It's called Battle on the Bridge. Now, this battle is simple enough. You just kill all the knights. It's really easy. Our characters are built to counter this comp. If you've been paying attention to the story at all, this is the big turning point for Ramses' character arc, where he's like, no more Teachras, no more innocents being killed. It's time to just do what I feel is right. It's a pretty cool moment. Alright, just had a weird moment. These knights tried to use rend weapon on my characters who have no weapons. The AI is scuffed, bro. I have never seen a Final Fantasy Tactics in any version ever try to use weapon break on a character that's unarmed. That's dumb. What the hell? I know that having, you know, extremely high brave with a 3% chance to hit really borks the AI in a lot of versions. But for them to use weapon break when there's no weapon, that needs to be patched or something. And so after the battle, I was really hyped of going over to Ovelia and yoinking her ribbon, and she doesn't have it. They have nerfed her gear. Oh, that hurts. But yeah, go ahead and yoink her stuff anyway, because, you know, she's a temporary party member and you don't really need her. So there you go. But also, she doesn't know how to equip her passive, so give her movement +1, and no, don't give her re-equip, she'll put stuff on, and counter tackle. Oh boy. But I don't know why they're blank. Now, for whatever reason, if you are having trouble with Zaland, you can go to Dorter and get a vest that gives you an extra 6 HP. I don't think it's worth it. I tend to skip some of the lower tier upgrades because you just simply don't need them, but we're going to proceed to Zaland and do the fight. Alright, so this is the Battle of Zaland, and this introduces a new character. Now, there's an option that you want to choose. Both options raise your brave. The first option raises your brave by 5, and the second one raises it by 10. So you want to choose the second one, and your characters, they counter the comp. It's knights, and it's mages, which we are immune to. So you should choose number 2, even though if you followed my guide, your bravery's maxed anyway, and it doesn't really matter. But number 2 is the canonical option. Woo. Also, the very first time I ever played Final Fantasy Tactics, this fight blew my mind because I didn't know what I was in for with this character. But yeah, here's Mustadio, and you're like, oh, he's an archer. Oh, that's cool, right? And then he pulls out a gun, and it's like, there's guns in this? Oh, man. And later, you know how we have ninja monks? Well, what if you have dual-wielding pistol ninja gunners? Wouldn't that be cool? Anyway, because we're ninja monks, we can just hop over the wall and then just start punching wizards in the face. Or, I guess in the shoulder in this case. And yeah, they can't tank any of the punches. For the Balias Tor battle, your entire team comp counters everything they've got. Normally, a lot of players, new players, will start to die here because they don't know how to handle fighting summoners, which are heavy, big AoE magic users. But we're immune to magic, essentially, so it's no big deal. Also, someone tried to tell me Moogles aren't in the game. They're literally a summon, so yes, they're in the game. So if you want to be extra manage macro-y, you can knock out Mustadio and Agrias, and then just wait for all the corpses to decompose, since no one can kill you or hurt you on this map, and absorb all of their abilities. It's something you can do if you want. So if you haven't been hit by a magic spell yet, let me show you what 3 Faith does. This thing is supposed to hit for 86 to 90 at this stage of the game. Look how hard it hits. It hits for 3 damage. After the fight, take off all of Agrias's gear. And yeah, she's going to leave the party just for a bit. She comes back. She's not a traitor or anything of the sort. But, you know, gear is money, basically. All right, the next battle is the Tchigolith Fenlands. All right. The original is called like a swamp or something, but what you want to do is you want to make 1 to 2 of your characters into mediators, alright? So I'm going to take this character that's a knight, turn them into an orator, that's the official name now, alright? Oh, I need another character. And then this one has steel, so we'll go ahead and make this one also an orator, alright? And you know the drill. So, with this setup, I'm going to do an emergency save because there is a chance that the mob we need does not spawn. So, what we're looking for is a pig mob. And in this storyline fight, this is the only time you're going to see one until a very long time later in the game. To the point where the items are still really, really good. But if you don't get one now, you cannot get one until, I think, late chapter 3 or 4 or something. And so, here's the thing is, we can't see it spawns. It'll spawn, like, up here. It'll be a Malboro, which is a green plant tentacle creature thing. It'll be an Airman, which is a one-eyed flying creature, or it'll be a pig, which is something that kind of looks like a Moogle, but it's like a pig creature that walks on its hind legs. All right, so essentially we're just going to deploy all 5 of our characters here, and Ramza and our ninja should be more than enough to take care of everything. Mustadio will be in the fight. So right now, it's an Airman, so I need to reset the fight and try again. You see how there's this this eyeball creature in the corner? I did not get the pig, so we're going to reset until we do. This time it's a Marlboro, or Malboro. It's, you know, it's a classic Final Fantasy monster. I want to point out, you have to manually reload the save and then go onto the tile. If you try to just restart the battle or restart battle formation, it will always be the same enemy. Alright, so it took about 5 restarts, but we got the pig. This is what it looks like. And once you have it locked in, you can always restart the battle if things go bad. But essentially, everything on the map is undead. My recommendation is knock out Mustadio so he doesn't kill the pig, and then kill all the undeads. And remember, the skeletons will come back to life. And just play. You have a lot of practice fighting undead by now if you followed the guide so far, so it should be a very easy fight. Mustadio, are you hurt? I didn't mean to punch you in the face and knock you out like that. He's like, I'm okay. So this is the pig, and it can, what we want is the tier 2 and tier 3 version. The tier 2 version is called Swine. I forget what the tier 3 version is right now, but the tier 2 regular poach of the swine gives chantage or chantage. I don't know how to say it, but it's a perfume that gives you re-raise and regeneration. So when you die, you come back to life. You don't decompose. And when you come back, you still have the buff. So as long as you don't get full team wiped, you can never game over. It's absolutely busted. And we're going to have, hopefully, plenty of these as soon as Chapter 3 hits. And then we never have to worry about bringing a chemist along or Phoenix Downs or revival items. And the tier 3 version of the pig, again, I forget what it's named right now, but it drops ribbons, which is a headpiece item that makes you immune to all status elements in the game, which is amazing. So after the Tchigolith Fenlands, the game wants you to go to the clockwork city of Goug, or Goug, I don't know how to pronounce it. But before you do that, go back up here and get, if you have anyone on an expedition or errand, go get them. Because after Goug, the map changes, and you may not be able to get to certain areas for a while, meaning your party members will be stranded. So I'm going to go back to you know, the merchant city here and go get my party members. Hey, almost 14,000 gil, not bad. And in the original version of the game, when you had to risk like random battles ruining your monster breeding, you would just run between Orbone Monastery and Dorter over and over to breed monsters. But there's plenty of spots on the map we can do that later, like right here to here. That's a safe spot. There, again, we don't have to worry about the breeding part right now because we can't poach them. There's no reason to worry about it. Anyway, we're gonna go back now and proceed to Goug, whatever it's called. Oh, and before I do that, I need to change these these orators back to ninjas. We need them deadly, okay? Make sure they have all the right stuff on them. And when I say make sure they have the right stuff, not a wizard's hat. No, we want headgear for that +1 damage power. There are helmets in the shop that give +1 to speed, but we're ninjas, so we don't need more speed. We need more DPS, more damage. You want to punch hard and often and fast. I want to state a really small correction of a statement I made much earlier in the video, and that is ninjas. I got my Final Fantasy Tactics games mistaken. There's a different version of Final Fantasy Tactics. I think it might be Advanced or one of the Game Boy ones. I forget which one, but ninjas in this version, I just tried it, cannot use. They cannot dual wield guns, which means you cannot dual wield ranged arts of war, which is a shame. You can still equip a gun and shoot one time and try to break someone's gear from a distance, and that's it's pretty powerful on its own. But because we have such mobility, it's better to just punch them in the face twice. So I just want to make a correction there. But at Goug, you can update your gear. There's really not too much crazy stuff to buy, really. Nothing for our character classes, but you can buy guns. You can buy guns in Goug, so that's a thing. Also, for your ninjas, you can throw elemental bombs, and you know, I just throw shurikens. I think these things Yeah, if it's raining, you can buy some spark bombs and deal extra damage. More enemies, if you had to choose an element, the most enemies are weak to lightning damage due to the raining maps. Next up would be ice magic, and then finally fire. That's just for story battles, not random encounters. But, you know, just letting you know they're here, but I wouldn't buy any. Yeah, there's no reason to. Alright, so this fight is, it's just thieves, summoners, archers. It's insanely easy. Our comp counters it. You can just go punch them to death. Oh, this is another battle. You can let all the crystals evaporate and absorb some skills. Unfortunately, I used Rend Weapon, and it broke the weapon, and then the second Rend Weapon counted as a melee physical hit and killed the person, so I didn't get to absorb any crystals. Whoops. Alright, so Mandalia wants to join the party, and you should absolutely let him in because he's a cool dude. And also, in the War of the Lions version, you need him for a bunch of side quests, so absolutely, there's always room. In the remake, I think you have like a lot more character room too. You don't have to worry about, oh, all my slots are filled up. The moment you've all been waiting for. Do we walk across the water in the remake, or does it have a boat animation? I'm excited to find out. Here we go. And he's walking across the water. Oh, and there's no boat. Guys, it was 1997. You had to use your imagination. Oh, there's some cool characters on the boat, like right up here. These guys are pretty cool looking, dude. But the models, as far as I know, are never used in the game ever again. Now, I accidentally skipped the dialogue, but Delita says you cannot save the princess no matter what you do. It's a pretty heavy foreshadow for the end of the game. Whoops. Gofford Gafgarian the Black Bull, everybody. To stock up on shurikens every once in a while. Shurikens? However you say them, I don't know, man. Alright, so in this mission, you want to protect Agrius, and, well, your ninja monk should do just that. I would kill everything that has ranged attacks. That means wizards and archers and the knights or whatever, but you don't like the AI, because you're so defensive, will always target her over you every single time. Now she's pretty tanky. She's got 209 HP. She'll be all right for a little while, and preferably have your potion thrower on this side. I actually put him on the other side because I haven't done this battle in like a few years, so there's that. Golgollada Gallows. Say it 3 times fast. They should really have an anime spin-off with Agrius as the main protagonist. I'd watch it. But yeah, you absolutely want to recruit her, especially if you're playing more of the Lions, because she is the main protagonist of the side quest that gives you the best accessory in the game. Spoilers, it's her birthday party. Woo! Alright, before proceeding to the next zone, we are going to learn Steel Weapon on our thieves. So this character I've been using as a thief for a while now. We have that 1550 JP. Time to learn Steel Weapon for 600. Ooh, boy. It's a doozy, right? And then this character is also one of our thieves, so they will also learn Steel Weapon. And then finally, our item throwing character here yeah, they definitely have enough for Steel Weapon as well. So now we have 3 ways to steal an upcoming Blood Sword. So, before proceeding to the Golgollada Gallows, go back to Warjilis, and the outfitter has some new stuff. And so what we're going to do is we're going to replace the vest of our characters with the Brigandine. I think it's Brigandine is how you say that one. But this is just extra HP. It's about 20 extra HP, which is pretty nice. So buy and equip. It's only 2,500, which is easily affordable. And there we go. Also, this character has a power gauntlet on. I don't want... Damn auto-equip. I gotta fix that. We want movement on our ninjas. We don't need the +1 attack from the accessory slot. At least not right now. Maybe later. But yeah, get those Brigandines on, everybody. And especially your thieves, your stealing characters. You want to be tanky for this fight, because Gafgarian can go through your defenses. Also, if you want some extra story flavor dialogue, you can use Agrius on the next fight. She's got special lines only in this fight. Another thing I recommend is on your item find character, you should go to Chemist and learn a high potion for 200, which they might have, should have. If not, it's not a big deal. It's just good to have. You can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs, Jack. So, Gafgarian has the fabled Blood Sword. This is not something you could normally get in the game. The only way to get... There's a few hidden treasure areas, I believe, where you can find this. And there is a way to have high-level ninjas throw them at you, and you have the catch skill in a dark dungeon, and then you catch these. But you should... Even though we're not going to be personally using this, this is a very valuable tool, because this sword can heal undead. It's also a unique item, so this is the first rare item that you should be stealing in the game. So in order to steal from Gafgarian, we need to power break him, speed break him, kill all of his compatriots, and, you know, they're no danger to us. The only person in danger is our item-finding character here, because, well, they don't have Blade Grasp, so... but essentially, we're going to power break Gafgarian and make him basically weak as hell and slow as heck. And then we're going to surround him with thieves and just steal until we get it. That's pretty much it. Also, because Gafgarian can eat through our defenses, as you can see here, one of my ninjas is halfway dead from one attack. We need to rend power immediately. So, and as you can see, we have the matching Zodiac that Gafgarian is weak against. Or rather, the, yeah, compatible, whatever. Fully broken Gafgarian deals 9 damage, which is nothing. The enemy time mages have a 2% chance to land their debuffs. That's why we get low faith. Alright, so this is what it looks like. You just go to steal weapon, and I would prefer to be behind him, but there's a corpse there right now. And he's speed broken, so he gets a turn a little later, but we're just gonna surround him with thieves and then steal weapon. And while these corpses around us decompose, we're gonna grab crystals and get some free abilities. But the characters that don't have steal, we're just gonna have them wait around. And, yeah, let's get this character to the side, and steal weapon, and there we go. Obtained a blood sword. Ta-da! Now we can just kill Gafgarian. Or you can wait for all the corpses to rot away and get some skills. And one thing I forgot to mention is don't wound Gafgarian while you're doing your stealing, because he will retreat when he's low HP. So keep him high health, and then yoink the sword, and then beat him up. So I want to mention that in the original game, you could actually put your cursor past Lionel Castle, and then you can go explore the map and do whatever you need to do, right? But in this version of the game, if you click past Lionel Castle, it will not allow you to progress. And, yeah, so technically, the only place you can grind is Balias Swale, and you have a town, so you're not entirely screwed if you don't have a backup save. But this is a sequential battle. And, I mean, if you're following my guide, you can smoke everything with your ninja monks. But if you're not following that build, this area can be kind of tough. So just get as prepared as you can for it. So this battle can be kind of tough if you didn't update Ramses' gear, which I recommend you do before the fight with those Brigandines. But if you do, and you get Power Break on Gafgarian, because he's going to hit you, he's going to turn one, hit you for like over half your HP. Then you're going to jump down, double Power Break him. His second attack should not kill you if you land your power breaks. If you land just one power break, he should still not be able to kill you. If you land none, just restart. But after that, you open the gate, and you run your item character in to revive Ramza whenever Gafgarian eventually downs him. And you just position Ramza near the switch, and that's all you need to do. And if you're having more trouble, you can always give Ramza auto potion, sell all your regular potions so that you auto potion with high potion. That'll counter most of his damage. You know, it could have been a really cool gamer moment if when you kill Gafgarian you could get his abilities, but nope, you just get aim +1. Uh-oh. What a waste. I just want to point out in War of the Lions, there is a fight you get to play as Delita, but it is not in this version. So up to this point, the entire story has just been a medieval fantasy setting. You know, you've got your knights and your kingdoms and kings and queens and nobles and counts and dukes. And yeah, there's some monsters, you know, little goblins and stuff. There's magic, the usual. But this is a huge turning point in the game's story.
Stone's power. The power of God's true.
So this is the part where demons are introduced into the game. That's right. It's no longer just a medieval fantasy. It's, I mean, it's still medieval fantasy, but, yeah. This is where things take a darker turn. This is when the story starts, like, doubling down, getting serious, and it's like, oh, there's higher stakes at play here than just 2 warring kingdoms. There's demons afoot. Sometimes people ask, Swole Benji, what do you look like in real life? And I just show them this picture. So a lot of guides will tell you wear anti-doom equipment, especially on Tactician, because he has a 100% chance to doom your entire party. But Ramza can just solo him, but because he punches so damn hard before any of your characters decompose, so you don't have to worry about it really. Alright, so at the start of Chapter 3, you have access to poachers' dens in cities around the world map. I mean, the game explains it literally right there in your face. But what this means is that now we can travel between, well, I mean, since we can skip every, random encounter, you can just run all over the map until you have a bunch of high-level monsters, not like this one. And once you have those higher-level monsters, you can then use the ability. Where is it? Where is that ability? It's poach. Yeah, you just do friendly fire and you bring the animal into battle with you. Have the character that's equipped with poach kill the animal with a physical regular attack, and then you go to the town and you go to the poacher's den and you can buy the item drops. So that's how that works. So also the outfitters have, and I'm in Dorter Trade City, Merchant City of Dorter. I always call it Dorter Trade City, that was the old name. The outfitters have new headgear, that's right, headband. What's up with headband? It's +2 physical attack power. That's gonna make us even stronger, so make sure it's 5,000, but hey, we got money. We're big ballin' right now with the money, so make sure that you, get those ninja monks geared up. Yes, that's right. Awesome. Now, I want to talk a little bit more about monster breeding. So I have these 2 tier 2 birds, and you don't need 2 of them. You can a single one will lay an egg. It's fine. But the more you have, the higher chance that you get the egg drop or whatever. So this is a tier 3 bird, and you may be thinking, why not just delete all of your tier 2 birds and have tier 3 birds to make more tier 3 birds? And that is mathematically a bad idea, because tier 2 animals have a higher % chance to make a tier 3 animal overall than tier 3 animals. So keep that in mind when having monsters. So what you want to do, depending on the item drops, you want your tier 1 monsters to make some tier 2 monsters, then get rid of your tier 1 monsters, and then have them consistently produce tier 3 monsters. So the UI doesn't tell you this, but holding the right bumper button, I don't know what button that is on keyboard or whatever, but you can actually speed up the animation, so you can actually just kind of run between 2 zones very, very quickly, and then breed a bunch of animals. So I got another regular dragon there, another tier 2, another tier 1 bird, don't need that. And yeah, so this is how you can breed your animals, and again, there is no penalty for passing time or anything. There's no deadline or anything. The game, you can literally spend years walking between 2 towns and then nothing ever resolves in the story. So again, this is how you can get animals, and I'm waiting to get these damn tier 2 pigs, because that's the big prize. Now, for getting tier 2 mobs, which is the swine, we want to keep tier 1s, because if you just have a bunch of tier 2s, they have a higher % chance when split between tier 1 and tier 3, so you would get less tier 2s with tier 2 mobs, and it may not seem like that, but so again, for swine, keep some tier 1s around, but again, these turn into feather cloaks, these turn into chantage, and I don't have any tier 3 chocobos yet, and I don't have any tier 3 dragons either. So basically, just run around the map until you have 5 of these swines. Alright, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. With that, we can begin poaching and getting a chantage for each of our characters. Now, they're going to lose 1 movement spot, but they can never die ever again, and it's great. Now, my favorite place to slay monsters is right here at the Fovoham Windflats. Now, instead of just bringing 1 into a battle, 1 at a time, you could just get Ramza and equip 2 ninja blades. So I'm going to buy 2 ninja blades. 6,000, not a bad deal. And you could do this with more than 1 character, too. I'm going to run back up here to the fortress and skip all these random battles. There we go. Such a nice feature. And yeah, so what we can do with Ramza is we can have him go to Thief, and then we can learn the Poach ability for 200 JP. And then we would have to equip that on his Brawler slot. There we go, just like that. And then we would have to equip him with ninja blades. That way he can chop up the carcasses. Yes, it's very lore specific. So now we're going to go to Fovoham Windflats, and the reason we do this is because there is the least amount of enemies that spawn here. There's also airmen sometimes, and you can farm them as well. Let me see what those airmen drop again. I forget. No, I'm not gonna bother. It's nothing we use really. But let's see the enemy comp. It's yeah, it's 1 bird, 2 airmen, and then a satid rose. So you can also just use your monsters to do the fight for you. But we're gonna go. Let's see. We will have a healer. We have Ramza. And again, like, these are all physical mobs. They're not gonna get past our blade grasp. We don't have to worry really. Let's see. One more. We can do 2 at a time, and then once we have the items, we can do more than that. So now we want to get our poachable pigs, or swine rather, these guys. There we go, that's 5, and Ramza will dispatch them, and you don't want to save after the fight until you go to a poacher's den and make sure you got the right item, because when you poach a monster, you have a regular item and a rare item, which is, I believe, only a 5% chance to get. But for these swine, they are the regular drop is what we're looking for. So that's why we're doing them first. You can see here, like, Ramza just one-shots these things. He's dealing 105 damage. So when you poach it, this is what it looks like. It says poaching successful on the top. The game will pop up and tell you how that works. Yada, 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 right? And there we go. So that's our first poach. Alright, and then what we'll do is we'll kill the second one, and then we'll just march up and kill the mobs. Also with Ramza, since you're killing mobs, you're also poaching them if you get the killing blow. So these guys they don't drop anything good though. So now let's see and make sure we didn't get the rare drop. So we go across this carcass, swine carcass, and we killed 2. We got 2 chantages. Now, again, these things are expensive. Yeah, they're pretty pricey, but hey, we got gear to sell, by the way. We haven't sold any gear for the rest of the game, right? But yeah, so these things are these are in-game items. These things, again, you're probably never gonna replace them. Also, like this thing, we just killed a regular mob. He drops a battle axe. The fee is 750, and I believe we can just sell that for more. I just want to make sure real quick and go sell. Let's see. Go to the axe, battle axe. Okay, it's we just get our money back. That's all it is. So yeah, but we have plenty of stuff that we can sell through. Like, we're not gonna need. I think I stole a coral sword in a fight. So yeah, money is easy to get. You know, you as you run around. By the way, as you run around and breed monsters, you can also remember you can do the errands. You can do these things and get free money, right? So again, now with Ramza equipped with a chantage or chantage, check this out. Regin and re-raise. It is absolutely broken as hell. And in the original, remember, in the original, men could not wear this. This is a women's only item in the original, because it's a bottle of perfume. Why would a guy wear that, right? But yeah, you know, you get these bad boys on, and your characters are unstoppable. Now, you don't have to do all 5 chantages right away. I have 2. You know, I like to actually not put one on this character. I'm gonna go ahead and take that off and with battle boots. I like my ninjas with battle boots. I want the character that has items, you know, because they're always dying. They're actually the most vulnerable because they just have auto potion saving them, right? So chantage or chantage, whatever, is really way more valuable on them. So them and the main character. That way, oops, the main character can't decompose and it's game over. And then, you know, these 3 characters, they rarely go down. And if they do, then the item find character can pick them back up with the Phoenix down, or Ramza can just go punch everything and it's game over. Speaking of, when you're done poaching, you don't have to unequip the ninja blades if you don't want to. You could literally use any other little passive here you want, but I'm going to tell you right now, Brawler scales, it just scales your damage more. It's not as cool, you know, because you're punching instead of chopping people, but it scales, and it scales your knight skills, it scales your thief skills. That's why we're unarmed still. It does more damage, and it's more beneficial for our secondary abilities. We only equip the swords because we had to equip Poach. That's it. Alright, so Chapter 3, Zaland is the next zone. It's right here, and if you have not been fully following the guide up to this point, the game does get significantly harder. And but if you are following the guide, you should be absolutely fine. But the upcoming fights are a little tough. But hey, we got Zeklaus Desert. You know how to grind that. You know how to level down. You know how to get your jobs, your ninjas, your samurai. And now is the time to do it if you haven't. Now is the time to get your brave up and your faith down if you haven't. But also, one thing is you want your thief characters to learn steel accessory. So, there's some good accessories coming up in some fights. Not super rare ones, but it'll save you money in the shops, and it's stuff that your characters can use. So, go to all your characters that have steel. And it's a little expensive, but steel accessory for 500, you should have enough. And the reason we've kept our item find character a thief is so that they get this spillover JP on the other characters. And of course, your item finder should have enough JP for everything, but they just need steel accessory and steel weapon. We got steel weapon earlier in the guide. Once you have that, do a safety save and you can proceed. Now, if you don't want to go yet, you can go to all the towns and you can do the errands and make a bunch of money and upgrade all of the gear. But I do recommend that before doing any other fights, that your characters have brigandines and headbands. Headbands being a huge DPS increase. And later in the game, we're gonna get power Gs or power Gs. I don't know how to say it. And that's another +2 physical attack power on the chest piece. All right, so a few things about this fight is that these chemists have mithril guns, which you cannot buy yet. You can later, but if you have any gun characters that you like playing, then it's a good steal. Another thing too is that this character here, he has the Germias boots, and this is a move +1 and jump +1. These would go really good for certain missions where you need a high jump to do item finding rares. But you can buy this stuff later. They also have an armor called the Jutsu Gi, and it's a physical attack power +1, but we get, in like 2 more fights, we can get an upgrade to this, so it's not really worth stealing in my opinion. But those are just some of the options. For the sake of the guide, I'm not stealing any of this stuff. I just want to let you be aware of it. It's not stuff I'm immediately going to be using or need. Now, there is one thing to watch out for. This chemist has steel, and they can steel heart your female ninjas, who will then proceed to one-shot Orin, failing the mission. So, you want to make sure you take out the chemist thieves ASAP. So, the Ivalice Castle post-turn battle is pretty simple. Just go punch Zalmorm. That's all you got to do. Yeah, the monks can hit you through Blade Grasp, or whatever, Shira Tatori, whatever it's called. What is it called? Shira Hadori. I don't get these new names, but anyway, it's a real simple fight. You shouldn't lose this one. Immediately after the fight, when Alma joins, yoink her stuff, especially the Barret and the red shoes. These are things you can't quite get yet. Also, go to the merchant city of Dorter before going to the Orbone Monastery, and you're going to get those Jujitsu G things that I was talking about earlier. Even though this is just a minor upgrade right now, and there is a better one coming soon, it's still useful for the upcoming battles. So, get that on all of your ninja monks, because it is a +1 attack power boost, which can be the difference between an enemy unit being alive and dead. And they're fairly cheap. They're only 4,000 each. And we can sell the Brigandines if we're really short on cash and get some of your money back. But yeah, there we go. All of our characters. It's also +10 HP. It's just really nice to have for the next fights. So at this point in the game, your characters are going to be slightly under-leveled. Well, not really slightly. It's almost like a whole 10-level gap between who you're fighting and what level your characters are. However, despite the level difference, our team comp completely counters most of these fights, and a lot of the battles, you just have to beat up one person. So you just rush the boss and pound him down, and then the fight's over before anything crazy can happen. Like, for instance, this fight, the Time Mages can't touch us, neither can the Dragoons. So this is another easy fight where you can let the corpses decompose and get some skills or whatever, but it's not super necessary. So during the 3rd level fight, our ninjas can just jump over the bookshelves. So we're gonna put Ramsey here so we can just rush. Islador is, well, that's not the name. That's a whole different franchise. But what is that? Lord of the Rings? Yeah, it's Lord of the Rings, huh? But yeah, we want a position like this because our ninjas can just hop the wall and immediately rush down the boss. You don't have to go through the maze and fight everybody. It's a real simple fight. So for the first level, you want to make sure that your characters are properly spaced out, something like this. And because what'll happen is Weegraf is going to charge up and then AoE a bunch of people, and he might crit or instantly kill your ninjas. But as soon as he walks right up, our ninjas are just going to surround and pound him, and the fight's literally over. So by putting these characters in the back row, they'll still be able to reach Weegraf, and as long as he doesn't one-shot Ramza, you can basically 1 or 2 turn kill him easy. All right, so let's see how this plays out. He's gonna walk up. He's gonna AOE. Yeah, he's gonna go for the. Oh, that's a. He's trying to kill the thief because it's the weakest character that I have. But oh yeah, and the thief got shot by the archer because she doesn't have blade grasp. So there we go. Now they're gonna yap their lips, and then you just walk up behind him and punch him in the back of the head. And then that's, well, okay, he got cloak evasion there. And he does counter pretty hard, but hey, he's got chantage, so he'll come back up. And our ninjas will just, yeah, he's one-shotting everybody with counters, but that's fine. Just punch him to death. Okay, so he's wounded. We just need a little bit more damage, and then the fight's literally over. But I'm getting really bad luck here with the evasion. And our thief got brought back to life from chantage, so we can just... we can get Rams up early, and then he can just punch him in the back of the head again. It's, again, a real easy fight to win. And there we go. The fight's over in, like, a minute. It's a real simple fight. Even though everyone's laying on the ground dead, it's a real simple fight, I promise you. So you get pressed by this guy who asks if you've read the scriptures yet. It does not matter what you choose. Nothing, again, this does not change anything at all. So after that, like I said, the power garb is coming. You go to the outfitter, you go to fitting, and there's some new stuff here. The black cowl, though, it's just HP. It does not give attack power. And yeah, it gives, like, not quite exactly 20 more, but it's a good amount, right? However, you want the headband for the physical attack power +2. Now, the Jujutsu Gi is going to be replaced by the Power Garb. I know we just bought these. They're still brand new. You don't even need to do the laundry yet. But these are physical attack power +2. And also, they are 10 HP. So we're going to go ahead and, you know, buy these on everybody. And then we're going to sell the gear that we don't need. So in the War of the Lions version, when you go to Zeklaus Desert, you meet Luso. And there's a behemoth fight if you wanted to tame and breed and poach behemoths for the stone shooter gun. It's not really all that great. It's actually really annoying because you start the battle petrified, so you have to wear anti-petrification gear. It's a whole thing, but it looks like in this version there is no Luso. Sorry guys. There's not much to say about the Grog Heights fight. These guys are pretty much pushovers and your build counters them, so go punch away. So the Battle of Yardro is actually a content block, and let me show you why. Because if you are severely underleveled, that means you have not enough speed to match their enemy ninjas, and they will simply just run up and kill Rafa, like, immediately, and then it's game over. So you have to change your gear a bit and grind a bit to get more speed so that this doesn't happen. Now, it won't take too much. You simply just need a speed of 10. Now, this is on Tactician mode, alright? So all you gotta do is have a speed of 10. As you can see, our ninjas are quite underleveled. Their ninjas are level 25. Let's see. Yeah, damn it, I can't see. Yeah, 25 and 24. So our ninjas, however, are level 17 and 15. So our level 15 ninja has 8 speed, right? There are boots you can get that'll give you +1 speed, and there is a helmet that gives you +1 speed. So if you really don't want to level, you can go to the vendor and buy those and use them specifically for this fight. But if you just level up your ninjas, because we are leveling as ninjas, our speed increases as well. So you can just out-level their speed without having to swap gear for this specific fight. You can also just change the difficulty lower. So if you have it on Squire mode, these ninjas deal significantly less damage. So here you can see that their throw weapon, they don't prioritize Rafa at all, and they barely hit hard enough to down her. Even if they all get a turn and they all land their hits, it won't down her. So if you don't feel like grinding and you don't feel like changing your gear, just switch to Squire mode for this fight. I'm a purist. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go grind. Alright, so if you are stuck on Tactician mode, then you need to do some Yardro prep, and that means enough speed to be able to beat their ninjas from insta-killing Raph at the start of the match. Yes. So currently, Ramza is our highest level ninja at 18, who has 8 speed. We want preferably 10 to 11. We can get one from a helmet, And we didn't steal the boots from one of the battles, which you can buy later, but we can't get speed +1 from boots right now, and there's no poaching option for that. So, how do you build speed? Well, remember when I had everyone level as ninjas from level 6? On average, 11 levels, you will get a permanent buff to your speed. So, this means that with the helmet, which I don't have any bought, but it's the, they're in every shop. It's, not the thief gown, it's the green beret. Green beret is a +1 speed, so that would put our Ramza at 9 speed, and then just leveling 11 more times would put him at 10 speed, and then 11 more times after that would be, you know, etc. So what I recommend that you do is level up to 28 to 30, and I'm going to show you a more, not the fastest way. The fastest way is to just have everyone punch each other over and over and over in a cycle, but that's not very good for our army building. What we're going to be doing is we're going to be heavily focusing on poaching all of these poachable animals and hunting animals for money as well. So I'm going to show you how to prepare for that. Step number 1 is we need to set up all of our characters to be poachers, and to do that we need to go to the merchant city of Dorter, and we are going to go down in the weapon slot to Kodachi, and we're going to buy 8 of these. Yes, it's expensive. It's about 56,000 gil. We're going to easily make all this back during our grind, so don't worry about it. And this is the strongest ninja blade that we can buy from a vendor. So what you're going to do now is, like before, when we have Ramza set up for poach, we're going to, again, equip the Kodachis in both hands. And we're going to do that for all of our ninjas. So you need to go to every single ninja that you have, go to the thief class, which they should have the JP for this, learn poach, equip poach, and then equip the swords. Alright, step 2 is to approach Lenalian Plateau from the south. This puts your units at the bottom of the mountain, and by getting an encounter here, this is the best place to just poach random monsters, but also, it's not the best place to poach your own, but we're so strong we're going to bring 4 ninjas and then 1 poachable beast from our bestiary. And we're going to kill all the monsters here and poach them as we do, and it's going to just pile up like crazy. So this is the kind of formation that I will have for these battles. I'm going to have the poachable monsters surrounded by ninjas to just instantly kill. So Ramza usually goes first. He'll just slice it up and kill it. And then the other ninjas will just kill. As they kill, they will be poaching all of these random monsters, and the corpses and the, you know, the hides and the items are going to pile up. Not hides, this isn't an MMO, it's carcasses, that's the word I was looking for. Now, as you level up, the amount of gil you're going to get after each fight will increase. And the thing is, right now, our Ramza is much higher. Let me hide the text so I can show you. Our Ramza is higher level than everyone else, and this works to our advantage, because this means the monsters on the map will be level 19. And when our lower leveled characters attack a higher level character, they get a bonus XP. Now, I know there's a lot of methods online where you set up some AFK method where you're punching each other as frogs for doing 1 damage, and then you just let it run. And yeah, you can do that, but because we can fast forward the animations, and because you get bonus XP when you kill things, this is a superior method, and it doesn't take long at all. Like, the last battle I did, it literally took 1 minute. It took 1 minute to clear out all the monsters with our poaching ninjas. Now, as we level, the monsters will get harder, so we won't be one-shotting them after every turn. And when that happens, we can simply, well, you won't be able to poach, but you're going to have 1 or 2 characters act as your poachers, and the other ones will be the punchers to weaken the mobs. But by the time we hit level 28 or even 30, it really depends on how many levels we need to hit our speed cap. It's not a cap. It's like how much speed we need to beat the next story mission. You know, they're not going to scale that quickly. We're going to hit very hard. But let me show you now what it looks like whenever we have poached these things. And I'm going to skip this battle. You don't have to skip battles if you don't want to. But you'll see here we can sell carcasses. Now, we don't want to sell the swine carcass, obviously, because, you know, it's way better as a chantage, or chantage, right? In this case, yeah. We can make it into a chantage, and that's 30k, right? Which we're going to do, because we want everyone to have a chantage. Now, in this case, right, some of these things you might just want in general. Like, we killed 3 black goblins. That's going to give us, you know, high potions, which we could use. And it's better to turn them into potions than to sell them here. But when you get dragon carcasses, they sell for a lot more. And sometimes the rare drops, if you process them, because you can see if they got a rare drop. When you process the rare drops, those items sell for way more than they cost to process. While you're doing your poaching, don't forget to send people on errands as well. Now, if you just want to poach for money, then wild boars are the best ones, especially if you manage to get the rare poach of Falling Star Bag. That's the big money. Dragons are 2,500. I mean, they have Jade Armlet, which we don't need, but their corpses are worth 2,500. The cockatrices that we've been breeding is also worth 5,000. But, I mean, we get 9,000 a battle. It's very easy to afford everything in the game. I wouldn't really sell these. Now, I also want to talk about your item find character because you're not currently leveling them up. It will be easier to level them up when other characters are leveled up, because when a low level hits a high level, they get that much XP plus 10 or 20, depending on if they get the killing blow. So, if you're level 1 and you attack a level 99 enemy or ally, you'll get 99 XP every time. And you basically level up once per turn all the way to level 79, 78, I believe, maybe 80. I forget, it's been a long time. But one thing that you can do with your item find character is, well, we definitely need some chemist JP because, again, this is our chemist. So we're gonna actually make them a chemist, and we're gonna level up their JP without leveling up their character. And we're gonna do that with the, you guessed it, the tavern and the errands. So just make sure you're sending your item find character on expeditions. There we go. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Now, when you get bored of poaching in the Lenalian Plateau, you can just run all over the world, which is what I like to do sometimes. You can just run all over the place, and that way you can get all the tasks done. And once you've done all the errands from all the cities, like, your item find character will be pretty juiced up on JP. So, on your item find character, after doing a bunch of those expeditions, go ahead and learn X Potion, and we can swap them off of Chemist now. We don't need to keep them on a Chemist. So, what I'm going to do now for our item find character is change their job to a Knight, and they're going to go through the same path, but using the expedition. So, from Knight, we need Knight level 3, because, again, that's what we need for Monk, and then Monk needs to be level 4 for Geomancer, and then Geomancer level 2 unlocks Ninja. So that's what we're going to use our item find character for. Now, another thing too is that you can actually earn JP on your ninjas if you don't want to. Like, you really should not level them as other classes, but there is still other useful things from other classes to get, especially progressing through the mage categories. So you can get teleport, which is really, really nice. And that's also something that I recommend that you do. So in this instance, I'm going to make Windmaxer here, one of the ninjas, a black mage, just going to change their job. And then another one, Mogcel, we're going to make them also a black mage. There we go. So now we're going to have Windmaxer, Mogcel, and Item Finder. You know, they're going to be doing some expeditions here, or some errands, whatever. And there we go, just allocate them. And even if they fail, it's still worth doing, alright? Even if it's like a mission that you don't want to send mages on, that'll clearly fail, it's still worth doing. And then we just skip every random encounter. You get the idea. Just run back and forth until they're all done. And we're going to clean out every single town's expeditions this way to further increase our character's ability to move around the map. Now, unfortunately, teleport is 3,000 in this version, which is insane. That's a very high cost. But it really does help in, like, a few missions. And there's a few where teleport, you just go to the rooftop and push a dude off, and that's the battle. And so, yes, this is something you can grind for using the errands. But we're not deep enough into the story to just flat out learn this. But it's good to just get the wheels turning. Here we go, we've now unlocked Ninja for our item finder, but we still want to unlock Samurai to get that Blade Grasp counter ability. So, again, I gotta go back to Knight now, and I think you know the game good enough, I don't have to explain it. You essentially want your item finder to eventually be matched with power with your current ninjas. While you do this, don't forget to purge monsters that are flooding your bestiary, right? And for those that don't know, you can go to Options and go to Settings, and you can do quick removal of creatures and eggs and turn that on. So instead of having to hold the button, you can just push the select button, and then, well, you select them, and then you can immediately release them. Now, I gotta warn you, there's no confirmation. So as soon as I push select, it's boom, released. So, me personally, I don't collection. I don't like this setting because if I were to actually fat finger my select button, I have to load game on an important party member, which you never want to do. I can't believe they didn't add a confirmation window. Also, I just want to point out that these artifacts and zones that you discover in these expeditions mean nothing for the game. You don't get anything for them. It is purely flavor text, and there is no use whatsoever. You know, if you're some sort of min-maxing person, I suppose, but it's really not something you have to pay attention to. And again, it's not going to unlock any secret builds, classes, or items. It's totally skippable. Now, even though I have unlocked Samurai for our item finder, you have to realize that with 16 Bravery, that's only 16% dodge chance with Blade Grasp, or, I forget the damn name, Shira Hadori, okay? So instead, I want to pursue the Dancer class, which is this shadowy figure right here. We need Geomancer 5 and Dragoon 5, and, well, Geomancer's pretty easy to level. Dragoon, I think, is more of a pain in the ass. So I'm going to make her a Dragoon. The reason we want her to be a Dancer is Dancer has jump +3, and in this specific version of Final Fantasy Tactics, the remake, the remaster, when you are a chemist, you have item find. There is one map in the game that requires that you have a very high level jump with jump boots to get the items, and it's time specific. So this means that not only do you need to level your item finder as a ninja to get that speed, you also need a high jump value to be able to get the items before the timer expires and the mission is failed. And it's a one-time only map. You can only do it one time, and there's no you know, coming back to it later to farm it or anything. So that is item finder's job, is to unlock Dancer, so that because as a female she can be a dancer, and dancers get jump +3. Men do not get jump +3 in this game. Men can be bards, which get move +3, which is something we would eventually want to do for Ramza, but Ramza can't do the little expeditions. So that's what I'm going to be working on. So after doing every errand available so far, and a lot more open up later in Chapter 4, don't worry about it. We have 2,300 JP on our time mages, getting us pretty close to teleport. And then our item find character is level 4 Dragoon, still needs level 5 Dragoon and level 5 Geomancer to unlock Dancer, but she's got everything she needs from Chemist, and so we can now make her a ninja and start leveling her up. Though for the next fight, we don't really have to. I would only start leveling her up once you have poached all of your monsters, and I keep having to kick out these low tier ones. But once you have plenty of poaches, we can also, you can technically get rid of the monsters if you want, but like these pigs are super rare, and in the one of the iOS versions of the game, these pigs could sacrifice themselves to level up a character, which was the only way to level up an Onion Knight, which was a way to stat max, but that's not something we can worry about or have to worry about in this version of the game. Now, just a tip, once all of your characters have the Chantage or Chantage, there is 0 threats of party wipes and game overs, so you can just start using auto battle and go to attack enemy and just pick an enemy, and do that for all of your characters every fight, and it makes things super duper quick. Now, of course, we need to poach the one monster that we brought with us, but once you've poached through all your monsters, you know, and you're waiting for more to appear, then that's where the auto battle comes in again. You just select a monster and then hold the fast forward button, and the game will play itself. You don't have to worry. And also, the AI will do everything to min-max XP gain, so they'll throw shurikens. They'll charm the enemy if they're the thief class. They'll do everything they can. Now, there's a reason why we haven't taught our ninjas to throw any other weapons, because if you do, then the AI will throw your very valuable rare swords, and that's why we're not learning them. So every once in a while using auto battle, just restock on your throwing ninja stars, I'll call them that, and yeah, just let auto battle do its thing, and there you go. Now, if this isn't fast enough for you, there's one other thing you can do, and that is to use a PC Pro. If you're on console, you can't do this, I'm sorry, but if you're on PC, then you can use something called Cheat Engine, alright? And the way it works is you're just going to hook into the game, so we'll just hook into the game there, and then you can just enable Speed Hack, and you can crank the speed up by like 5 times normal pace. There we go, and doesn't seem to be working. That's odd. Oh, you'll have to use some other program to speed up your game. I don't know why it's not working. I'm not much of a hack guy, so you'll have to ask someone that's computer smart. But that usually works for most games, and I swear it used to work on, I don't know, maybe they have some sort of weird anti-cheat. I mean, it's a single-player game. Why would they have anti-cheat? Alright, so let me show you a full loop of the grind here. So what I'm going to do is I'm holding the right trigger, and on PC it's the control button, and I'm just running around. I don't have any more of the little errands to do. I'm just breeding monsters right now. So every couple passes, I'm going to check and see if I have anything worth murdering, and here's how I have it set up. Here's my breed monsters. I've got 2 of each one. So 2 of the yellow steelhawks, 2 black chocobos, 2 blue dragons, and 2 swines. And then I have Mustadio and Agrias as kind of a benchmark or a marker for all the animals I'll be slaughtering. Now, this is just a green dragon, which is completely useless, which I didn't mean to hit cancel there, but there we go. And we're going to get rid of, everything we're not going to poach. And we're going to run around until we have something worth poaching, which only takes a few minutes. It's really not a big deal. So I'm just running in between the cities here. There we go, skip the random battles, and then run back. And usually that's enough to lay an egg. Usually. There we go. We actually, that's 1.5 animals, basically, right? So get rid of this guy, don't need him. And again, we need something worth poaching. I want to show you the full loop so that you know exactly how this works and why we're doing it and the optimal way to do it. Alright, there we go. So that should be 2 more animals. And there we go. We got another black chocobo. We don't want that. And so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to repeat this process until there's something worth murdering, or poaching rather. And I'll be right back. Alright, so RNG is really weird, but I got a bunch of red chocobos and a cockatrice? Whatever. So these are decent to poach. These drop Barretts and, what are red chocobos? Yeah, the Remedies and Barretts. Barrett being the rare one. Now, Barrett is not as good as Ribbon, but it still sells well. So now, we go back to Lenalian Plateau, and then we enter a fight, and again, this is the entire way that I do this, right? And it's the laziest way to do it, it's the easiest way to do it, and you're going to level up, you're going to get a lot of carcasses, it's great. Alright, so place 5 units. Simple enough, we place Rams right here, we then place the animal we want to kill right there, place a Ninja Monk there, and Ninja Monk here. So that's basically the 3 Ninja Monks. We're not using the item find character, we'll level that one later. And, yeah, so we're going to speed this up now, holding the right trigger. Now, for Ramza, his turn is going to be killing the animal we brought along. There we go, poach successful. It's always successful. And then we auto-battle attack just whatever enemy is nearby, and then let the AI do it while I hold down the right trigger to speed up the game. There we go, and then I just turn on auto-battle, the ninjas. I might be out of throwing stars. Yeah, because normally they would... Oh, wait, no. I guess we're not out. The other AI just decided it didn't want to do nothing. Anyway, so I'm just setting auto battle, and there's barely any enemies on this map. But now I'm just holding right trigger, and I'm going to mash the B button to skip dialogue. And anytime there's a poach, it'll stop your auto battle until you clear the screen, right? Also, there's a level 24 time mage over there in the corner. That's the rare spawn, by the way. You rarely see that one. I think I've seen that person twice. Anyway, so yeah, I'm mashing the B button or circle, and that's what I have it bound to, as the cancel button. Alright, and I'm holding the right trigger, and there we go. They're going to poach and kill everything. And I'm not having to do anything. Auto battle's doing it all. And also they throw ninja stars to get XP, so things go pretty quick. Now you can't push humans, but that'd be funny. And that's the battle, right? And you just rinse and repeat that over and over and over and over until you're level 28 to level 30. Until you have 10 to 11 speed, really. And then while this goes on, I am just watching a YouTube video or a stream on my other monitor. I'm not paying attention to the game. I'm just holding a button down and tapping the other one with one finger. And I can watch streams, watch YouTube, I can listen to podcasts, whatever you like to do if you have 2 monitors. If not, you probably have a phone, you can watch something on, I don't know. Figure it out. I just saw the weirdest AI thing. The Time Mage, not charmed, casted Bolt on itself, ran away, and let the Bolt kill him. What the hell? I have no explanation. Now, once you have some Barretts, just note that the ribbons that the wild boars give are way better than the Barrett. I just got the Barrett for completion's sake, so I eliminated all of my breeding chocobos. I consider Bako a storyline character, so I'm keeping him, but you can get rid of all your chocobos at this point and just have dragons and swine. And even though we get a Barret, I think, from Alma, I forget which character gives us the Barret, you know, you still get remedies from the red chocobos, but it's whatever. I just wanted to make sure I got at least one Barret, just to have it. And then, you know, all these goblins you're killing give high potions on the cheap. So, I mean, we can already buy X potions anyway and use that, but it's just fun to have 99 of everything, you know? It's just like a thing that I enjoy. Also, the cockatrices. If you want to know if something is a rare poach, here's how you can tell. Look at the left side of your screen and look at the monster's avatar. The monster, like this is a skeleton, this is a cockatrice. Now, you'll notice the portrait on this cockatrice has a golden border. That also has stars next to the name. That means that is the rare poach. So you can see Red Panther, regular poach is an antidote. The rare poach is a battle boots. You can see the rare poach on these goblins is an antidote. Just stupid, but whatever. It's funny how some of them have better ones. But you can see here the wild boar carcass. Alright, the rare poach for it is the falling star bag, okay? And the regular poach is the ribbon, alright? And at some point, not now, but late game, you're probably going to need 5 of these so you can be status immune. But it really depends on your stats and min-maxing. Now, another thing, too, is the red dragons. If you can get 2, or more than 2, rather, if you can get at least 2 dragon whiskers, which I have here, these are extremely powerful weapons that you won't be able to replace for quite a while. As a ninja, you can dual wield them, and you can double stab from 2 tiles away, so, or an extra tile away, rather. But, yeah, as you poach, you should have 5 chantages or chantages, so that your main party never dies. Alright, so I am thinking of a wrong Final Fantasy version, because you can't dual wield spears in this one like you can in the other one. I don't know where I'm getting this idea. I don't know. I'll say a Mandela effect. So, while grinding, I think, I forget which mob it is. It could have been the story battle with the Orator, but someone lowered my Ramses Brave down by 1, so he's at 96 Brave. We need to fix that, so I just put on Speechcraft for 1 fight, and then he can prep talk himself back up to 97. Alright, so my Ramza is 30, and then my lowest ninja is 28. Well, out of the actual ninjas, this is an item find character. That doesn't count. But all of their speed is 9, which is still not enough. So what we do is we are here. Let me show you where I'm at. I'm at Dorter, alright? So you go to Dorter, you go to the Outfitter, and what we're going to do is we are going to equip Green Berets, and because that gives you speed plus 1, so we're going to lose a bit of max HP and attack power, which sucks, but speed is going to be boosted to 10. If you don't want to wear a Green Beret because it lowers your stats temporarily, then grind 11 more levels. That's the only other option for us right now. Or lower, again, you could just lower the difficulty. I forgot to buy it. My guy tried it on and was like, nah, I'm good. So yeah, buy that for your ninjas. You can also buy it for your item find character. It's fine. The next thing, too, is you want to have Germanius boots instead of your chantages, because this gives you an extra level of jump, which you're going to need for some of the few fights coming up ahead. So just go ahead and give everyone the Germanius boots. And again, your characters are over-leveled, so they're not going to die. You have your item find character. Everything should be just fine. The item find character, they don't need to jump walls, so they can keep chantage up. They're kind of your fail-safe, I suppose. But, and again, you don't have to have every ninja have the boots. It makes things easier. Now, this next purchase might not be necessary, but it's more of a safety precaution. Buy a chameleon robe. Just buy it. No one can equip it right now, but this is just in case. The fight that we would use it on is supposedly nerfed, and I'll find out here in a little bit if we even need it, but it's a good buy. Next up, buy some X potions. I'm gonna buy 15. Yes, that's 10,000 bucks, whatever. And at this point, you could sell all your regular potions so that your auto potion does not use them. That's what I highly recommend. And again, you don't need the money or anything. It's just so that you auto potion using the high potions, which if you've been poaching, you should have plenty of high potions by now. If not, go ahead and buy some. Make sure that you buy Phoenix Downs. I don't buy the tier 2 throwing stars, because we're going to get tier 3 soon enough, and the damage is negligible between the two. It's not too much more. Really not worth it. So now we're playing Yardro once again, but this time we've leveled up, right? And Rafa, she's about the same. She still dies in like 2 to 3 hits. However, the ninjas have not changed on the enemy team. They still have that speed of 9, and we have the speed of 10. And with the boots equipped, we can now leap over this wall and get right in their face. However, what you want to do is you want to body block for Rafa. You want to stand in front of her so that the enemies can't attack her as easily. Because you still don't have the movement to be able to reach them. Well, you can technically reach this one. I also... I forgot to take off Poach, so that's my bad, and go back into Monk mode. But you could chop them up either way. It doesn't really matter. The fight's easy enough, but you need at least one character body blocking, or maybe even 2. It's really however you want to play it, but the fight should be winnable now rather than instantly losing. So yeah, in this alternate reality, Rafa never gets killed, and that's because our ninjas are highly skilled and trained. Oh, if you haven't figured it out already, ninjas with their second swing bypass your counter, your Blade Grasp. Oh yeah, if one of your ninjas gets charmed, yeah, it's game over. By the way, the most dangerous character on the map is Merrick, which I'm so used to the old name of Moloch, but whatever. He can hit like up to 9 times on a, if you get lucky, 9 times on a single tile for hundreds of damage that you cannot avoid with your defenses. It sucks. Just take them out immediately. Also, it seems to be the skill of the ninjas are randomized. We got Geomancy, Aim, and this one has Martial Arts. Whereas the previous fight, they had Steel, so they stole Heart, and that's why I lost. So, yeah, you just gotta keep re-rolling until you get a good roll of crappy skills on the ninjas. If you haven't been paying attention to the story, Rafa got Struggle Snuggled. I always like the fantasy trope where the bad guy uses a random animal to speak to the protagonist. I'm not alone when I say I want an anime adaptation of this damn game. In the original game, there was a bug with Rafa that if you gave her gear as a guest character, when she officially joins your party later permanently, you lose all of the gear that you give her, and I don't know if that exists in this version or not. Alright, so after the fight, you're gonna buy Hermes shoes. That's the speed shoes. So, they really should have made this available before that fight. But whatever, no one playtested the game, it's fine. Buy 5 Hermes shoes, oh yeah. And also, vampire cloaks are nice, but we have access to the feathered mantle through poaching, so this is irrelevant. And we don't use... physical attack power is also really nice. These things are 50,000 each. But that's more for farming and less for getting to critical mission objectives before a character dies. By the way, for now, you can take off your green beret and put back on the headband and your Jeremias boots and put back on chantages or chantages. You won't need it for, you won't need movement speed or speed at all for this fight. But there will come a time when we need speed once again. Now, I want to point out something about the Yugu wood, whatever, is that you cannot invite or entice these undead spellcasters. That would be the coolest thing ever, to have a bunch of undead humanoids, but no, the game does not allow it, so don't try it. By the way, the enemies on this map will scale to your level, and if you were to power level to 99, the humanoids have some interesting gear on them, but that's not really something you should do, because if you power level, it makes some battles insanely hard. Oh, and as far as the fight goes, I mean, it's all ghosts, and you can't be killed. You have chantage, whatever, and I just put on auto battle and just let everyone punch each other. We need to do a little bit of prep before we storm Ivalice Castle, and if you've been poaching dragons, which you should have if you're following the guide, you can process at least one of them into a Jade Armlet. Alright, you'll need this to force the AI to cast a spell on Ramza to learn Ultima. Now, it may be unclear if you can learn this yet. In some versions of the game does not allow you to learn it until Chapter 4, and that's fine. You'll still need it for then anyway. Right? But if you did not poach dragons, you can still buy these from the shops, they just cost more. The next thing that you want to make sure that you also have is the, we bought them earlier, and it depends if you sold them or not, but the Jujitsu G, and this prevents instant death attacks. Oh, sorry, quick correction, you need 5 Jade Armlets and 5 Jujitsu Gs. If you don't equip everyone with these, then these certain assassin characters will use their crowd control abilities on your party members. We're trying to force them to only cast spells and nothing else. Next up, as Ramza, you want to go to his Squire job class and learn Focus. This is, I believe, no, it's been there. It would be Steel is the new one for Chapter 3, and I think he gets another one in Chapter 4, I forget. But we don't need Steel because we've already raised Bravery all the way up, so this is useless to learn. But Focus is definitely important, especially if you did the, if you skip the grind and you're still low level. So the Ivalice Castle Gate fight, if, what's her name, Rafa goes down, it's not game over or anything. Our comp counters their comp. No one here can hurt us, except for Merrick, of course. Sorry, I keep calling him his old name. Now, in the old version of the game, if you were to attack Rafa and put her in critical health or down her, it takes Malik. Damn it, what is his name in the remake? No, it's not Malik, it's Merrick. It takes Merrick out of the fight. Alright, so let's see if that works in... Oh, damn, that's a lot of damage. Yeah, she's downed. Okay, so let's see if it takes him out of the fight. It did in the old version. And it looks like, yeah, they're gonna teleport away now. 1v1 me, bro. And then zoop. Why can't they all just teleport? Alright, so I'm glad that little technique still works, but, you know, I'm lazy. I'm gonna just put on auto battle and, go take a dump or something. So a mistake of auto battling is that the item find character keeps getting downed, and then when they wake up from Chantage, they're just healing themselves with X potions. Of course they are. Alright, so not that it matters in the remake, but when you hit the castle keep, again, it doesn't matter, but I'm going to say it anyway. Make a separate save slot. Because in the original, this is what killed runs. This is what killed gamers. Back in the day, you had a little rinky-dink memory card, and you only had enough room for one save file, and then you saved here, and then it turns out your Ramza wasn't strong enough for the upcoming battle, and you essentially you locked your progress forever. You had to start entirely over from the beginning. Not that this is the case in the remake, because you can just leave and come back when you're stronger. I was told this fight was nerfed, and is it gonna let me have two characters for the fight? That is so sacrilegious, bro. This better be a 1v1. I'm gonna be upset. Okay, good. It's still a 1v1. Oh no, he one-shot me. Oops. Oh no, and I forgot to make a different save slot. Oh no. Is what people, like so many people back in 1997 suffered this damn game. Like, save logging them to this fight. So what are you supposed to do about that? We leveled to 31. WeGraph just comes up and one-shots us. It's literally game over. Well, don't worry. I got you covered, bro. It's not that hard, okay? We're going to switch Ramza to a Squire. There we go. Go ahead and change your job to Squire. And now you're going to equip the Chameleon Robe. There it is. Remember when we bought this thing? What does the Chameleon Robe do? Well, immunity to instant death, and it absorbs Holy. Guess what WeGraph attacks with? Holy attacks. Next up, you're going to take off Shira Hadori and put on Auto Potion. That's going to allow you to get some health back after he hits you. Then as Chemist, learn X Potion, and then give yourself an item. Instead of Arts of War, just go to Item. That way you can just drink potions and tank some of his hits. Next up, all that Ninja JP's burning a hole in your pocket, huh? Learn Dual Wield on Ninja, and then put it on your Squire. Put it on your Ramza Squire. Because we're not punching them this time. Although you could, but you would only hit them one time each. And as a Ramza Squire, well, you can use a Blood Sword to heal yourself with, which is really nice. And anything else you want. Alright, so now that we have the proper setup for WeGraph, it shouldn't be a one-shot. So here we go. Oh look, he's doing Shockwave instead. Oh no, 72 damage. And we didn't auto potion that. I have a 97% chance to auto potion, and it didn't. What a fun start. Well, here's WeGraph's gear and stats. You can't steal or break his gear. He has counter, movement +1. So you can get around counter by using spears. I didn't feel like leveling Dragoon to use the Dragon Whisker, though. That would be a thing you could do. He has 11 speed. So there's many ways to win this fight. You could probably just man mode him, but if you want to do the timid way, you can run into a corner, and you can tailwind yourself to increase your speed, and then focus to increase your damage a whole bunch, and then you can just start smacking and wailing on him. And his weakness, Wheatgraft's weakness, is that he only has 4 move. He has 4 move and he can't hit you with his sword skills because they're holy and you'll absorb that. So he's forced to punch you with his own unique monk skills. They're not really unique, it's just unique to him, I guess. Alright, I guess his monk skill does not trigger auto potion, so that's fine, but anyway, you can take it real slow if you want. Like, I can X potion every 2 times he shockwaves, and then run all the way over here, wait, and at some point, you know, like, he can't reach me here, but he gets another turn because he's faster, right? Now, I tailwinded once, so my speed is now 9, up from 8, so I can now tailwind to match his speed, so he won't get double turns, but he does get extra CT when he does not act, so, again, you can just keep running him around the arena. There's a whole lot of ways to beat him. No, you can auto potion. So twice in a row, I failed the 97% chance coin flip.
Come on.
That's ridiculous. That's very low odds. But you can see at this point, he can't really catch me because I'm just going to tailwind, increase speed, and then I can just like run down here, and then he's going to have to go this over here like that and try to cut me off. And just run into the corner, do another tailwind, and again, after that, you know, after you get your power up enough, you can just man mode him. And when you have enough speed, you get like so many turns before he gets one. It's a real easy way to cheese the fight. And yes, this fight is being done on Tactician difficulty. So yeah, that's if you put on Squire, he probably doesn't one-shot you because Squire really lowers how much damage the enemies in this game deal. So yeah, I guess when they say, oh, we nerfed the fights, they nerfed it for the Squire mode. But here I have 25 speed and 21 attack power, so I can pretty much just probably engage him by now. But he does have counterattack. You gotta remember, he will counter. But if we attack, I mean, we hit for 145, 66% chance. We got that second hit, he's gonna counter. We evaded, that's fine. I don't even know what our evasion is, but now he's going to regular attack. 100% chance to hit for 144, oof. And then we heal that for 70, so again, you just kind of want to play grab ass with him. Just heal up to full, run away, etc. Oh, and if you attack Wheatgraft from behind, it's a 100% chance to hit. And because I deal 140 something damage with the blood sword, that will heal you for 140 damage. So you don't even have to potion really. You can just attack trade. You can just face tank them. For the second phase of the fight, Ramza keeps his stat bonuses. So if you have a lot of juiced up speed and power, you can run up and just in the fight, really. It's not that hard here. The hardest part is the human form. Like, I literally got 3 turns in a row with the Ramza to kill off the ads that he summoned. Now, one thing with Ramza, if you care about his stat growth, you don't want to go overboard and, like, juice him up to 50 speed and 50 attack power because, or 99 attack power, rather, because you're technically leveling him up as a Squire, and Squire's stat growth, even though it's Ramza Squire, is not as good as Ninja. And yeah, I know if you've watched the, earlier parts of the guide, you know how to level down and correct that, but it's still just a pain in the butt. Anyway, Wheatgraft is really easy when you have the right gear and skills. It's just surviving that first hit is all you have to really do. And that's where the Chameleon Robe came in. Alright, so after much testing, I have found a way to eat Ultima without it killing Rafa immediately, which it does on Tactician. However, you cannot learn Ultima in Chapter 3. I have confirmed it, I'm sorry. So, that means we can throw away our initial strategy. I did not mean to go into there yet. Aw, jeez. So, because we can't learn Ultima, there's no reason to cheese the fight. There's also nothing worth stealing. So what we're going to do is we're going to change Ramza back to Ninja and stack speed. That's pretty much it. So, we can give a Brawler too, the usual. So for the helmet, green beret. For the shoes, get those Germanius boots on. Also on my save file, I forgot to save after buying the Jade armlets, so I couldn't have done the strat anyway without restarting. Hey, it's a good thing that it turns out you can't get Ultima yet, but I did try. Anyway, set up all your at least 3. You don't need the item finder set up this way, but your other ninjas, go ahead and set them up for speed too. Oh, and it's Hermes shoes. It's not Germias boots. Make sure you don't make that mistake and put on them damn Hermes shoes. Anyway, this is how your Ramza should look, and your at least 3 other ninjas. Let me go ahead and fix her real quick. Green beret and Hermes shoes. There we go. All right, yes, everything is squared. Alright, so I want to talk about formations real quick, because Ramza will always be put somewhere over here, no matter where you stick them. So you want to take up a slot that none of your other characters will take up, so put Ramza there. And then you want at least one ninja here that, you want your ninja that, let me show you the stats. You want the Arts of War, or the Knight Ninja. That way you can power break, if necessary. Though we're just going to go full face rush DPS mode here. Alright, and then you want your other two ninjas to be positioned over here, so that they are as close as possible. Alright? So, a little bit of commentary about this, this story scene and this story change. This part's cool. She draws a sword, he just pulls out a pistol, and he's like, what are you gonna do about it? And then here comes the Merrick redemption arc, where he, dives in front, takes the bullet. Pretty cool stuff. It gets better, though. Alright, so at this point, he's got everyone at gunpoint, and then suddenly just a random character comes up behind him. Never seen this character before in the story. And, you know, 11-year-old me's like, who is that? What? What's going on? Now check this out. Look at this. This is so cool. She just picks him up one hand, throws he's a fat guy, too. Just throws him right over her shoulder. It's like, okay, that's not a human. And then Elmdor shows up, and you're like, oh, it's Elmdor. Cool. He's a good guy, right? We saved him earlier in the story. But no, he's like a vampire now or something. It's not really sure. I'm not really sure what he is. He's not undead, but I think he's like a vampire. See, he's got the red eyes and his hair. His hair blows in the wind and you see a red eye. And he's like, oh, they're not human. So it's like, he's got to be a vampire, right? And then he's got two exotic dancer vampire super assassins with some of the craziest, coolest abilities you have yet to see in the game. They have Ultima. They have all of these crowd control abilities. They're super powerful and super geared. It's really nuts. And so is Elmdor too. He's got his own thing going on. But these two characters, in the old game they were called Celia and Lead, and I think their names are Celia and Letty. I don't know why they named her Letty after the fish tank girl. But 11-year-old me was like, man, I want these characters in my party so bad, and I tried everything I could think of to like get them into the party, but you can't invite them, you can't entice them, there's nothing you can do. Except 11-year-old me figured out a way. I got myself a Game Shark, and I started hacking the game back in the PlayStation days. And I've eventually figured out how to add these two characters to your party as playable characters. I don't know how to, right now, currently, I don't know how to do this for the remake, but I also don't have time anymore as a grown-ass man with a YouTube channel to be, you know, hacking and modding the game. I'm sorry, there's just not a big enough player base for it. But 11-year-old me did it, and I posted it all over like GameFAQs and Final Fantasy forums, and people, like, it spread like crazy. It started a revolution. More and more people started to hack the game and hex edit and memory edit the game to like hack in more things, and suddenly there was a whole modding community that butted around it. And I don't think I was really the first guy, since I was using info I had, you know, looked up on like Ask Jeeves or whatever the search engine was at the time. I don't think it was Google, but yeah. Big history lesson here. That a character so cool in a 1997 video game motivated me to learn how to code, basically, kind of, sort of. So this is another fight where if you don't have enough speed, you just lose. And we have enough speed, so luckily we'll go first. Now, to win this fight, well, to lose the fight, all Rafa has to do is die. One of the assassins here, and they have the coolest portrait too. Like, they have unique portraits, unique names, everything. And a unique job class assassin. I mean, come on now. Like, if you're an 11-year-old boy, you're like, hell yeah, this is sweet, right? But essentially, all we have to do is bring one of them to critical HP. That's it. So we can see that Ramza can attack both of them. This ninja here is in range of this one, so we're going to go after Celia. That's who we're going to punch. Now, unfortunately, Ramza, and you can't change his position. He will always be here. He has to fight her from the front, which means she has a chance to evade, dodge, whatever. 70% chance to basically, you know, win the fight right now. Okay, well, not quite. But our other ninja gets to act, and she has a 100% chance to hit from behind, and that ends the fight. So the fight's real simple. That's all there is to it. You just bring one down to low HP, and the fight is over. Oh, it's pronounced Celia. I've been saying it Celia like for 20 years. Oh, look, it's the story trope of the magical artifact. If used for evil, makes you evil, but if used for good, it does good things. A lot of people playing this for the first time are like, man, I'm so sick of boss fights. Let me go back to town. So a source told me that Rafa and Merrick are nerfed in this version, but in the original, they are the strongest spellcasters in the game because their abilities, if you get the lucky dice roll, can hit the same tile multiple times, and if those multiple hits are 999 each time, that is the highest damage in the game. Now, there is, in Wrath of the Lions, there's Balthier that can hit like 4 times a turn and stuff like that. I think it's Balthier or Luce, I forget who does it. But we don't have access to those characters. And because they are main story characters, of course they can join. We have 50 slots. We don't need... And you get a Steam achievement, of course, if you accept them. But there's no reason not to take them in, even if you never use them. So one thing I hate about this part of the story is that Merrick acts like he doesn't know what's going on. They're like, who is this third guy? But Merrick was hanging out with all of them just before the battle and shit hit the fan. So he doesn't want to tell Ramza right now what's going on. Like... So, when you read this line from Ramza, he basically says, I'm going to seek out the strongest character in the game. Yep. Which is supposedly nerfed, by the way, so don't get too hyped for Thunder God Sid. Hey, look, Ramza's a gallant knight now. Wow. Oh, boy. Anyway, after the fight, you can switch off of your speed set and go back to Headband and Chantage. And, yeah, just do that for all your characters. So, in Chapter 4, there's a lot of side stuff that opens up. And most of my knowledge is from War of the Lions, and a lot of that got cut for this version, so I'm going to figure out the side stuff later. Also, Deb said that it's easier to get Cloud than the normal method. I'm going to figure all of this out off camera, and then I'll put it in the video later, but we're going to continue down the main story path with Dugura Pass. I don't know how to say these words, man. There's really nothing to say about this fight. Your team comp counters theirs. There's nothing they can do to you. So, Bervinia has an interesting character that'll break your gear a bunch, and it's really annoying. So, there's a few things you can do. You can either swap out everyone's gear for trash gear that you don't care if it gets broken, or you can just go to Job and go to Chemist, and then go to Safeguard and learn that on all of your characters. And now, when you put on Safeguard, you're taking off Brawler, unfortunately, but then you just put on those Kodachis that you bought earlier, and you'll be fine for the fight. Oh, and if I went too fast, Safeguard is the Chemist ability. So yeah, it's, you go to Chemist, and you go to Learn, and then you go over here to Support abilities, and you go to Safeguard. It guards you from having your stuff stolen or broken. So, my item find character has no JP, and I don't feel like grinding it out for one battle, so I'm just gonna use 4 characters for the next fight. It's not like they can kill us, and if they do, we have Chantage to just come right back. It's just easier this way. Now, if you've been using the same build and following the guide, you should have 2 Knight Ninjas and 2 Thief Ninjas. You're going to want to Power and Speed Break and Steal in this fight. So, Miliadul has some items that we want. Well, we have Chantage already taken care of, so you don't need to steal that unless you just want to. It's the Defender. This is a Knight Sword. This is a new weapon type you haven't seen yet in the game. And this weapon, while it has 16 attack, which is more than anything we've got besides the Dragon Whisker, but it has 60% parry rate, which is the highest, I believe, that a Knight Sword has in the game. And so, yeah, we can dual wield these. So you can stack evasion and stuff, and it's... Man, when you have max stats, Defender is really good for even increasing your evasion even further. It's wild, but we want this sword. Now, her attacks are going to try to break our equipment, but we have Safeguard, so she can't even use that ability on us. So instead, she has to regular attack, which we have Blade Grasp for, so it basically nullifies her entire everything. And the archers and the summoners can't hurt us either, so we're good. Well, I forgot to equip one of the characters with Safeguard, apparently, because they just got their armor broken. That's fun. So don't be like me, and make sure you put it on, because you're going to get your gear broken. By the way, I just want to point out that on Tactician mode, the mob scaling gets crazy for story battles. They don't scale this hard on random encounters, but, like, we have enemies with, like, 300 to 400 HP, and it's normally half that in the standard base game. And it's also, it feels like they have damage resistance and magic resistance too on. Everything, it feels like they're buffed and their stats are like way inflated for what they should be. And, you know, I guess that's a way to make the game harder, but that's Tactician for you. Alright, I'm too lazy to remove prep from the text at the top, but yeah, we have our speed broken, power broken, it's time to hit the steel weapon from behind, 48% chance with a 25% Zodiac compatibility there. And looks like we got it. There we go. Now, we could also steal Accessory and get another Chantage. I mean, it's 30,000. Might as well. For Finnith Creek, you can undo the thing that you just did with Safeguard, and you can switch back to Unarmed, because you will be punching way, way harder than using ninja swords right now. So just go ahead and switch back. So this battle, there's nothing really to worry about. Also, there's a pig. Yeah, pig in Chapter 4, right? We already have a pig. We're fine. But there is an AFK to 99 method that uses this particular battle. We won't be using it because I don't like hitting level 99. It really screws up the game's balance. But what you can do is you would leave the 3 regular chocobos, the yellow ones, alive. You power break all of your allies. But you also have an ally that has an instant kill ability like Doom or Petrify or something of the sort. And you just turn on auto battles so that your characters are punching the chocobos for 1 damage. And when the chocobos get low enough, they will heal themselves for a massive amount with Choco Cure. However you say that. And then whenever you just leave the game running for like a few hours, you come back, everyone's 99, and then you use the character with the insta-kill abilities or the petrify abilities to finish off the chocobos and win the fight. But again, I'm not going to be doing that for this playthrough. I think it's cheap, and when you have level 99 ninja monks, you know, the only reason to level to 99 is for the stat gain, and then you would change to a more defensive class so that you have the speed buff. You would level down as a Chymnist or a Dancer or a Bard, and then you level back up as a Knight or a Monk for the attack power and default HP, and then you do that 24 more times to max your stats. And then and only then, you still need a whole bunch of equipment to make level 99 stuff fun. So it's better to stay low level and around the similar level of the story. But also because this is a guide for the general public, I doubt people are going to set aside hours to AFK to level up some pixels. Alright, so a few notes about Zeltinia, the next fight. Remember whenever I had you do errands and have your characters as time mages to learn teleport? Well, if you want a really easy battle, go ahead and do errands and get that 3000 JP on your 2 characters that have been doing errands. And you can just teleport straight to the top of the boss and punch his lights out. But, you know, we're overpowered and there's nothing they can do to kill us, so it's not really necessary. So you don't have to do it, it's just funny. Alright, so my quip about this is that Rams is in the dead middle of the church. Everyone else is at a table, but Rams is just in the middle. Like, he's too good for a table. I mean, he is a noble, I guess, so maybe. Whatever. Aw, Delete is such a good friend, you guys. Alright, Final Fantasy Tactics live-action series, Delita played by Christian Bale. What do you think, lads? Someone use AI and take Patrick Bateman from American Psycho and make him play as Delita. It'd be funny. I don't have access to those AI slop tools, though. Alright, so I wasn't recording, but there was a gunshot noise before this line appeared, as in the enemy marched outside and shot somebody. So all you have to do is defeat Zalmor, and if you had teleport, you just teleport up there and box him out. It's really fun to push him off the tower. I don't have anything that pushes, though, with these characters, so I'm not gonna do it. But yeah, without ignore height or teleport, you have to go the long way. You gotta go around the back of the building and up the stairs and kill all the knights, and that guy's name is Swift. Shout out to Swifty, he is subscribed to my channel. Yeah, and there you go. That's the fight. You're immune to everything. Have fun. Whatever. I think one of the knights either has concentrate because they keep landing hits, or they keep getting really lucky with 3% chance to land their hit. I don't know what it is, but I just turn on auto battle so that they'll just farm XP basically. Hey, it's the bro handshake. So after the fight, you might be a little low on X potions. Just you know, load up on some. You don't have to spend. You don't have to overspend, but just have some. So for the Beta Sand Waste, you start the battle poisoned, but your chantage should basically nullify the negative effects. Poison. So yeah, it's not a big deal. So for this fight, you want to steal his gun. It's a glacial gun, even though we're not going to use it for anything. It's a really cool weapon, and you might want to use it on a side character later on. And there's only like 3 opportunities to get these things in the game, so they are limited. Yeah, his glacial gun doesn't do anything to us because we have low faith anyway, which also means we couldn't really use it on our low faith characters. Even if you have a high faith character, it's a strong weapon. So once everyone's dead and this the boss character is speed broken, you don't need to power break him because his attacks are magic based. Yeah, you just steal his gun and then punch his lights out. And while you're waiting to steal the weapon, of course absorb all of the juicy crystals and abilities that they have. It saves so much grinding in JP, especially if you're like a completionist where your characters need to learn every ability. So in Fort Bessalot, you're given a choice of a north wall or a south wall. The south wall is way easier than the north wall, especially for our team comp because we have just enough jump. If you have higher jump characters, then north wall can be okay, but south wall, it's just a faster, easier fight, so just choose that one. And neither fight can really hurt us anyway, so it's just faster. So for this fight, the knights that are on the sluice gate buttons never ever move, meaning you can use this battlefield to slap each other around if you want to level up that way. You can let the corpses decay, and they don't have ranged attacks or anything. As long as you don't stand next to them, they won't take a turn, they won't move, they won't attack, they won't do anything. So you can literally use this map to like level up if you want without having to like power break anything, speed break anything, or turn them into a frog or whatever. I'm not going to do it though, but it's something you can do. Now, if you get one into critical condition, they will start to flee, and you could put Ramza on the buttons and he'll pull them, but in the Wrath, or the War of the Lions version, you didn't have to put Ramza on the buttons, but it is a unique animation in case you just want to see it. There you go. But in this version, just killing everything on the map wins. You don't have to wait for the body to decay and then pull the button. So it's improved, I guess. Alright, lads, this is the big question. Does he get Excalibur or not? Of course you want to recruit Orlando, right? Orlando? However you say his damn name. Now the darker side of Delita is using a cultist to fake Orlando's death. Like, as soon as they see the real one on the battlefield, word would spread. This is a completely unnecessary murder. Alright, yeah, he has the Excalibur, but in the trailers, they gave him Save the Queen for some reason, which you can't get at that point in the game, so I don't know how they get that trailer footage. It's weird. But yeah, if you want to play the game on easy mode, you could just use Orlando. It's pretty no-brainer, but I'm not going to be using him because I think it's a little too easy. But I will be taking his gear off, and he's old. He needs to retire anyway, and he's got some good gear. He's pretty decked out. All right, super important in Sal Ghidos. Now, this may not be important. The devs said that they weren't going to make this a deal breaker, but hey, look, it's Aerith from Final Fantasy VII. Woo! So here's the thing: you gotta buy the flower. Okay, I have no actual confirmation that if you don't buy the flower, you can't get Cloud. Okay, but in the original version, if you chose not to buy the flower, you screwed up your entire save. And you have to start over. So just buy the damn flower. It's the safe choice. I am completely unsure if not buying the flower will block you or not. The dev said, oh, we made it easier to get Cloud. I have seen zero proof posted anywhere on any forum, Discord, website, Steam, nowhere. Not a single word. So it could all be bollocks, as they say over in the European lands.
Well then, sure.
So yeah, for one of mine.
We're gonna buy her flower, damn it. And yes, I'm aware of what that means, guys. You know, in the original Final Fantasy VII, she was offering a little something different, but you get the idea. All right, a little bit of prep before you go to Mount Germanos, and that is, hey, you know that item find character I had you make at the start of the game that hasn't dug up anything yet? It's finally time. It's finally time for them to do their damn duty, their Call of Duty. They're going to take off, where is it? Yeah, it's movement. So Treasure Hunter. You're going to put Treasure Hunter on their movement ability, and they're going to dig up an invisibility cloak. It's like the thing from Harry Potter or whatever. All right. But other than that, the battle is pretty basic. All right, so to make this a little easier, we're not going to have them as a ninja because, again, this is only for the remake. In the original, Chemists did not innately have Treasure Hunter, all right? We're going to go ahead and change their job. And, wow, that messed up all their gear. So, give them the regular pistol. See you later, Mystadio. Alright, but we need higher jump power, so we want the Germanius boots. And if you have any of the jump stuff unlocked here, that would also help. But, Oh man, it makes it where we can't like get automatically resurrected either, so that's also a pain in the butt. Oh yeah, they've been a thief nearly their whole playthrough, so you can just go to thief and learn jump +2, or you can go to dragoon and learn ignore elevation, which makes it a whole lot easier. So I'm just gonna do that, but either one works. Because I have ignore elevation, I don't need these boots. I can go back to chantage and chantage, whatever. Okay. And this character, we can just put steel on them, why not, so they can charm people. But yeah, item finder's time is nigh. And what we're going to do, there's a ninja up here. Here, let me skip to that part. So you see exactly where this ninja is standing? That's where we need to move our item find character. And yeah, it's pretty simple. So it's this tile right there. That one is where the item is hidden. And we just have to move the character onto it. So this fight, the enemies love to steal heart, and it really likes to succeed a lot. But hey, they have chantages, so they just get back up when they die. So you can't lose the fight unless they full party wipe you before someone else manages to stand back up. Because ninjas are fast, they stand up very quickly. So this is the moment of truth. We step on this tile, and if we get the vanish cloak, or invisibility, whatever it's called, then we're good. If we get an ether, then we reset. Alright, buried item found, and it's a cloak. You found an invisibility cloak. So yeah, you can put this on, and you start the battle vanished. Enemies will not know you're there, and you can move across the battlefield and kill a boss if you want. It's super handy. It's really cool. I just really like it. If this is an MMO, it turns you into like a World of Warcraft rogue. It's really neat. So for beating Mount Germanus, you get the Germanus boots. I think that's kind of funny. So Lake Poscus is just an undead fight. Undead humanoids, ghosts. They're not gonna hurt you. They're ghosts, and you have no faith. So, and yeah, I see. Oh, 120% damage. Yeah, they're gonna hurt the item find character, obviously, because they don't have blade grasp. But everybody else is perfectly safe. So real quick, I want to point out that you cannot get the Tynar Rouge in this version, and if you don't know what that is, it's the best accessory in the game. It's auto protect, auto haste, auto shell, attack 3, and magic 3. It's a perfume. The way you do it is you just end up in a certain town, like Golland and Leslia, Lazalia. They both work on the day of one Cancer. You would just go to the tavern, and then it's Agrias's birthday. And then you also need 500,000 gil stashed away, which I do have. I don't know why my money's not showing up right now, but yeah, it doesn't exist in this version of the game. I've tried multiple different things, and nothing works. Alright, so remember earlier when I had you prep to learn Ultima? Well, we're going to do that now. So go ahead and get yourself 5 Jade Armlets. I have 3, so there's the other 5. And then we need the 5 G Robes, which we should already have. And with that, that'll make Celia and Letty, not lead, cast Ultima. And in order to learn Ultima, Ramza has to be the Gallant Knight class, or the Squire class, whatever you want to call it. Now, here's how I have Ramza set up. I have him main-handing Excalibur, because if he crits, he will push an opponent back, and you want to hit with your hardest-hitting weapon first, in case that happens. Defender is the second hit. It's 16 attack power, but it's 60% deflection when parrying, and Excalibur is 35%, but also Excalibur gives you haste. It also absorbs holy, but there's no holy in the fight. It's literal demons, vampires, and assassins, okay? But for everyone else, they're gonna take off their very valuable chantage. I know, you feel naked without it on. And you put on the Jade Armlet, and you put on the Jujitsu G. You could also put on ribbons if you got those. I don't expect everyone to do the poaching part of this guide, so I'm not gonna recommend it. But you can if you want to. But, yeah, so you'll notice that I also have Ramza equipped with Jujitsu G and Jade Armlet. So you're just going to put that on all of your main party members. Not headband, we're not messing with headband here. But, yeah, this prevents the assassins from using their dumb abilities. We want to force them to cast Ultima, and we want Ramza to be the target. And that's all there is to it. Alright, so to win this battle, all you have to do is reduce Celia or Letty's HP down to 20% or less. Pretty simple stuff. Now, we want to learn Ultima first. This is the easiest fight in the game to learn Ultima in. The other fights, they're a little bit more tough, and we want our characters built around that toughness, especially on Tactician mode. A kiss. Mwah. Alright, so we're going to just put a Barret on Ramza because that's allowed now. Again, you used to not be able to do this in the original version. But they keep charming him. They keep freaking charming him. So I'm going to put a Barret on and give him Chantage instead. So, you know, whatever, right? There we go. And we don't need the Gi anymore, so we could just use Diamond Armor, really. Or Crystal Mail, rather, for more HP. So the Barret takes care of the Stone, the Sleep, the KO, the Stop, and the Charmed, which is what they're going to want to hit with. So we're also going to move Ramza here, because, again, he gets positioned over here when the battle starts, so it's whatever, but, yeah. Can I place my units? The controls are so not from the 1997. It's so hard to rewire your brain for the new muscle memory. So now we need to see, what do they do to Ramza? This is what's going to happen. We're gonna wait, and hopefully she casts Ultima, because this should be the only option she's got. So here we go, and Ultima, there we go. And when does that turn come out? That is, ooh, turn 6. Okay, well, I'll skip. Alright, so this is what it looks like when you learn Ultima. It gets hit by Ramza, there we go, doing 8 damage. And then that ability can be learned. Oh, hey, look, it's a double pop-up. Why? Oh, man. So yeah, it's telling you, hey, when you get hit by certain abilities, you can learn them. So that would be Ultima and Zodiac. Spoilers. Yeah, you just down one of the assassins or wound them, and that's the fight. Alright, for the second fight for Castle Keep, this is a 3-on-5 fight, so you're going to change Ramza back to a ninja, but you're going to give him Speechcraft and a Barret or a Ribbon if you have it, with Power Garb and Chantage, Brawler, Movement 2, etc. So here's Ramza's job. His job is to lower the bravery of Elmdor so you can steal from him easier. Alright? That's all he's doing. Now, at the same time, Ramza is also your DPS, so Ramza will be beating on Celia and Letty, while also lowering the brave of Elmdor. Alright, next up is your Knight Ninja, who has Arts of War, the same usual thing, but also give this character a Barret or a Ribbon with Power Garb and Chantage. Next up, you have your usual Thief. Give them Headband and Jujutsu G. Chantage is super important. If anyone dies, you don't have to worry about resurrecting them ever. And as long as you don't get team wiped, you can't lose the fight. But Elmdor can teleport into the middle of your group and DPS everybody. That's unavoidable, and you can't resist the damage very much. So you need to spread your characters out, alright? Next up is your secondary Thief Ninja character with Headband and Jujutsu Gi. Now your item find character, you're going to change them back to a Thief. This is important, okay? Also with Headband and Jujutsu G. And you're going to then teach them all of the stealing abilities. Steal Armor, Steal Shield. They should have enough JP by this point in the game to have every single thing learned. Alright, if not, you need to go to your other Thief characters and see what they can learn. Because this is a steal-off. So I'm going to teach this person Steal Helm. And my other Thief just doesn't have any JP at all. So at least they have Steel Armor that they picked up from a dead corpse or something. So, again, we've got 3 Thieves, 1 Speech Guy, and 1 Knight to Speed Break and eventually Power Break. With this, you know, do a safety save and then get started. So yeah, here's his opener on Tactician. He just straight up kills 3 people. This is why we have Chantage. This is why we build the way we do. And, yeah, it's pretty brutal, but, you know, they're ninjas. Like, literally, Ramza gets up in 2 turns, so it's not like we're gonna die or anything. So here's the thing with Elmdor. If you're playing the War of the Lions version, sorry, I'm thinking of Wrath of the Lich King. If you're playing War of the Lions, Elmdor actually doesn't have Brawler here. He has the thing where you can't steal from him, making his Genji equipment and Masamune, which is the only one in the game, unless you abuse ninjas throwing weapons at you mechanics. And you want a Masamune because it gives you haste. It's an AoE haste spell for Samurai, which is amazing. But, yeah, he's a vampire, guys, told you. Anyway, we're going to steal all his Genji equipment. Now, to do this, he has 70 Brave, 70 Faith. We are going to lower that bravery down so that his Shira Hadori cannot work anymore, because Shira Hadori will resist our attempts to steal by 70%. And he has another 43% like block chance, 50% parry chance, etc. So again, this is a bit of a grind. This is the hardest guy to steal from in the game, but we're gonna break him, and you'll see. So without debuffing him at all from the front, 5% chance to steal. I remember the first few times I played this and I didn't understand the bravery mechanics as a child. I sat here, I stayed up all night just hitting steal over and over and over on this guy until I got his stuff. So when you kill the assassins, they become Ultima demons, but they're way easier to manage when they're Ultima demons. I know there's guys out there that say, don't kill the assassins, but no, the assassins will crowd control you, they will deal so much crap to you. You want to kill them first before we focus on Elmdor. At least transform them into the Ultima demons first. And with Chantage, you can't lose this fight, as long as you don't bunch everyone up to get blown up by Elmdor's Mursa Masa, whatever the hell it is. Another tip is when they become Ultima demons, you can charm them. They're not gonna kill Elmdor, but you can charm them and you can whittle away at them. It just saves you a little bit of heartache. So there you go. Because Ramza has a massive DPS advantage over the other ninjas, right now I just have them like retreat to all the corners of the rooms, and then when Ramza gets up, he's the main killer of the Ultima demons. And these other characters, well, they don't do much. I mean, they get one-shotted by everything at the moment, so. Alright, so the Ultima Demon casted Almagast on itself, hitting itself for 0 damage, and thus uncharming itself. These things are very loyal. So yeah, here I have 3 characters bunched up, but it's fine. I'm gonna skip that. But yeah, they're gonna die. One of them survived. But hey, you know, we just keep picking each other back up. It's totally fine. This battle is ours. Alright, so we haven't speed or power broken them or anything yet, but we can start with the intimidation process. We have a 96% chance to lower his bravery by 20, which means 20% less chance to blade grasp us. And even though we haven't lowered his bravery all the way yet, you know, just one lowering of bravery raised our chance to rend speed to 18%. So let's see if we get it. Yeah, we got that second hit. Remember, ninjas bypass blade grasp, Hinadori, whatever, on the second hit. Alright, we have the Mazmune. So, yes, that is the haste draw out ability. And draw out has a chance to break your sword. So if you're ever playing Samurai and this thing breaks, load your game, because you're not getting another one easily. Alright, so I've been stealing for a bit, and all that's left is his shield, which is unfortunate, because the shield can block the attempts to steal. And there we go, Elmdor is robbed of all his Genji equipment. Oh man. Here's the setup for the Undercroft. You can switch everyone back to Ninja. Now, I have Ramza back to Arts of War. I've got him with a Barret still, because this is a status abnormality spamming boss. Argarb, Chantage, advance for other people. Now, I have my second Barret. Again, you could use Ribbon or whatever you want. I have it on our item find character for, you know, they can throw items and revive people faster, whatever. It's not a big deal. Like, Doom will kill your party, but all you gotta do is just beat the hell out of everything in here, and Ramza is just really good at that. So, yeah, it's an easy fight. Oh, and if you somehow remember an Argath fight before the Undercroft, that's War of the Lions content. It's not in this game, sorry. No Argath fight. So one thing about manipulating the AI for this boss, Zalera, is that if not all of your characters are status immune, like these, they will waste every single turn trying to put them to sleep or dooming them. And if they're doomed, they die. They're ninjas, they get back up in a few turns. As long as not everyone is doomed and everyone dies at the same time, you don't game over. Also, this boss has like 1,000... It had 1,100 something HP in the original. I don't know if Tactician bumps that up at all. But yeah, this fight's not too hard as long as Ramza remains alive and just punches, and at least one of your other ninjas is also punching, you'll easily take him out before there's a full party wipe. Alright, so you should absolutely accept Melia Duel. I can't say names. She's got Save the Queen as her knight sword. Also, she's got super special powers that normal characters can't get. And it's a story character you got room for. Thanks for the gold, kind stranger. Also, don't forget to yoink the gear off Melia Duel. There you go. I think I said it right. Yeah. Take it all off. Oh man, yeah, we're quite collecting these knight swords. By the way, if some of you guys are wondering, where is the extra battle at Dorter? I can't trigger the Dorter battle. What's going on? That's Wrath of the Lions content. It's not in this game, I'm sorry. Check out this line. So Dystar one-shotted 3 of my people. They have chanted, so they just get right back up. And he's like, you're a stubborn one, brother. And then Ramza hits back with the, you mad, bro? You mad, bro? Anyway, you can't really lose this fight because chantage, and it's all knights. Like, what? But you want to steal the defender from Dystar, so let him beat up a Zalbag, get him out of the way, kill the knights, and then, you know, surround him and yoink his damn toy away from him. Now, before the Igros Castle keep fight, we need to use our item finder. There's 2 items on this map we want to get. So you are going to change them back to a chemist because there is a very tall area that they have to get to. And so you're going to need the Dragoons ignore elevation. You need to have this. There's no way to get it otherwise. And if you don't have the JP to learn this, back out and go do errands as a Dragoon to get enough JP to learn it. But make sure that you have on your item finder that you have you don't need treasure hunter. You need ignore elevation. And let's give her JP boost and steal. Why not? There we go. Not glacial gun, of course, because we have no faith. But also make sure they have chantage because they're going to be dying a lot this fight. This fight is a one-shot, especially when you are playing on. I'm just going to give them Green Beret, or I'll just give them Headband, why not? Somehow it increases gun damage, I don't know why. But anyway, set up your item finder just like this, and I'll show you where the hidden spots are. There's 2 rare items on here, and even though we may not be using them, it's still nice to have them. Alright, so the Blood Sword is located right here on that square that I have highlighted, this one right here. So all you have to do, move your item finder into that square, and you'll get yourself the Blood Sword. Next up is the Healing Staff, and it is right here on this, I don't know what this little column is, but the reason I had you get Ignore Height is so you can jump from here to here. That is a height difference of 8. You won't be able to jump that otherwise. And yeah, you could go up the stairs and then do it this way, but that's lame, alright? Also, you could simply just jump up here and then walk over that way. It's just a lot easier to grab the item here. So we're going to grab the item there, jump up here, walk over here, and then grab the Healing Staff. That is the Blood Sword and the Healing Staff. And the cool thing about, you know, this is if you fail, because you have a 16% chance to fail, by the way, you go to load game, and then you just go down 2 slots to your auto battle, and that will let you try again. You can only do that twice before the game overrides them, and then you have to restart the whole fight. So you should be able to get it statistically. So in this case, I did not get the correct item, so I will demonstrate this now. We just go load, and then we go down to autosaves. And that'll put us before that character moves. So there we go. And then, hey, look, I get to reattempt to steal the weapon this time. Let's see if I get it. Nope. Okay, cool. Alright, and then Ramza wakes up, boxes this guy's lights out. Boom, boom. Failed this time. Oh no, he died again. Uh-oh. And we got it. Yeah, see? It's easy. Dystar can break your chantages, by the way, which is, they don't get to come back to life. It removes the property, so you gotta be careful about that. So for the second fight here, if Dystar broke a lot of your headpieces and armors, you're not going to be punching nearly as hard due to less attack power, but you should still be able to overwhelm this guy no problem. Yeah, Dystar completely stripped this character during the fight. That's why we made extra chantages earlier on, and that's why we kept our pigs around, so we can always make more chantages. And yeah, it's very important that you never lose these pigs, because if you didn't get them in chapter, 1 or 2, and then earlier in chapter 4, you have to go to the darkest, deepest dungeon to get more. So you never, ever want to get rid of these things. By the way, the outfitters now offer thief caps, and these things prevent you from being disabled or immobilized. They also give you speed +2. These are really good later, however, currently, it's better to keep using Headband because the attack power just makes fights go faster. Also, for any ninjas that happen to not punch, or if you want to go poaching, you can now upgrade to Spellbinders. So I would recommend doing that for your item find characters since they probably still aren't punching. I mean, you want their support ability to be item throw just in case something goes wrong. Alright, let's see how good my memory is. I remember the guy in teal stabbing this dude in the back and leaving the sword in him. Let's see if I remember this exactly how it plays out. He reaches for him, he's like, no, don't go, and then he gets stabbed in the back. And then he leaves the sword in him, right? Let's see, does he? And stab, and yep, exactly how I remember it. Oh yeah. So for the Milan battle, this is pretty simple. The Geomancers can hit through your defenses. The White Mages and Summoners and Mediators or whatever. Just make sure they don't lower your Faith and Brave too much. It can be kind of annoying to build that back up. But remember when I told you how to learn Teleport, which is 3000 JP in this version? Well, this map makes it really useful because you can just teleport right up here and start, you know, breaking arms and, you know, punching guts. But I'm lazy, I didn't do it, so I have to walk my ass around the building. Here, they just intimidated one of our characters. Minus 20. Oh, it's our item find character. Oh, that's bad. So if the Orators in this fight permanently or, you know, mess with your Brave or Faith, I just restart because I don't feel like doing a random encounter to boost that back up. And yeah, I know with Ramza, with his +5 Bravery, Shout ability, whatever, it's easier now, but it's still a pain in the butt that I don't want to deal with. This is also a good map to just leave one dude left alive until all the corpses decompose, and then you can yoink some abilities. It's also, apparently, allegedly, I don't know for a fact, people are telling me that this is the only story battle in the game with Geomancers. Oh yeah, the Summoners on this map have a Dragon Rod. It's not nearly best in slot. It's actually a pretty crappy weapon, but it is something you can't buy in the stores. You could steal it. I managed to just loot one from a chest from the dead body. But, again, it's nothing special. It's just not something stores sell. Alright, so for the Knave fight, you want to put on Safeguard on your characters. Otherwise, you're going to be replacing your gear again. Because, yeah, it's 2 Knight Templar. They're going to use those break attacks. And my item find character, I'm just not going to put her in the fight. I'm just not going to bother. Don't forget to equip swords before the fight. Because, I mean, you could still punch them. It just won't hit nearly as hard without Brawler. So... And yeah, I didn't buy spell binders for everybody because I'm cheap. The game says defeat Fulmarv, but in the original, if you just make any of them down to critical, they all run away anyway, so... Oh, and if you didn't get a Dragon Rod in the previous fight, you can steal it from Cletien. But again, it sucks. It's just a crappy weapon, and like, just spell weapons in general aren't really all that good in this game. So if you want to rush through, just beat up Cletien. He has the lowest HP. Alright, yeah, you just have to knock down one of them. I knocked him down to crit, but it didn't end the fight, but downing them ends the fight. Alright, so for the Sanctuary fight, give Ramza a Barret or a ribbon or, you know, whatever you want that prevents vampire status. If your entire party gets vampired, it's game over. At least it was in the original. I don't know why. But another thing too is your item find character. If they have the JP for it, have them learn Holy Water. And you should have plenty of these just sitting in your inventory. You don't have to buy any. You get them throughout the story. But now's the chance to use Holy Water to cure vampirism. By the way, Zelbag can't break your equipment, so you can take off Safeguard and put Brawler back on. Yeah, he just has stat sapping abilities. I mean, he's got the vampire abilities, Blood Drain. Which I believe in the original, I swear it turned you into a vampire also. Let's see. Absorbs their HP and inflicts vampire status. Yeah, if everyone gets vampire status, I don't know why it game overs you, but it does, and that's why we put the Barret on. So, the Ultima Demons and the Archdemons can't do anything to us, so you just run up and punch Zombie Zelbag. Oh, actually, the Archdemons, they have Giga Flare, so don't bunch up your characters. If you bunch up, they will just AoE and kill everybody, especially on Tactician, so spread your ninjas out a bit. And remember, your Thief ninjas can also charm the demons. There you go. I don't know how that works, but it works. So, I've been questioning the AI the entire playthrough, how it's so different than the original. So, I had Ramza down from Giga Flare. It was Zalbag's turn. He knows that Ramza gets up on the next turn, so he turns his back to Ramza's corpse, allowing me a 100% chance to punch him in the back. I think it's like an anime moment. It's like, kill me! See, look, it's even in the dialogue. So after the Milan Sanctuary, it wants you to go to the Orbone Monastery, and this is the end of the main story. This is, in the original, once you went into Orbone Monastery, you didn't come back out. It was a one-way ticket to the very end of the game. So now is the time. We have the whole map unlocked, all the story except for the very end is complete. Now we can begin doing the side missions. I want to point out that when you beat Final Fantasy Tactics, you can make a save that puts you back into the game world before you went down into Orbone Monastery. And our characters are strong enough to do it. With Chantage, You just park one character in the corner of the map while the others keep dying and reviving and pounding away at whatever boss it wants you to kill. The problem with this is that you don't get to keep anything you steal or anything that you loot. Like, you get a Ragnarok sword before the final fight to use if you want to, and you can get one later, yeah, sure, but once you save the game, you get this little fancy star on your save game file, but you don't get to keep any of the levels or any of the items or anything that you got while you went down into the Orbone Monastery. And the only thing it really unlocks is on the title screen you get a music player, so you can play the sound motifs as well, which is like, or like, you know, the little sounds that little jingles that play, like level up, dun, 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 right? But yeah, you get a big selection to all the game's music here, and yeah, pretty cool stuff. Especially the best sound in the game, best music track in the game. Fight me in the comments if you want. But anyway, so we're gonna do the side bonus content now, and I'm gonna do it without beating the game first because that's how you would normally play through the game. All right, so the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna get Race, which is a holy dragon, Reese, Beowulf, who is like, I guess her boyfriend, I don't know, and Construct 8, which is a machine golem. So you're gonna go down here to the bottom kind of part of the map to Clockwork City of Goug or Goug or whatever it's called. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and go there, and that triggers a scene. You'll notice that we're now in a cutscene. Now, you have to have Mustadio in your party. So if Mustadio permanently died or you didn't accept him in the party, you can't do this. So anyway, watch the cutscene, and then next up, the game actually tells you where to go now, which is interesting because the old one didn't. But you're going to go here to the mining town of Zaland, and we're going to go listen to a rumor at the bar. So go ahead and go to the tavern, and then go to rumors, and you're going to go down to the haunted mine. Oh, it's even marked now. They made this way easier. Afterwards, go to the royal city of Lazalia, and, well, there you only have to go to the bar, I'm pretty sure. At least that's how I remember it, but yeah. Now we have the bar scene. Ramza drinking milk at a bar, of course. The usual trope. I don't know any bars that serve milk, do you? Alright, so when Beowulf asks to join you, pick the second option. How much coin would buy your blade? Don't pick number 1. In the original game, picking this meant you could never finish the quest and never get Beowulf. So, pick number 2.
How much coin?
Afterwards, go back to the mining town of Zaland. Sorry, my mouse hovered over the stupid pop-up on Windows that shows the weather. The weather widget, yeah. Anyway, this is a multi-battle section, but because we're doing this at the end of Chapter 4 instead of the start, it should be pretty easy. And our characters are pretty much counter comps, so it doesn't matter how good or bad Beowulf does. If he gets downed, it's not a big deal. But yeah, just this one is like an all-chemist battle, if I remember correctly. It's a bunch of really weak chemists with guns, not a big deal, just a gunfight. And so yeah, just deploy your usual cast of ninjas, and you should be fine. Alright, a little bit of prep for the Colliery Slope is that you want a mediator on your team, so I'm just going to change Ramza to a orator. Sorry, mediator is the old name. Alright, so he's now an orator, and make sure that he still has his chantage. There we go, get that chantage on. And, you know, put back on his physical attack stuff, like power garb. And, you know, I'm going to give him a Barret, just because it doesn't matter about his HP levels. But, we want to make sure that he has Speechcraft. Everything else is fine, because there's a monster here, the behemoth, that we want to recruit, so we're going to use Ramza for that. And we also want to steal a glacial gun on this map, so make sure that you bring your thieves, your ninja thieves, whatever. And yeah, we're all set for the next fight. So the chemist on this map actually spawns with random abilities, so we're going to check him and make sure he doesn't have the safeguard. Let's go ahead and just fast forward here past that. Did that thief have a knight sword? No, he had an air knife. What the hell? Okay, whatever. Yeah, okay, so right here, it's hard to see, but there's a behemoth hidden in this hole. And we want to recruit that so we can breed it, right? It's really hard to get these things outside of the darkest dungeon, so this is the first time you can really get one. Now, this chemist here, that's also hiding in this little area, he has the glacial gun. Alright, and you've got to make, again, he has random abilities, so if he has safeguard here, just reload. I mean, we already have a glacial gun, but it's always fun to have multiple ones. Especially if you want like a wizard pistol team, you know, Shadow Wizard Money Gang, anybody. But there's also a behemoth here, and yeah, go ahead and recruit them both, because you're going to want both of them. Now, in order to do this better, you want to knock Beowulf out. So just have your team kill him. You know, oops, misclick, sorry, bro. And then proceed with the battle. All right, so this is the tier 2 one. Behemoth King is the tier 2 version of Behemoth. If you really don't want to, you don't have to recruit the regular Behemoth. It's not worth poaching, but remember, tier 1s help you breed tier 2s, and the tier 2 is the Artemis Bow, I believe. It is Zeirchele and Artemis Bow. Artemis Bow is not the best bow in the game, but it's not something you can normally buy. And then Zeirchele is Float and Reflect, which isn't really needed with our build, but it's still, again, something you cannot buy normally. And then the tier 3 of Behemoth that you would breed for gives you Stone Shooter, which is the strongest physical gun in the game. However, it does make you petrified at the start of the fight, so you have to have a way to cleanse that. Now, one thing that you can do to farm gear is just recruit the person rather than steal from them. And then when they join, you just take all their stuff and boot them out of the party. Kind of something like a World of Warcraft guild would do for you, right? But yeah, there you go. That's the Colliery Slope. All right, so the Colliery, I don't know how to say this word, ridge, is real easy. It's 2 dragons, 2 chemists, and a pig. We already have a pig, no need to recruit one. So yeah, this is like an auto-battleable, winnable fight. All right, a little bit of setup for the Coal Shaft fight, and that is, again, we're going to change Ramza back to the Orator job. Yes, I know. And we're going to give him a Barret. That way he's mostly status immune. The Power Garb's fine. Get him, make sure he has Shantage so he can't die. Basically, status immune and death immune. That's what we want. All right, and then, of course, you know, you could give him item also if you want. And we don't have throw item or anything, but just being able to use item is nice because he is status immune. And then being able to punch is whatever. As long as he can recruit monsters, that's what we want. And then your item find character, you're actually going to change their movement +2 into jump +2, which I didn't learn yet for some reason. Why didn't I learn that? Go to Thief. Again, they should have enough under Thief and go to jump +2. And you don't want to ignore height, you want jump +2 so they can jump upwards, but also forwards, I guess. It's, I don't know, whatever. This is what my notes say. Okay, so, let's see, we have Chantage. Also give them any other status immune helmets that you might have. If not, it's fine. As long as one person has a status immune helmet, you don't get game overed here. With item, of course. There we go. So we're all set up for the next fight. So immediately you can see why we're going to be inviting 2 of these monsters here. We're going to be inviting the red eyeball monsters, and these guys are called... What are they called?
Race. At last
they are called Plague Horrors.
As I live and breathe,
and then
let no harm befall you.
We are going to also recruit the Ochu, which is kind of the grayish-white Malboro. And that's how we get one of the best books in the game, by poaching with the tier 3 version. And then the tier 3 version of the Plague Horror, the eyeball monster, is the Zwill Straightblade. Alright, so let's get formation in order here. You want Ramza, because he's a mediator, he can't jump high. And he's going to have to climb the stairs and walk slowly, right? Now, right here in this main slot, right here, actually, you want your item find character. And a small correction, I didn't mean to say jump +2. I meant move +2, so get that move +2 back on there. Alright, and then your other ninjas can just go front and center, across, you know, as close as possible. And so your job as the item find character right now is to run to Race and give her X potions and keep her alive. And yes, it's a female dragon. Spoilers. So using your Thief Ninja, try to steal the heart of this Plague Horror so that you can walk through it and heal Race faster without having to walk around. Doesn't always work though, but if not, you might have to restart. Now, you also want to use your ninjas, especially the item find one and Ramza, to body block for Race. As in, move your characters not in front of the cave, because the Plague Horrors can fly over. They can fly over characters. So you will need to block the tiles adjacent to Race so that they don't kill or attack her. And, you know, sometimes they might anyway, but, you know, with range attacks or whatever. But essentially, you just gotta play defensive here. So because of the Chantage cheese that we've been doing, that means our characters are going to be low HP pretty much the whole fight. So the AI should prioritize them over anyone else. You really want to get rid of this this Archdemon as soon as you can. You need to speed break everything else so you can recruit them so they're not killing Race. But also so Race isn't killing them. It's really a race against the clock. Raise and Race? Once you have control of the battlefield, knock Beowulf out, because he's going to help kill everything before you're ready for them to. So, again, we got the good disable on him there, so he can't act now. He's going to run away until that goes away. But, yeah, we want a Malboro, and we want one of these Plague Horrors for our team. Now, something you can also do is you can heal the enemies so that Race does not kill them, right? So, you know, this Plague Horror is about to die, so we're going to be nice to it, give it a potion. Maybe it'll want to join our team because we're feeding it. Alright, so I managed to recruit the Malboro. It got petrified, which is great, because now no one will attack it, but it will still join the party afterward. So here's the setup I've got. I've got all my characters body blocking the remaining Plague Horror. Now, eventually it's going to get a turn and fly away. Now, I'm going to have to readjust my characters. But as long as I keep wailing on Beowulf, he'll run away and heal. And Race has no direct line of sight to attack this thing with. Like, she can't attack diagonally as a dragon, so... yeah, we can just sit here and entice it until we manage to get it. And I know you can get these things early on, but it's a pain in the butt to breed them, and might as well just recruit the tier 3 version and let it sit in your roster. Alright, and there you go. I know, again, you can get these in Chapter 4, you can find these in some random encounters. It's just easier to get them here and now. I don't know. That's just how I have it planned out. Now, Beowulf's pretty cool. He's a Templar. You should definitely recruit him. He's a story character. You got room for him, especially in the remake now that you have 50 character slots. Are you kidding? And Race, she has a human form, by the way, but that's for later. Spoilers. Mwah. So this is the roster so far. We have Rams as the main character. We've got our 3 ninja, thief, monk, knight, whatevers. We have our item find character who, by the way, a lot of people, I've been getting a lot of comments in my other guide video about this. When you are done item finding, as in there is nothing left to pull out of the dirt and claim, this character becomes a regular character. You just boost its bravery up. Takes a few, you know, okay, it takes like 20 battles to do, whatever. And then once you've done that, it'll just be another one of your ninja harem characters, okay? But yeah, until then, it has a job to do, and once that job is complete, it can then join the others. By the way, at this point in the game, you really, really should be breeding these wild boars, because when you kill them, let me show you. You can get ribbons, alright? And ribbons, you know, I would have had you do this much earlier, but I don't expect everyone to follow the guide fully. Ribbons, 30,000 each. Get 5 ribbons. I'm telling you. This is, yeah, it's only plus 10 HP, but it makes you immune to everything. Doom, Traitor, Charmed, Undead, Vampire, Berserk, Disable, Immobilize, Slow Stop, Confused, Toadstone, Sleep, Silence, AO, Poison, and Blindness. Now, you're going to put these on all of your characters, okay? They have Chantage is immune to death, okay? Barrett is immune to some things, but it's not nearly as good as Ribbon, okay? Even though it has more HP, I believe. Yeah, it has 10 more HP. What to do? You can make up for HP with level up, down, stat growth. It's not a big deal. So it's time for everyone to start wearing ribbons. There's only rare times where you need speed helmets, and we can get a thief helmet for that. But you know, for the cheese that we're doing, ribbon is the go-to play. It's going to make your characters immune to everything, including death. So now you can just auto battle your way through anything you want. Alright, now that you have the Zodiac Stone from Beowulf, you go back to the Clockwork City of Goug, whatever, and you put it in that robot, and then you get a robot buddy! Big old robot buddy named Construction 8. Okay, I guess they're calling it Automaton in this version, and then they give it a female voice, or a kid voice? What the hell? Yeah, I didn't expect that. That's a shocker. Spoilers, I guess. Give it a command.
Me? Must I... What are you talking
Yeah,
about? Your
go
stone
give me
brought the thing
DoorDash,
to
bro.
life. You're its master.
Oh, jeez.
Very well. Dance.
Oh, for the love of the
Dance. Do a Step Maniacs level 23 song. Do it.
What would you have it do?
There you go, guys.
dancing.
Construct 8. Yes, dispose of Mustadio. Great job. Yeah, goodbye, Mustadio. Game over. Yeah, this whole time we've been calling this... Yeah, it's Construct 8. We've been calling this a dude. Oh yeah, he's a really cool party member, bro. Like, blah, 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 right? Let's see if we can get more of the voice acting.
I am Construct 8. What is your command, Master?
Whatever. So one of the cool things about Construct 8 is you can use it as a stepping stool and get to higher places, which is necessary... Well, it used to be necessary for an item in an upcoming secret map, but now that we can just use an item find character as well, a chemist, and then give them ignore height, then yeah, we can literally just get it without them. Alright, next up is the Nevleska Temple. So if we go back to the clockwork city of Goug, you get another scene. Oh boy. Alright, so to unlock Nevleska Temple, we need to then go to Zeirchele Castle and go listen to some rumors in the bar. So head on over to the tavern, click rumors, and then the Cursed Isle of Nevleska.
This seems interesting.
This seems interesting, dude. Oh man, it's so cool, bro. It's like the coolest thing ever. And ta-da! A new road grows on an island. Wow, if this is an MMORPG, players would just swim across or something. Alright, so there is some major setup before going to the Nevleska Temple, and you only get one chance at this. Well, I mean, thanks to save games and restarts on the remake, you technically don't, but whatever. Alright, so you want your item find character. You're gonna have to change them, yes, back to a chemist. I know, boo. Give them ignore height. Alright, ignore elevation, whatever. And, this, I'm gonna have to try this out a few times and make sure we can do this. I'm gonna try it with Chantage. Make sure you give them the ribbon, of course. Absolute must-have. And, yeah, so we don't want Glacial Gun. Hell no to Glacial Gun. But it is imperative that everyone has ribbons. Everyone needs ribbons, Chantage. Alright, make sure they all have it. And, yeah. Make sure your item finder has ignore elevation. Next up, on your item find character, under Squire, have them learn the, let's see, it's like equip change. Where is it? Is it under, it might be under Chemist. Yeah, re-equip. Have them learn re-equip under Chemist, and then equip that. And we're going to be using this to check the gear that we get to make sure that it's the correct thing, because there is a javelin and a shield that share the same name as the weak counterparts. And the graphics can be a little hard to tell if you got the good one or not, so we're going to be using re-equip to check and make sure. Alright, and other than that, I just have steel on the character so I can charm. We're going to also have steel on two other characters for charming purposes. Alright, also you need Arts of War. Now for Ramza, you're going to change his job to an Orator. That's right, we're going Orator once again, you know the drill. And we're going to have items on him. We're going to have him with items because we need to heal one of the boss monsters, and you can't use healing magic. You have to use healing items, and we need to keep the boss alive because the boss has attacks that hurt itself, and if it dies, then the mission's over before you get all the items. So that's what we're doing, and of course, make sure that when it, you know, auto re-gears your characters, you re-gear them with Chantage. Everyone needs Chantage. Everyone needs ribbons. That's the rule. Power Garb just helps you kill faster. So they gave Construct 7 a male voice.
Premises within 30 seconds. This is not a drill.
Interesting. I guess they wanted Construct 8 to be more kawaii desunika. Sorry for the anime cringe, guys. Anime is based, though. I'm just going to say it on this channel. Anime is based. Alright, so here is the set rep for this map. You have 2 Hydras on these pillars, and we need to get our item find character on these pillars for some rares. However, the Hydras are programmed not to move. So that's where Ramza invites them with his Speechcraft. And in one version of the game, they will move after that. In other versions of the game, they still won't move. So then what you do is you lower their bravery until they're chickens, and then they run away. With that, or you get them down to critical HP and then they will start to flee. It really depends. I don't know how this version they will act, but if there is no way to get them off the pillars, then we just kill them, let them crystallize, whatever, and that's that. Secondly, we have these cockatrices. We're just going to kill them all. Do not charm these, and preferably, if you do invite these, make sure that their speed and power broken. You don't want anyone to hurt Construct 7, and you want to power and speed break him so that he's basically useless while your item find character runs around the map and collects all the loot, which I'll show you where all the loot is in just a bit. Right now, your goal is just kill the cockatrices. That's it. Just kill them. Just take them all out. So the Hydra flew off the pedestal immediately to attack Ramza. So I'm used to playing different versions, guys, but hey, we don't have to worry about it. We can just invite them, and then you can power break them, speed break them, whatever.
My turn.
Now, you can see that we have a near full party wipe immediately, right? And that is because, again, the cockatrices are killing. Construct 8 has deadly attacks as well, so... but the Hydras are physical based, and so that's where Blade Grasp comes in, or Shirahadori, whatever it's called. Shirahadori. I'm never going to get used to saying that. But yeah, you'll see that the Cockatrice will decay 1 heart, and then all of our party members are back on their feet. Chantage is an absolute must on Tactician. I don't know how people are going to do this on Tactician without Chantage. I really don't. Or leveling to 99. So let me show you where the items are at. So on this pillar right here, that is the Javelin 2, alright? Now, if you fail, it's just a regular Javelin, alright? And then on this pillar, this is the Esuchin 2? And if you fail it, it's a regular Esuchin. I don't know how to say the shield name. Now, right here, where this bird is the Nagorok. Now, this is a sword, and I believe it's a Knight Sword. 1 attack damage, but it turns things into frogs. And yeah, there's other ways to get this one, so it's not the rarest. It's the least rare item on the map. It's still nice to get, though. And then right here in this corner is the Sasuke's Blade. And if you fail it, it's an elixir. If you fail the Nagnarok, it is also an elixir. So, alright, so let's test our luck. We're going to hop up here. There we go. And we got an item. Now, this says obtained a Javelin. We don't know what kind, but it's got a fat tip and it's gray, so I think we got the right one. So we're going to go to re-equip now. And then we should be able to... There's a setting in the old version of the game that lets you see unequipable items, and I know that has to be here in the main one too. Okay, there it is. It's the 3rd tab. You just go to your 3rd tab for all weapons and shields, and then we are going to look for the Javelin. There we go. And you can see that it has attack power of 8 with 10% deflect. So this is not the Javelin we want. The Javelin we want has 30 attack power. So we're going to go to load, and then we go down 2 autosaves, and then we just try again. Here we go, attempt number 2, and here's the thing. We got to get all of them in the same fight. Alright, this time we got a golden-tipped one, which is different. It's got a gray, whatchamacallit, shaft, I guess. I don't want to use that word, but it is what it is. So now we can look at it on here, and, where are you at? Javelin, 30 attack power, and you see it's still just called Javelin, not Javelin 2, but the community calls it Javelin 2. So we got the right one, we're good. Alright, so here's the setup. I have the Power Break, Speed Break, Ninja, Body Blocking, Construct 7 into the cave here, which means the Hydras are not Time-Mats. The Hydras cannot go up and melee attack them. And right now they're both invited to the party, so that was lucky. It looks like all of the birds are dead, and none of them are dead on treasure spots. So yeah, we're sitting pretty right now. This character can continue to just like speed break. And yeah, Construct 7 will counter and then kill her. Sometimes it didn't that time. And then as far as this character goes, every once in a while we're gonna need to swap places with our ninja and heal Construct 7, because we have not attacked Construct 7, but you can see he is lowering his own HP with his own attacks. That's how his skills work. And we might have to have our item find character toss some potions, since I didn't give throw item to Ramza. But I can always just back off the ninja 1 tile, and then have Ramza take the spot too. There's a lot of leeway with it. Alright, the Estuchin, the shield, I don't know how to say it. Let's see what we get. It should have gold trim. Now that's pure gold. Let's see if we got the good one. I think that's the good one. So we go to re-equip, and we go to the offhand, and a shield with unrivaled blocking capability. 75% physical evasion, 50% magic evasion. That is it. It is a pure golden shield. So we're 2 out of 4 now. Alright, so what I've done is I've made sure on the turn order that Ramza goes before the Hydras, so that he can run in and body block Construct 7 and potion him up every time he attacks. The other characters don't have to do anything. They can just wait around until the other characters complete their little mission. But yeah, so now we can have Ramza run in, give X potion to Construct 7, healing him up. That way he cannot blow himself up, giving us infinite time on this map to item hunt. Alright, so remember, the next item is right here, and we have our item find character ready to move there with the ignore height. And what I want you to do is make note of the local time. So right now for me, my local time is 5:45 p.m. Let's see if we get the she didn't pick anything up. This is where it's supposed to be, the Nagarok. I don't know why it's not finding anything. That's very weird. Like, come on now, what's the deal? Yeah, I have no idea why that's not working. That's where it's at. I know that's where it's at. Okay, so I don't know why it's not showing up. It is every version of the game. It's right there, and it's not working. I've stepped on all of these, and nothing's happening. So let's get the Sasuke Blade, which is right there. Let's see if that one's working. See, that one we got.
Pleasant surprise.
So I don't know what's going on. I don't know if I need to step on it multiple times or if I need to step on it in a certain order. Actually, you know what? Okay. Alright, you know what? I've misread my notes, ladies and gentlemen. Let me show you where the Nagnarok actually is. That's right. I wrote it... I have a text file and I'm like, I wrote it in big parentheses. Hey, make sure that you you realize it's not on the top part of the temple. Yeah, okay, so the Nagnarok is down here where Construction 8 is, all the way at the back. So what I have to do now is I have to completely neuter these, I'm gonna get our chemist in position, try to neuter the Hydras as much as possible. We'll have somehow get Construct 8 to move out of his den. Maybe just down these guys. I think I'll just kill them real quick so Construct 8 can run out, and then I'm gonna run the chemist in and loot the item. Alright, so I've power broken one of the Hydras, Hydras. And because they're in critical condition, they won't fight anymore. They'll just run to the corners of the map. That's what their AI will do, which means they won't crowd this cave anymore. But also, Construct 7 will now prioritize them with his attacks. She's got one coming up. So now I can move... I can unblock the cave for now. I just need to have my ninja have a turn, which she should, so that Construct 7 needs a way to get out of this cave. And I should have moved Ramza a little bit further back than that, but yeah, we gotta unblock the cave so that he'll come out and play. And I think we just need to move everyone to maximum. Well, he has a beam attack. We just need to move everyone to the back so he's forced to come out and say hello or whatever, right? Okay, so he's coming out now, but he's gonna kill Ramza. There we go. And then the Hydra's just gonna float up there. Now we can't move through Construct 7, so again, we want to give him like a lot of range. So I'm just gonna jump her up here. There we go, and move her back. Just run them all to the corner. We gotta kite them out, basically, right? Here, let's yeah, just run back. There we go. And man, we gotta wait a lot of turns because he is speed broken all the way down, but that's fine. The Hydras will run away because they're crit. That's fine. Everything's working as it should. Alright, so this should be it right here. No, I still can't scoot around him. So not yet. Alright, he has scooted over, which means I can drop down and then go into the cave, but can I go deep enough? No, I need one more spot, but at least we can body block here now. And then next time it's our chemist's turn, we are good. Now, he started targeting the Hydra, but hey, we have 2 Phoenix Downers. We can keep them alive so we can get them after the fight. And now we just wait until it's our chemist's turn. And if I wanted to, I could start pounding on the boss now, but I don't want to like get a lucky crit and end it early, you know? I want to be safe. I want to make absolute sure. But our chemist is in the hole. There she is. This is her moment of truth to see if we get the item or not. And we got buried item found, but you can't see it. Nagnarok. We got it. We got all 4 rare items. Now it's time to end the fight. And here is the sword. This dark blade is mentioned in legends about the end of the world. It inflicts a terrible curse. When attacking, it has a chance to inflict toad. 1 damage sword. So, yeah. 50% parry rate, though. Very nice. And when you beat Construct 7 for the first time, he does come back. Or he's supposed to. Yeah, he comes back with 1 HP. Yeah, there we go. He's back with 1 HP, and then you just down him again, and boink, and that's the fight. And while you can get Hydras elsewhere, it's really just easier to get them here. I mean, just don't worry about it. Alright, so, you know, as an 11-year-old, the color palette didn't really matter much, but now it's kind of, I got a few questions. Better give her a female voice. That's all I gotta say. Better give her a female voice. Okay, let's hear it. Alright, yeah, they gave her a girl voice, that's fine. Alright. It's more, maybe it's just my monitor, it's more blue than you know, the normal color of that color palette, but might as well for now. Yeah, you know, they gave her a girl voice, we're good. So Sasuke's blade is not the best ninja sword, though it is the one with the highest block percent. Spellblade is, or Spellbinder, I'm sorry, is honestly way more useful than Sasuke's blade simply because it can inflict disable. It's one less attack power, but I mean, you know, whoop-de-doo, one less attack power, and we don't play ninjas to block, so... Now, technically, the best ninja sword in the game is the Iga Blade, which is a 10% block, 15 weapon power sword. However, 2 attack power to trade for disable infliction is just not worth it, in my opinion. Especially with stat maxing, attack power doesn't really matter in super late game weapons anyway. You can have 1 attack power on an item, and if you stat max, you still hit for 999. Alright, lads, now that we've done the Nevleska Temple, it's time to get Cloud Strife, the main character of Final Fantasy VII. Go back to Clockwork City of Goug, and I'm just going to skip our way there. Now, I just had to check the credits, the voice acting credits, and it's Cody Christian. He's the original voice actor for Cloud. So, let me skip to when he appears. Alright, I'll stay quiet for the scenes, because I know some people probably skip just to this part of the video to see this.
Place. Who am I? I was swallowed by a current. A great stream, and then... Damn it, I can't remember.
I recall reading something like this in a volume long ago. An interdimensional transporter.
And what, pray tell, is that?
A device for teleportation across dimensions, across the very fabric of time and space.
Then, the man before us hails from a world beyond our own.
Like as not. But how would his manner address?
My name is... Cloud. Yeah, that was it.
I am Ramza, and my companions are Mustadio and...
I'm not interested in your names. What I need is a battlefield. That's right. I was a member of Soldier. Has he no manners at all? What is this? Tingling in my fingertips, in my eyes. They burn. No, stop! Sephora! Best keep your distance. That man is not stable. I have to go. I have to get there.
Anyway, can't show the full story. I mean, I could, but this video is already long enough as is, and it's more of a guide and not a cutscene thingy, but whatever. So, in an interview, the devs mentioned that you can get Cloud a lot easier in the remake than in the original, because in the original, you had to go and farm the Materia Blade with your move find item character. But in this case, the game is telling us here to go to Trade City of Sal Ghidos, so we're just going to go ahead and do that instead. Also, for people that say, oh, that's not Eris, it just looks like her, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, well, this ruffian is literally dead naming her, so there you go. Yep. Rum Duchess, everybody. So, I don't recall Cloud starting with the Materia Blade in this fight, but he has it here, so that's neat. So the only real way you lose this is if the thieves get off a steel heart on your female ninjas, and then they pound Cloud into dust, so hopefully that doesn't happen to you. Who could say no to letting Cloud join their party? Hell yeah, brother. Alright, so when he joins the party, he does have the Materia Blade, meaning you don't have to go get another one, but you can go get another one. I assume it's still in the game, so you could dual-wield Materia Blades, which is... yeah, they're in Final Fantasy VII, there's where you split your sword into 2 and he dual-wields them. I'm pretty sure I remember that correctly in the remake, at least. Anyway, let's hear his inner thoughts.
The Promised Land. I have to get there.
And there you go, folks. Alright, but let's say you do want to get a second Materia Blade. So, take your item find character, and then give them Treasure Hunter. There you go. They can say a ninja. And why doesn't this person have Chantage? What the heck, game? It keeps trying to change to other stuff. No, that's what we want. And what you want to do now is you want to play on Mount Bervinia, I mean. Now, if you approach from the north side and start a battle, you'll spawn here, and then Materia Blade is right on top of this mountain. So that just means you take your item find character and you move them up here. Now, in order to do this, you need Ignore Hyatt, and you got to make him a cleric. So I'm just going to restart the battle and show you that real quick. Alright, so we jump up top of the mountain here, and there it is. Buried item found, materia. That's clearly, yeah. Obtain Materia Blade Plus. Well, I didn't have the re-equip command, so I'm gonna end the fight real quick, and we'll check out what that plus means. And here it is, the Materia Blade Plus. It is the regular is 10 attack power and no effects. You can dual wield it. The Materia Blade Plus, here's the description. It says it raises magic attack power. Magic attack power +4. That's crazy, dude. That's crazy. That's like a spellcaster blade. Unfortunately, it's restricted to Squire Knight and, I don't even know. I think that's Calculator, maybe? No. Oh, it's a symbol for Geomancer. Yeah, so you can use it as a Squire, a Knight, and a Geomancer, and that's it. Alright, time to unlock the Deep Dungeon. So to do that, we're going to go all the way down here to Port City of Warjilis, or Warjilis? I don't know how to say it. And that'll trigger a bar cutscene. Of course it's at a bar. Alright, so Midlight's Deep is a little bit wonky because it's a completely pitch black dungeon. And there's a way to cheat that. Besides killing mobs and letting their corpse turn into crystals, once you unlock the ability Teleport, well, Teleport will highlight the entire map for you so you can see where exactly you can and can't go. And so at this point in time, remember, unless you skip to this part of the guide, we are not going to manually grind out the Time Mage's Teleport. That would take forever, alright? Instead, we take our characters, these two at least, and we are going to turn them into Time Mages. There we go, just go ahead and change the job. It doesn't matter about their equipment, so don't worry about that. And what we're going to do now is we are going to do all of the city's tavern errands. There's a lot of them now in Chapter 4 to do. And these are more than enough to push your JP to 3,000. So take your 3 characters, whatever you want to level up. For my item find character, I eventually do want to get Shira Hidori, so I'm going to make her a samurai. I also maybe want to unlock Dancer. Eventually, I do want to unlock Time Mage and Summoner. I do want all of our ninjas to be able to become Summoners so we can learn a special ability. But other than that, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and send these characters basically off to do a bunch of roleplay quests here. Just like this, just like before in the video. And there we go. Now, if you don't know what part of the video I'm talking about, it's around the end of Chapter 3. So look for timestamps in the description or the pin, maybe not the pin comment, or you know, just slide your mouse through the YouTube. It's probably about 1 to 2 hours in. So you can see here, if we're just running around the map for like 10 seconds, you get some money, you get some JP. Real simple stuff. Just go to each town and complete these. Now, at some point while doing all of these errands, and what I've done here is I've got these characters switched to samurai so I can start learning some of the draw out skills, namely the ones that give you. This one is Regain and Haste, and this one is Protect and Shell. So, again, these are AoE effects, and you just buff your whole party at the very start of a fight to be hasted, protected, shelled, regenerating, and so on and so forth, and you just become an unstoppable army. It's great. That way you can just do this without actually having to switch to samurai and level up as a samurai. One thing you're going to run into is you're going to have a lot of poachable monsters, too, while you do this. You'll notice that all of these hydras are going to turn into blood swords. These things turn into the strongest bag in the game, and I forget what else. And then these guys, they turn into some other perfume that I forget what it does right now. Yeah, the pigs are for ribbons. Sorry. And the greater hydras are Sepetime. It's magic +1. It gives you invisibility and haste, so it's pretty good for calculator builds. Alright, so right now our roster is 50 out of 50, and I don't want to kick any story characters out, so I need to start poaching through these monsters. So, you know what that means. We're going to go to a merchant city at Dorter, get some ninja swords, and chop up these beasts. Alright, so for Chapter 4, late game poaching, we are going to use Lake Poskus as our poaching territory, and because we're nigh invincible with Ribbon and Chantage, we have Spellbinders, we're, you know, mid-level 40s ninjas. We're just going to poach with 3 characters, and we're going to kill 2 of these at a time. So I'm just going to just mull through all of these monsters. And here's how I have my lineup set up, okay? I've got my main 5 cast here. Okay, I've got my breeding animals in this line, and partially this line. And then I have my story NPC unique characters like Mustadio, Agrius, Rafa, etc. After all of those characters, then I have my slaughterable, breedable, not the ones using to breed, but the ones using to poach, all below at the bottom. So, once I know that there's no more monsters left after Cloud, then I can go back to doing the errands, and it's more optimal that way. And this is also how I'm going to be leveling up, and our characters leveling up are leveling as ninjas, because that is the optimal stat growth. Now, the reason we pick this map is because it has the widest variety of end-game monsters. It has Dark Behemoths, Behemoth Kings. It's got a lot of different monsters on here. So, I approach from the west side of this lake, and this lake has a safe spot. This has a height of 13, and the surrounding tiles have a height of 10, which means enemies cannot melee attack you from here. Now, what you can do is you can use a spear and stab down at these enemies, and they'll just walk up to you and then idle. And we can still slash down with swords as well. Like, there you go. And they can't fight back. They can't hit us up. We can hit them down. They can't hit us up. Also, like, and the way a lot of monsters work is whenever you hit them, they counter and then kill you. Like, for example, so boom, counter dead, right? And so this prevents you from getting a full party wipe. Now, there are enemies that have ranged attacks and spells that can down you, so you have to be a little bit careful. And once you get stronger, you know, you can start blowing these mobs up a little bit quicker. But, you know, in the low mid 40s, it's not entirely like a thing, so you gotta manually play it for a little while. You can also just run one character away while the other two resurrect and then continue fighting. You know how Chanted works by now. You're used to it. And also, your swords do disable the enemy on procs, so when they're disabled, they cannot counter, which just makes it a little bit easier. Now, look at this battlefield. That's a lot of behemoths to be poaching, right? And once you have enough of the behemoth drops, you can dismiss them from your army. You won't need to breed them anymore, unless you just want one to collect. I think they'd be cool if you could mount them, but it is whatever. Now, I want to show you my formation. I have the monsters in front with their backs turned to our poachers, so you can just slam them in the back and yoink their hide just like that. And you know what I find is, like, funny is, like, I googled, like, what is the best... You know, I googled around. I wanted to do some research and see what other people thought, and there wasn't a single forum post. There wasn't a single Googleable answer of what is the best map to poach on in Chapter 4. No one has covered this in the history of the game. This game's been out since 1997. Come on, people. Like, what the hell? But yeah, this is a gorgeous map to poach on. Now, I recommend you kill the wizard. If you get, like, the behemoth wizard fight, kill the wizard first, because the wizard's going to cast spells on you and not care about the behemoths. And if the wizard kills the behemoths, you don't get the poach. So, yeah. So, let me show you a full round of late-game optimal poaching from Limberry Castle. We approach from the west to Lake Poskus, and we initiate a fight by clicking on it or pushing the button, whatever. So, whenever we get to the actual encounter here, and I wish I could fast-forward the whole game. Come on, let me skip ahead here. I know it's a load screen, but whatever. So, the bombs actually have a ranged attack, which means our pillar strat doesn't work as well. But we're going to put Poachable Animal 1, Poachable Animal 2. We're going to put Ramza, a ninja, and a ninja.
Onward.
There we go. So that starts the fight. Now, the blue bombs have a ranged attack, and so do the black bombs. And the regular bombs can blow themselves up. But also, that undead creature has a ranged attack too. But we're going to go ahead and just kill whatever's in front of us. There we go, just like that. And again, these are the monsters that we've been breeding specifically to poach. And then we're just going to charge in. We're going to charge straight in here. Now, this one here is dangerous. Well, no, it's not. It's level 8. It's not dangerous at all. If it was dangerous, I would have 2 ninjas on 1, because your own monsters will counter and kill you, okay? So, again, I'm just going to charge forward. And these characters, the only thing that can hurt them is a 3% chance to be hit, which will kill them. Or ranged attacks that are unavoidable. So now this character is going to sit on this pillar. This is our stand-in. This is our... so we prevent a party wipe. See how this thing used Bomblet? It can't use regular attack because it has a low chance to hit. See how this has 3% chance to hit, but if it does hit, it downs our character. So there we go. We did the Blade Grasp, the Shiha Hanatori, or whatever the hell it's called. But all these bombs, they have ranged attacks. Again, well, that one just has bite, but so on and so forth. So these two, they're going to fight, they're going to either fight an individual battle or team up on one mob. Because there's so many mobs on the map, I like to team up at first and then split off. So we're going to start with, wait, can I reach the regular? Yes, I can reach the more dangerous mob here, this blue bomb. So we're going to kill this first. It's disabled, so now I don't have to worry about it for a while. So I can let that one rob, but bombs blow themselves up when they undisable, so we're going to finish it off. If it wasn't a bomb, we would leave it alone. So there we go. We poached it. We're going to wait so we get more CT. This character's going to sit on the pillar, and everyone's going to rush these two characters with attacks that can't be avoided. Alright, here come the behemoths. They're going to try their 3% attack, hopefully fail. And let's see, next up is this bomb, so let's finish it off. Perhaps, there we go. Yeah, we were able to kill it in one turn, so that's nice. And the stronger you get, the easier this becomes. Alright. So, again, I hate to face things head on, but there we go. So that one was not finished off, and it will probably blow up, and that's fine. It's okay if they blow up, and it's okay if our characters die because they have chantage. They'll just come right back. There's the self-destruct. There we go. Boom. And, again, this character's just going to wait on the pillar. No problem. Alright, so now we have Ramza coming over to finish this bomb off. There we go. Evaded, but we were a ninja. We get to attack twice. There we go. And we're back up. So now, attack the next monster. Let's go for this one. It's disabled. Cool, it can't do anything. It's just going to run away now. This one's going to use a spell, killing our character. That's fine. This one, if this one hits and kills our character, that's fine. Because we have this ninja up here doing, it's our stand-in character that allows everyone else to come back to life. Re-raise will not work if everyone is dead. So there we go. Finish this guy off. Alright, and then ninja gets back up. We can now work on this one. There we go. Didn't disable it. Counter kills it. That's fine. Now, the behemoth is a melee-only unit. And this is a height of 13 versus 10, so it can't attack us. It will come sniff our farts, and that's it. It'll sit there and be an idiot. It's like an MMORPG where there's no leashing. The enemies just sit under you while you're on top of a tree stabbing downwards at them. There's so many games that do that. Seasoned Warrior complete, so that's a Steam achievement. There you go. And now we'll just move towards this. It's going to blow us up, that's fine. Our next turn we get back up anyway. The only way to balance chantage is to make it so that when you get back up from re-raise that it's not your turn immediately. That's the only real way to balance it. Alright. And then we have... Now at this point too, I want to mention, Ramza here could just set in a corner, and then this pillar ninja can go poach. That's absolutely fine. So we can risk that. We're good now. We've thinned out the numbers, and that counter would have downed her. That's fine. But Ramza would be our stand-in here. But Ramza's going to take care of the bomb. There we go. So bomb's done. And now Ramza and, well, we can all just 3-gang the one that's left. He has no AoE attacks. He can't party wipe us. It's a 2-on-3. There we go. We parry. It's fine. And dead. There we go. So now it's a 1-on-3, and the monster's basically dead. And everything's getting poached, and these things, you know, they poach for pretty good stuff, pretty good money. The XP is really good too, and again, with the fast forward button, it makes this so much more tolerable. Now, later in the video, I'm going to show you an AFK method, a guaranteed AFK method where you can just walk away, and the characters will do this automatically with 0 risk. Now, I also want to mention, if you want to do this faster, and you're not a difficulty game purist, you can swap to Squire difficulty and get your poaching done, and you will hit way harder. The enemies will have way less defense. You will one-shot literally everything with this build, alright, at this low level, okay? But on Tactician, the enemies have innate defense and offense, and they have way higher HP pools. So, it's up to you if you want to save time or if you want to be a purist. Alright, there we go. We've poached through 20 different monsters, including entire maps full of behemoths. And so when we go to the Poacher's Den, oh boy, there is a lot of stuff to cash in here. Some notable items are from the Hydra. The rare poach is a scorpion tail. These are the strongest flails in the game, used by squires and ninjas. Now, flails have... they have minimum and maximum attack damage. I forget the formula. It's like 1 times attack, or 1 times your character's attack power, and then that number is concluded or summarized, and then that number would be multiplied by the attack power of the weapon, which is 23. So, it varies wildly. I think that's the formula. You can see regular Hydras yield blood swords. Blood swords are so damn good because they heal you. They are a sustain. Then you have the red dragons, which is the dragon whisker. We talked about those earlier in the video. The regular dragons give protect and shell perfumes. The greater Hydras give a perfume. If you read the description, it gives you invisibility also. So it gives you haste, +1 magic attack, and invisibility. So these can pair really well with certain kind of calculator builds or like stealth meteor assassins. I know it's a weird build, but hey, it's out there. See, regular behemoths kind of suck. Even the rare one is the Proud Hide Bag. It gives you regeneration, but it's only 12 attack damage. Behemoth King gives you float, reflect, perfume. Behemoth King's rare drop is the Artemis Bow, which is not even the best bow in the game. Now, the Dark Behemoth gives wizard rods. You can buy these from the store, so not a big deal. I didn't get a single rare drop on the Dark Behemoths, unfortunately, but those are the stone shooter guns with 20 attack power for a gun. It's really good, but it petrifies you at the start of battle, meaning someone has to come unpetrify you. Oh, another thing, since we're in Chapter 4, these birds, we don't need them anymore. Their rare drop was the Feather Mantle, which we can buy from the store, so you can actually just get them out of your breeding pool now and free up a couple spots. I can't believe I forgot to do that, and we don't really use them except for evasion builds anyway. Again, you should be running all over the map doing these errands. You can see here for Time Mage and Samurai, which are classes I didn't want to play as. I'm getting like 200 JP for 1 minute's worth of holding the fast forward button and running around the map. And then whenever you back out, sometimes there's a new errand, so go back in and make sure that there are no errands available for everything in the town. As you can see, I have never entered battle on any of these characters with Time Wizard or Time Mage. You can see this character has Teleport learned. Teleport is 3000 JP, it's insane. This one has exactly 0. Teleport is learned. And yes, I know you can kill and absorb Time Mage crystals to get this also. This one's at 2600, 2900. Alright, and then this one is a Samurai. I think this one's about to be able to learn both of the things. We have Masamune, whatever you want to call it. Go and learn that. And then Kiyomori or whatever. That's the two main ones I wanted to learn. There we go. Now this character can switch to something else. Let's say, for example, I wanted to learn Calculator, which is what this is. I would need level 5 White Mage, level 5 Black Mage, level 4 Mystic, etc., right? But why play through battles punching each other to get that up when you could just do the errands, right? But, you know, I'm playing a no magic run of sorts, so, yeah, like, I'm still need it. So, more in-game grinds that I would rather just do through the errands is this. On Time Mage, they have what is called Mana Shield. This is an in-game counter ability that I would eventually replace Sheen Hanadori with, or Blade Grasp. I just like calling it Blade Grasp, the old names. So Mana Shield is another one I want to pick up from Time Mage, but I don't want to play a Time Mage, right? And then after all my characters have the core items for Samurai, like Kiyomori and Masamune, or however you pronounce it, I want to go over to Mystic, another mage class I don't want to play, and I want to learn Defense Boost and Mana Font. So yes, I have a very defensive in-game super build that is nigh unkillable, but you know, I'm just going to use errands to grind these out on my my generic characters. Now, in between your errands, you're going to fill up your entire roster with monsters ready to poach again. And one thing you can do to make poaching a little more level up efficient is well, I mean, of course, for Ramza, he has Shout, so you definitely want to learn that one. But for everyone else that just has regular Squire, because we're in Chapter 4, they can have Focus, which just increases their attack power by 1. So I recommend all of your poachers learn this while they're poaching, because you don't need to charm enemies or break their speed or power or whatever while you're poaching. So what you should do, again, is just swap their ability here from whatever you have going on to Fundaments, and make sure that while they're standing up on the tower with nothing to do, that they're using Focus to still get XP and JP. And they should, by default, just have enough JP. If not, have them play around as Squire, like a Squire poacher. It'll be fine. It'll definitely make leveling easier. I just want to remind you guys that, again, this Master Adventurer thing doesn't do anything. It doesn't increase your item find chance. It is just purely flavor. So one cool tip that is new to this version, you can push the locations button. That would be X on Xbox controller or square on PlayStation. And under settlements, you can just scroll through and see what errands remain. So here's a few things. If you hover over a city and it says on the right side of your screen, let me show you with the mouse cursor. It says all errands complete. There is nothing left to ever do there. If it says, hold on, let me find one. None available at this time. That means there's only certain times of the month, or you haven't done an errand somewhere else to unlock those errands. So instead of running all over the map looking for an errand while your monsters, you know, mass breed, just scroll through the list and you'll see here at Ivalice Castle, I now have an errand I can do. And down here at Trade City of Sal Ghidos, that's essentially it. It's those 2 towns. I only have 2 errands left to do. So this specific job called Unknown Vegetation, you're gonna need chemists and mystics. Otherwise, it always fails, and then you have to run around the map for like a month and a half until it unlocks again. By the way, if you fail missions or errands, yeah, they give you like 20 JP, so it is an infinite JP trick, but it takes a long time. It's really cumbersome. It's really annoying. And I'd rather just knock it out and get it done. But yeah, they should. There we go. Now they passed it. So if you're having trouble with Unknown Vegetation, that's all you gotta use. 2 chemists and 1 mystic. So another one that likes to fail often is the Garland Magic Melee, and this only applies on the Virgo month. It's the only time you can actually do it. And if you want to beat it, it's 2 Samurai, 1 Time Mage. So yeah, there you go. It's pretty easy. But again, it's only during the month of Virgo, so you have to run around the map for a full year until you can do it again. Now, if you get great success in every errand, you get a Steam achievement, but that's really it. So with every errand completed, let me show you some of the things that I did here. So on my 3 samurai characters, what I wanted to do was unlock arithmetic, or the calculator, as it used to be called, because they have XP boost, which we're going to need if we ever want to do down leveling into leveling up mechanics. So here's how it works. The maximum XP you can earn in 1 action is 99. If you are a level 1 attacking a 99 ally or enemy, you will earn 99 XP. So that means you don't level up in that turn, but if you get a cure XP when you move, you can then move, punch an ally, you get double the XP in a single turn. Yeah, it takes 2 actions, but it is what it is, and then that will level you up every single turn. This one also is move a cure JP up, which means you run around with maximum speed, you focus, accumulate, whatever you want to call it, and that just allows you to really, really level up jobs very quickly. If you want to max every job and get enough JP for every job, it's for min-maxers, but it's always good to have. But even without, just having XP boost on when you're doing anything in the game that revolves grinding, level down, level up, it doesn't matter, right? So, yeah, it's just a faster way to level up and whatnot. Now, as far as leveling down goes, I'll teach you that towards the end of the video. But it's pretty simple. There's a few tricks that we can use to use the level down trap faster, as well as a monster that has a level down ability that we can just tank. And so you can level down about 5 to 6 times. Yeah, it's like 5 times a turn. It's 4 monsters, and then you hit the trap. So again, I'll show you all of that later in the video. But once these characters learned those skills, then I started working towards unlocking Dancer. Which I guess this character went overboard on Geomancer. Otherwise, they would have got Dragoon 5 and one more errand, but I miscalculated and kept him on Geomancer too long, so that's my bad. Oops. Then at some point you want to unlock Mime. That's also part of the level down up trick, regardless of your gender, if you want to stat max, which isn't too hard. Yeah, so it's something to do. I want to show you the difference between a lower level and a higher level ninja. So we have a level 42 ninja here with 10 speed, 11 attack power, 164 HP, right? Now we have a level 60 ninja with 188 HP, right? We have 12 speed instead of 10, okay? Because you get about 1 speed every 11 levels, about. Instead of 11 attack power, we have 13 attack power. Again, exact same characters. So, yes, leveling up makes you a lot more deadly with these characters. I will mention that Ninja actually has very terrible HP growth and not the best physical attack power growth. We're going to possibly correct that later if you want to, but the way I have it set up, you won't need to, because HP doesn't matter with Chantage. HP just, you can have 1 HP, and it doesn't matter. You stand up from death, you punch them in the face, and it's over. So right now, the goal is to level to 99, but here's the thing. Once you get one character to 99, it is so much, it's infinitely faster to level anyone else to 99, because with a level 99 character, the monsters will be level 99, and that means from levels 1 to 80, even without XP boost and move XP, you gain 1 level every turn, every 1 to 2 turns. With move XP, you gain a level every turn. With XP boost, you can still gain a level after 80 once per turn, or twice per turn. I forget exactly how much it is, but we won't be leveling to 80. We're going to be leveling to 60, and then down to 1, and then back to 60, and down to 1, and it's going to be really, really quick. And then suddenly you're going to have like 800 HP, you're going to have like 30 to 40 attack power. Your speed won't be as high until you decide to lock it in with Ninja again. So yeah, it's going to be nuts, it's going to be fun, and that's way later. We don't have to do that right now because we're going to do some deep dungeon diving here. So we're going to go ahead and set back up our characters how they were. With Ramza with Arts of War, we have, you know, our second character with Arts of War, 2 characters with Steel, and then our Item Find character who has Item, which we don't really need Item anymore because everyone has ribbons, so you could give them Steel. I'd probably just give them Steel, honestly. Now, for the Deep Dungeon, you generally want a character to have Teleport, right? So, like, this character doesn't have move XP up, right? So I would probably give my Item Finder Teleport, and there we go. That way they can just zip around the map. And because, you know, in the remake, we can always switch throw items with, you know, something else now because we're not using items. Oh, I forgot, during the errands, I had my Item Find character learn Shira Haradori, whatever. It doesn't make a lot of sense now to use it because it's only 16% extra evasion. But once we're done item finding forever, which is after the deep dungeon, we're done item finding forever, then this character can boost its brave up and join the rest of the fam. But for the dark dungeon, we do want our item finder to be able to teleport, and it just makes things so much easier. So we're just going to change them to a chemist, take off the elemental gun, and man, oh man, I get sick of having to replace that every single time. Alright, with everything else done, there is nothing left to do in the game except get all the loot from the deep dungeon, the Midlights Deep. After that, there's some special battle random encounters that are rather tough, but that's pretty much it. So let's go ahead and deep dive into it. And yeah, it's a little interesting how this works, right? And the game explains, I guess. So, if you kill all the enemies before you find the exit, you have to play the level again. And you could always go back and play the levels again. But yeah, it is a completely full in the dark dungeon. Now, as far as enemies, mob spawns go, there's a whole lot of write-ups online that explain them, but there's nothing too crazy. Like, you're not, like, this is all goblins. And yes, it is completely dark. Your video is not messed up. But, you don't really bring mediators or thieves. I mean, you bring thieves just in case there's, like, super rare. When you're high levels, mobs can have, like, humanoid mobs can have really good loot. But you'll notice, like, everything is so dark, right? But, let's see. If we go to Item Finder, you can kind of see... Hold on, yeah, you can kind of see, like... Well, you can teleport on everything, but, no, that doesn't work because that flattens out everything. You can see that it's like a descending staircase. I can't pan the camera while having this character selected. I'll have to wait till their turn. But what's important is finding the items. And in this area, what was this? Noisem? I forget what the name was. But there's 2 elemental guns we need to get. So here's the best way to explain how to find the glacial gun. I know we have plenty of those, but... What you're going to do is you're going to start your cursor in the corner of the map, and it should be height 0. So, technically it's right here. So, if we go to the other corners of the map, this one's height 22, this one is height 23, and this one is height 2. Alright, so you want to start at height 0, okay, in the corner. Now, you want to push the left button twice, or you want to go left twice, so 1, 2, and then you want to go up twice, so 1, 2, and it's right there. That is the glacial gun, alright? Alright, so now let's find the blaze gun. We're going to get back in that corner, that 0 height corner. We're going to go left 9 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And it's right there. That is the blaze gun. Alright, so you don't need your item find character to find the exits, but what you want to do is you want to just kill everything but one mob, and since none of our characters have counterattacks or anything, and goblins can't really kill each other, you should be fine, right? So, again, we're just going to kill everything but one mob, and then crowd control it, and then we'll find the exit with all of our characters. Alright, but until then, yeah, it's basically a normal fight. I got you. I'm going to show you every possible exit, at least in the old versions. They better not have changed it for this one. That would be some troll stuff right there. By the way, this might be your first time ever using teleport, and yes, we can finally see the entire map. There it is. It's a staircase. But, so the way teleport works is you take your movement stats. So our character right now, if I can get to my stats page, has a movement of 3. So if I were to teleport 1, 2, 3 tiles away, it's a 100% chance to succeed. Every tile after that is 1% or 10% less. I'm sorry. But and height doesn't matter. So if I go 1, 2, 3, I can teleport here every time. Then I have 90, 80, 70, 60, 50% chance. I have a 50% chance to teleport to the enemy's back line right now. I wouldn't want to do that though, but we could try to calculate what percent chance to land on this tile or this tile, right? So let's see. Let's go 1, 2, 3, 90, 80, 70, 60, 50, 40. 40% chance. Well, I don't like that. 50, 60, 70, 80, 90. So 90% chance to move here. Let's go. And we didn't. We succeeded. All right. Pretty simple stuff. Also, this character has a gun, so we can just start popping some freaking goblins if there's any in range. Looks like they've all taken cover. There's got to be one that I can hit. Yeah, there we go. We hit that one. Bam! Boosh! Blast them. You may be thinking, Soulbidgy, I don't need teleport. This is a simple stairway, you know, whatever. And my saying to that is these depths get way more complex and weird with gaps and holes and weird jumps, and it just gets pretty stupid, alright? Now, as we kill these goblins, their corpses are going to turn into crystals, and that'll light up the arena, and you can see all the pretty foliage or whatever. Another thing to watch out for is if humanoids spawn in, everything's randomized. So if you get humanoids and they have Treasure Hunter, they will steal your rare drops, and you just reload if they do that, if that happens. And there we go, we got the blaze gun. Now remember, our 16 brave character has a 16% chance to fail. So if we fail, we reload, or we reload one of the quick saves. Another word of warning is if one of the traps is a doom trap and it's the last enemy left alive, well, and then they die to doom, well, that wins you the match. So you gotta find the exits fast if that's the case, or just reload and try to get them not to step on the trap or something. Also, this goblin is on the damn treasure panel that I need, so I don't want to kill him on that, so I'm not going to attack him so that he'll move off of it and then I could loot it. Alright, got the glacial gun. So you'll notice with a couple of crystals, it's getting a little bit brighter. The more crystals, the brighter it gets. So now that I have this one goblin left alive, I've got him speed broken down to 1. Fire break doesn't matter because we're pretty much immortal with Chantage. So now I'm going to show you where all the exits are. Let me just remove the 2 rare item spots there. And let me get this set up. Alright, so exit number 1. You're going to put your cursor back down at the height 0. You're going to go left 6 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then up 9 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And there we go. Put it on a marker. And yes, I'm going to be this thorough every single time. So you can just fast forward if you don't like it. Left 1, 2, 3, up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right there. And I have an active character. We can just move there and see if that's going to let us out. And nope, that's not it. Again, it's going to be random every time you play. It's never the same. Next one is left 0, up 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Right behind Ramza there. Do I have a character that can move there? Let's see. Well, we can try to teleport there. Let's go ahead and... Ooh, yep. You now see me complete. Successfully used teleport 5 times. Oh, that is not the exit. That was a Steam achievement. Bummer. Well, gotta keep looking. Exit number 4 is left once, up 3. 1, 2, 3, right there. Do I have a character that can, no, can't move there quite yet, but, we'll test it. Alright. Ramza can. Let's go, Ramza. You find the exit? Nope, that's not it. Dang. Alright. Last exit is left 1, up 1. So right there. Let's see if I got a nice volunteer to be able to do that. Not quite, but we'll get there. Only take a few moves. Alright, here we go. This one can do it. Let's see, is this it? And, oh, it looks like we found it. And let me show you the text. It says, found a hidden passage leading deeper. Once you have that, zoom the hammer back out. Now you can kill the final enemy. We got the treasures, we got the exit. Let's go to level 2. By the way, I don't know why they renamed the name like a third time. You had the classic names, you had the War of the Lions names, now you have these. I'm not... My headers aren't going to follow these names. Just do floor 1, floor 2. Like, this is floor 1, this is floor 2. We'll go with that, okay? Oh, and just a heads up, you can leave anytime. You're not, like, forced to, like, go down them in a row or anything. So, every time you clear a floor, save your game, and it just, you know, you don't have to, like, do multiples in a row and risk, oops, I didn't get the rare item. By the way, monsters don't follow the rules of your highest level character. So, you'll notice that, like, Ramza is my highest character at 64. These goblins are level 71 and 72. Yeah, so it's not a big deal. Again, our build is literally immune to all status and death. As long as you don't get full party wiped, and goblins aren't going to full party wipe you anyway, they're too slow. Alright, so we are going to, first off, find the Save the Queen sword. And the other rare on this map is the Blood Sword, but we have a million of those from poaches and from other crap, so I'm not going to show you where that's at. Don't be a completionist. Anyway, so find the corner tile that is height 2 and make sure that you rotate your camera so that you can't go down or to the right, okay? That's how you know you're in the right corner, okay? If you push down on the D-pad or right or W, you know, A and D, whatever on the keyboard. Is it WASD on the keyboard? It is not. Isn't it? Yeah, it's mouse controlled, whatever. Hold on, is it? I have to test. No, it is WASD. Yeah, so if you push D and W, it won't go. Anyway, so you're gonna go left 8 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then up once, and that is the Save the Queen sword right there. Whoops! I accidentally killed them all. I'm tired. Okay, I've been at this for 19 hours today. Oh boy, I forgot. We have auto saves. Hey, look, I'm back before I killed the last goblin on accident. Yay. Boo, I got a phoenix down instead of the sword. So, you know what, game? We just go to load, and then we just go back down 2 auto saves, and there you go, and then we get to do it again. And here, let's repeat what I just did. We went here, we did some rinse speed, boom, boom, got them both times. And then waited on this character, and then we teleported again. And here we go. Ah, dang it, I failed twice in a row. Okay, this is the last attempt before I have to start the whole battle over again. Let's see if we get it this time. And there we go. Save the Queen sword. Very cool, because it gives you protect. Alright, let's find exit number 1. This is at left 8. Sorry, hold on, I messed up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then up 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it's going to be right there in the little corner thing. Exit number 2. I'm going to go ahead and reset back to the corner, back to the height 2 corner. Left 7. 1, damn it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Up 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And yeah, that one's hidden behind a wall or something there. Next one is left twice. 1, 2, up once, right there. Oh boy. Alright. The next one is left 8 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So, right there. Right next to the item. And exit number 5 is going to be right in the corner. So, you start at height 2 in the corner, and then you don't go left or up at all. And there it is. So you'll notice that I gave all my my ninjas, you know, like move XP up, right? Because they're going to be running around a bunch in these dungeons trying to find the damn exits. Alright, we got some light shining up in this damn cave. Let's see, is this it? Yep, that's it. First try, woo! Alright, so now that I've taught you how to navigate the dark dungeon floors, I'm just going to give you the info super quick. You can pause the video or come back to this every time you hit a floor. But again, the start of every floor is whenever you put your your cursor in the corner where you cannot move down and you cannot move to the right, okay? So we did floor 1 earlier. Here's the info. You can pause the video if you need to. I'm just going to slow scroll it. Glacial gun, blaze gun. Here's the exits. And again, just pause the video, mark it on your game with the select button or whatever it is on keyboard. I don't know. Alright, so that's the 5 exits. Okay. And then floor 2, we also did floor 2. I showed you the example. It's just save the queen. That was the only good rare item there. Alright. Gonna go a little bit faster. You can pause the video if you need it. Okay. Let's see if I can make the scrolling oh, that's so slow. Huh. I mean, yeah, that is yeah, that's a real slow scroll. Okay. Anyway, the floor 3. Now, I'm telling you, the corner means you cannot go down or to the right. That's how you know you're in the right corner. It'll be height 0 for floor 3. Zeus Mace and Yoichi Bow. All right, here's the exits. Floor number 4. Start height is 9. Now, Rod of Faith. I want to talk about Rod of Faith. That is the weapon that will allow anyone with low faith to spellcast as if they have maximum faith. Which, for our characters, makes it the best caster weapon in the game. But, you know, there's some creative builds with that. Anyway, you got Caster Shield, Fairy Harp. You can get Fairy Harp from poaching. It's not a big deal. Here's the exits. Alright, and then we go to floor 5, halfway there. Excalibur, you can get a second Excalibur. Now, you can get infinite Excaliburs when you start catching them from ninjas that are level, I believe, 95. Eagle Blade. Anyway, here's the exits. Floor number 6. You got the Blaster, the Cursed Ring, and Ninja Gear. Ninja Gear is pretty cool. Alright. I mean, yeah, of course it's cool. It's Ninja Gear, right? Floor number 7. Staff of the Magi and Koga Blade. Again, not really the best, you know, cool stuff, but... Floor number 8, we got the Perseus Bow and Lordly Robe, which is insanely powerful, especially for max stat characters. And then Ragnarok. That is where Ragnarok is. Alright, now floor 9. Start height is 0. Grand Helm. Venetian's Shield. And Maximilian. Very cool items. Very good items, especially for knights. Which are an in-game class, by the way. Floor 10, I want to tell you right now, do not enter this floor. Don't do it until you have summoners, like a whole party of summoners, ready to absorb the Zodiac spell. Now, I want to say that I have seen some sources on the Hactics forums that say that for this version, for the remake, they made it where enemies on floor 10 can spawn with the Zodiac summon anyway, and the level 4 elemental spells for black mages that you can absorb, as well as Ultima. Apparently, you can get Ultima on floor 10 now. I haven't gotten this far yet. Okay, I've only done the first 2 floors. I'm still recording here, and it's gonna take me like a couple hours to, you know, burn through the floors. But anyway, sources say that you can get these spells if you just, you know, get the right random encounter down here, but I can't confirm it, so I'm going to tell you right now, like I would tell you in 1997, if I had known all this in 97, do not enter this floor until you have, like, a whole party of summoners that are low faith and ready to absorb the Zodiac spell. It's the strongest, hardest hitting summon in the game, but when you have very high magic attack, every summon hits for 999 anyway. Anyway, the Chirijaraiden, the best samurai sword, is here. And the Chaos Blade, the best knight sword. Kinda, sorta. Anyway, there's no exit on floor 10 because it's the last floor. Once you have gotten the items on floor 6, the rest of the floors get a little bit easier because you can put the ninja gear on your item find teleporting character. And what this does is give them speed +2, but also it makes them invisible. So as long as they don't attack anyone or stand in an area of effect attack, like, say, next to your allies that are getting nuked by spells, and when I say nuked, I mean tickled because they have no faith. This allows your item finder to run around unchecked and grab all the items and hunt for the exit, while the rest of the team kills everything. Real quick correction, I made a typo in my notes earlier, so floor number 8, the Ragnarok item is at left 9, up 8, not up 0. I think I put up 0 in the video, so my bad. Another floor 8 correction. I don't know why my floor 8s are wrong, but Perseus Bow is actually left 4, up 6. And also, Lordly Robe, I had the whole floor wrong, is left 6, up 7. So yeah, the Ninja Robe, Ninja Gear, my bad, coming in clutch here, as this is a full party wipe. All the teammates are basically downed right now, but because we're invisible, the enemies will never see us, therefore they can never down us. So they'll just wait their turns while I run around and wait for allies to recover. Alright, so it's time to prep for floor 10, and to do so, what you're going to do is you're going to change out those ninjas to summoners. I know we're a low faith build, we can't do anything with our summoners, but what you're going to do is by being a summoner, you're going to have the boss of floor 10 cast the ultimate summon on you, and thus you will learn how to summon Zodiac. Some people call it Zodiac. I'm not sure how this version calls it because I haven't done it yet. But that's how you learn it. So let me explain how to transfer Zodiac between characters. Once your low faith characters have Zodiac, and if you want to keep them low faith, that's fine, I plan to. But let's say you make a mage character with high faith, or you want to teach it to Rafa or whoever, because Rafa's a good mage. But what you want to do is you want to go into a random encounter, and there's actually one on floor 10. You can keep going back to floor 10 over and over again. Sometimes they will spawn a summoner, at least in the old PlayStation version. They will spawn a summoner who has no skills. It's a summoner with no summons. So you magic break your own character, or use a low faith character like I have here. That's why we're doing it for low faith. And then what you do is you cast Zodiac on the enemy. That will teach the enemy Zodiac, and then they will cast it back on you. And if they don't cast it on you, what you can do after that is kill them, let them crystallize, and then take your actual mage character and absorb the Zodiac spell that way. But the devs and some people that have played further than me have said that they made it easier. This is their vague wording. They made it easier to get the in-game spells that you can only absorb through combat. So what I think that means is that if you keep visiting floor 10, the enemies will have Zodiac as a summon. I don't know because I haven't tried it myself. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to transform all 3 of my my ninjas, my main ones, not my item find one, into summoners. And I'm going to take off XP boost and give them brawler and stuff like that so that they can still punch and deal damage. And if you've been following along and you don't have summoner unlocked, well, you should have been using the errands to level up Time Mage to get teleport, which unlocks summoner. So I don't know what to tell you. Go grind, go to an open random battle and unlock summoner, and then come back.
Umbrage falls upon my meditation.
Yep, there's a dark wizard at the end of the end. Oh boy. Of course he transforms. Of course he does. What is...
Surrender unto me your aura sight, and you may keep your feeble wick of life.
Don't you just think it's funny that, like, the oldest wizard transforms into this super jacked martial artist looking dude with a snake wrapped around him? Dude, I bet he's like covered in tattoos also. This has got to be it's the most beefiest of beefcake character in the game. By the way, there's one extra thing you might have realized. There's a little creepy dude hanging out behind our party. This is he's a Byblos. The name is always random. I got Mestor this time. But yeah, this is a special monster that you can recruit to your team. It's the only way to get them. Before anyone's wondering, no, you can't poach them, so don't even try. You just can't. The game won't let you. Also, no, these regular Reavers, they were called the Pandas in the original. They're called Reavers now. You can't poach these either. Sorry, bro. So it is called Zodiac in this version. Let's see if I can move my summoners into the range of it. They are targeting Ramza, and you can see here, if I hold left trigger on the controller, I don't know what it is on you know, PC or whatever, but you can see this is the AoE effect. Number 5 summoner is in that effect. Numbers 1 and 6 are not. Now, if this character has speed break, I can stand here or here, and that would be in the effect, and I can speed break them and maybe get my other summoner into that circle as well. So let's try that. Let's go and speed break them. Okay, there we go. And, well, we don't punch twice, so I don't think that's enough speed break to, yeah, he's gonna cast it.
Power absolute, assert creation's truth. Zodiac.
So it is Zodiac. Okay. Pays to be low faith, doesn't it? Anyway, the ability can be learned. Acquire Zodiac, of course. Absolutely. Now, unfortunately, you cannot target your own allies with this summon. You can't teach it to them that way, and that's... Oh, well, you know, that's life. Alright, and again, he casts it more than once, so if you don't get it on the first AoE, then just keep fighting, and your one character has items on them. They might have learned Ether by now. Also, don't let this guy die, so make sure you have Phoenix Downs and a way to cure him. He's poisoned as a frog, so he's going to slowly die. Just teleport down and cure him every once in a while. And for floor 10, the items, I know that like both corners have the same height value, and it's a little hard to align, but once you find the little 4-square area on top here, like you see at the very top of the staircase, there is a like 3x3 square grid. It's the corners of every grid. So here is the Chaos Blade, and then in this top one here is the the Chiller Haldron, and then these other two are elixirs. So you know, just get all four. Like they're all right next to each other. I've encountered. I don't think it's a bug. It could be how it's programmed. So if all three of your summoners get hit by Zodiac, only one of them gets to learn it at a time. So you're gonna have to tank 3 Zodiacs in order to learn it on 3 summoners. But, I mean, they're all low faith, so they, oh no, 50 damage, and then they stand right back up from Chantage. So the Biblos, I don't know how to say his monster name, is the final secret party member of the game. That's it. There you go. We've got all the secret party members. We've done all the secret side content. All of it. Boom. There is no more side content. I know there's a whole lot of more side content in War of the Lions, and a whole lot more. But not in this one, man. We have done everything there is to do. All errands complete. Now, there are some interesting special battles you can do. And if you want more rare items, when enemy ninjas, and you want to go down to level 8 and 9, I believe. I'm pretty sure it's level 8, Voyage. You go down here to Voyage, and you will fight a bunch of ninjas, and there's other maps with ninjas, but you have to be high level for them to be high level, whereas right now my Ramza is 75, and so I'm fighting level 95 ninjas up there. But at level 95, enemy ninjas will start to throw really powerful in-game super weapons, and at 99 they throw the strongest weapons.
Right.
So what you do is you just learn how to catch weapons, which is oh, I forget where it's at. Let me find it. So yeah, it's under Thief. You go to Thief, and then you learn Sticky Fingers. The unit catches thrown items that would otherwise strike it, receiving no damage and obtaining the item. And yes, there is a cheese that someone did in the original where they leveled up Gafgarian as a ninja, which you can't do in this version because you can't change his job. It sucks, whatever. But they leveled up him as a guest, and so when he turns traitor, he was a level 95 ninja, throwing Chaos Blade, no, he was level 99, yeah, he was level 99, throwing Chaos Blades every turn, and the player got Chaos Blades in Chapter 2, which was really nuts. A really fun way to break the game, but you can't do it in this version, that's why I didn't teach you how to do it. But you get, it's a counter ability, Sticky Fingers, you get Chantage, so you'll never die, and just let ninjas throw in-game weapons at you, and the weapon they throw determines on what they know how to throw. So if you encounter you know, a random ninja that knows how to throw swords, they'll throw Chaos Blades. If they know how to throw daggers, they'll throw the Zwill Short Blade, or whatever it's called, you know, and the Katana, the Chihaldron. If you get level 95 ninjas, they'll throw Mazamunes, which right now, we had to steal that from Elmdor. Well, the only way to get more Mazamunes, or Masamunes, whatever, is to get to level 95 and have ninjas throw them at you, and then catch them. That's it. Oh, and it would be throw Knight Swords for the Chaos Blade, not throw swords, my bad, whatever. Now, another place that you can also encounter ninjas if you don't want to do the Dark Dungeon is Araguay Woods. So right here, it's kind of rare, but you can eventually get an all ninja battle, but they will be matched to your highest leveled character's level. So yeah, there is that, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to investigate level 10 here for a bit and see if I can find more Zodiac casters. One thing the Dark Dungeon is good for is these monsters are level 99. Like, I'm level 70. My Ramza is 75. This thing is 99. So check this out, right? We moved and got 8 experience points because we have a Cure XP on our move and XP boost. So by attacking, look how much XP I get. I'll try not to fast forward here. So he's gonna counter, which if you get countered and die, you don't get any XP for the action. So let's try again. We have our ever reviving ninjas here. So instead of actually just swinging so we get countered and killed, you can just throw a ninja star, right? So again, check how much experience we're gonna get for this, right? There we go. We got 66 experience points plus 8. That'd be 74. That is 3/4 of a level every turn. What you can do is you can find a level 99 monster in the Dark Dungeon. This is the first time, by the way. This is not every time you want to level the 99. This is your first playthrough. No one's level 99 yet. This is how you do it the easy way. You simply throw, you could throw stone if you want. You don't have to throw ninja stars. You just hit them with a ranged attack, okay? You can use a bow gun or something if you want. It doesn't matter. But you hit the enemy with a ranged attack, preferably one that has like no dodge or anything like this guy. And, you know, you just have your XP boost, your Cure XP, so that you move, you get XP, and, yeah, that's the first way. Once you do have a character at level 99, and if you want, you could literally, you could just recruit this guy, and then all your random battles are now level 99. I'm pretty sure that's how that works. Some people are telling me that your Ramza has to be 99 for that to work. I'm not sure which one it is. And since the answers aren't on Google or anyone or in any forum ever, I'm just gonna do the research myself and I'll tell you the answer here in a bit. Oh, interesting. Ultima demons. You can learn Ultima here. Okay, so we've confirmed you can learn Ultima on level 10 of the Deep Dungeon. I want to point out that you don't always get level 99 monsters, but in this specific, and yes, these things one-shot you, but in this specific encounter where it's just the Tiamats and the Mystic Girl up top, they are level 99. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to recruit one. And again, Rams is my strongest guy. He's my top guy at level 75. Also, this was, hold on. It didn't, when I backed out of the dungeon, it unsaved my vanish thingy. I had the ninja garb on, so I was invisible. Oh well, I'll just have to play safe. Alright, so this is the setup here, and again, these are one of the strongest monsters in the game besides the Dark Behemoths with Beast Tamer who have Giga Flare. That's how you get that, by the way. So this character here has the ninja gear, and I have set their auto battle to get to safety, which means they're just gonna AFK in the corner, and they can never be targeted unless they're next to an ally for some reason. Everyone has chanted, so if they get downed, they get back up, and you can't be full party wiped because they can't kill the invisible character that's on the map. So these characters will always get back up. And I have 2 thieves to charm the Tiamats so that they kill everything else on the map. And while they're charmed and while they're killing us, our characters are slowly going to entice them to join the team. So again, it's a low % chance to do it, but because we can fast forward the game, it's not a big deal. That one's not very Zodiac compatible, but this other one is, so we're just gonna talk to it instead. There we go. Now, every time the thief ninjas charm these things, they get 99 XP. Let me see if I can actually. This one's already charmed, so we're gonna steal Gil. They get 99 XP for it. So let's see. All right, so there we go. We got 949 Gil. It's gonna. Oh, it's gonna counter. Yeah. Okay, it's gonna counter. Of course it will. Friggin' butthead. He's like, you stole my lunch money, bro. Anyway, it's 99 XP, just trust me, bro. Alright, 58% chance to show the audience. Damn it. Alright, 3rd time's the charm, let's go. Duh. Alright, so, one thing is that this character, because it has an item equipped, it's going to throw potions and try to heal allies, which will unveil its invisibility. Now, this character, I never taught it how to throw weapons. It still can't throw shurikens. But if you tell it to get to safety, it shouldn't attack things anyway. So, yeah, just make sure you take item off if you're going to do this strategy. Alright, so here's the thing. I actually noticed something. So, when I charmed it the first time, it gave 72 XP. When I charmed it while it's already charmed and counts as an ally, it gave 98 at level 60 to 61. So, actually, no, I think it's just maxing out the XP to the next level, really. I'm I don't know. The values are all over the place. Who cares? Let's move on. You also get Killing Blow XP, so here we go. So that kills at 90, 54, and then it got 8 for moving. Alright, so I'm going to add this level 99 beast into our party, making our highest character now 99, meaning we don't have to grind to 99 anymore to fight level 99 random encounters, hopefully. So we're going to go over to the Mandalia plane and try this out. Yeah, it works, dude. Look, level 97, level 99, 97, 89, well, 89, ew, 89. So, yeah, it definitely raised the level of the monsters to have that one in our party. Now, as any good person would test, we are going to let this guy go. See you later, Buster. And we're going to reinitiate the battle and see if they're still high-leveled or not. They shouldn't be. Yeah, it's based on the highest leveled person in your party. So, again, without that level 99 beast, now they're down to 77, and, yeah, 75, and 76. So, there we go. Now we know. So before I show you other bonus, like, special fights, like the Monk Brawl on the hill, or the Alchemist Gunslinging fight, those fights are really, really hard, and yes, we can technically beat them with one invisible guy hiding in a corner, while Chantage does all the work, but we want a real PvP viable build that we can smoke these guys with. So first off, we need to level to 99. Step 1 that I just learned, because there's nothing on Google about this. You recruit the highest level mob that you can in Dark Dungeon, preferably a level 99 mob. This will make the random encounter open world mobs also close to level 99, which helps us level faster. So here's the text version. I'm going to go over this step by step in just a bit, but if you just want to read this and do it yourself while you watch me do it, or however you're doing this guide, that's fine. I just wanted to lay out the steps for you, and so that you can see how this works and why this beats every other method. This is better than Berserk Toads, alright, by a huge amount. I'm going to show you my setup, and you can just copy and do what I do. Alright, let me show you the setup. Alright, so I'm using and these are all interchangeable, by the way. I'm using Ramza as our kill guy, cleanup guy, and setup guy. So because he is a character that we do not... He's kind of an anchor of sorts. He is the one that's going to clear the field, kill all the monsters, and leave the last one alive remaining. Much easier. So, he's got a ribbon so that nothing can mess with him. He can't be petrified or charmed or anything by anybody. Power Garb for more damage, and Chantage so he can't die. He's got Arts of War so he can speed and power break. Brawler so he does more DPS. And take off his counterattack. Do not equip Shira Hadori, whatever this Blade Grasp, okay? Don't equip any counters to Ramza at all. Alright? And movement +2 so we can move around faster, whatever. For our next character, we are using daggers, and the reason we're using daggers is because this allows us to get our damage as low as the game allows, which is 1.5 damage, which with the 30% buff should round up to 1, meaning that we always hit the enemy for 1 damage. We're going to be equipping them with Gold Hairpin because the other beefy helmets that give HP, and also MP, I'll talk about MP too. The other helmets give speed, and we don't want that, and we also don't want this character to be immune to status, because we need to cast Berserk on them so that they farm for us, okay? Black Garb, because we do not want attack power from Power Garb. We just want HP. That's what Gold Hairpin is. It's just HP and MP, and Black Garb is just HP. Chanted, so we can't permanently die. With Arts of War, Speed Break, and Power Break, we have, this is new, Mana Shield, okay? So, right now, let's say this character was level 1 anyway, or whatever. Enemies are going to come up and one-shot you. Whenever you attack an enemy with Arts of War to power break them, they're going to counterattack, and they're going to instantly kill you. Well, the counterattack will kill you anyway, but when it's their turn, when they attack you for the first time, it's going to take... They can hit you for 999 damage. And Mana Shield will pop up and say, nah, hit my mana. It'll take all your mana away. So you can absorb one full attack, but the reason we do not equip Shira Hadori is because we need to power and speed break our own characters, and if you have that on, you'll never land a hit. Next up is XP boost, so that you get more XP. And mana font is when you move, you restore mana. So what this means is that when you get hit by a mob, and then it's your turn, you move and you get mana back, and now you can absorb another full hit. So there we go. And you're going to do that to 2 characters. The third character that you're leveling has Speechcraft instead of Arts of War. Speechcraft is, there's one vital thing you need to learn from the Orator. And you'll have the, if you've been following the guide, you have the JP for this. And that is Insult. Insult is how you're going to cast Berserk on your allies. There is no other way to Berserk them in the game. I mean, there are, but like, you would either need a monster, which can't be revived with Chantage, or you would need a spell, which is never going to land because you have 3 faith. This is the only way to berserk your characters, okay? So, with that, your final character is going to be, I'm using my item find character, and they have item and no counter, throw item and move it 2. This is a character that if you want to heal the enemy you are beating on, you can, so that you can stretch this out even longer. They are going to wear a ribbon so that they can't be turned to stone or charmed. Alright, give them some weapons so that they can kill mobs faster, and a power garb so they can kill mobs faster. Alright, so that is the setup, and what I like to do is, I like to do it from Mandalia Plain, approaching from Magic City Garland. So, I'm approaching from the east, there we go, and I'm going to make a safety save before I start this. Now, optimally, you would want to keep an enemy level 99, very high HP, yellow chocobo alive. You won't always get that here. You'll probably get a cat or something, okay? But let's see what we got. We got you want to select something that preferably a humanoid without like defenses. Like you don't want a knight. You want something high level and something with a lot of HP, like one of these cats. This is 87, and what do we have here? This is 97, but it's got lower HP. 474 versus what is this? 571. A whole 100. Well, 30 turns or so worth of HP. So it's up to you, but the higher level mob is the one you want to really prioritize. So when the battle starts, we are not killing this mob. We're going to kill the entire rest of the field, and we're going to power and speed break this cat first. So what I can do for now with Ramza, because he is a power speed break guy, is I can start speed breaking this. He's going to counter, and boink, he's down. Okay, whatever, right? And then we move our next character in. And then we also do speed break and power break. And I'm going to do some more speed break. There we go. And boink, she's dead. Right? Okay, now this character is Speechcraft. Which, by the way, I want to mention something. You know your item find character that has barely any brave? Well, since you've done the deep dungeon, you can now raise their bravery to 97 and join the crew. There is no need for low brave anymore ever again. By the way, another thing too is sell or get rid of all your shurikens, and don't learn to throw anything else. You don't want the AI throwing any of your weapons away or anything of the sort. So again, remember the steps. Here's the steps. I'm gonna take this off the screen in 3, 2, 1, 0, -1. Anyway, so once this mob here is broken down to 1 speed, 1 power, we're gonna power break all 3 of our leveling ninjas, which one of them is going to be doing some battlefield stuff, trying to help kill this knight and scoop up, you know, these crystals and loot, just to make it faster. But these 2 are going to basically power break each other down to 1. By the way, have your item character, let's see, where's my item characters up here? Make sure that they have antidote and, what is it called? It's the gold needle thing. What is it? It's antidote, gold needle, yeah. You want to be able to cure stone and poison because they have Petronail and Poison Nail. These cats do. But you only need to heal it, you know, whenever everyone's ready and everything's set up and ready to go. Until then, you can just let them rot to poison. If they die, they'll come back up with no poison. But the problem is that if your characters get low HP, and they shouldn't because they have Chantage, which will heal them. You know, the enemy hits them for 1, their turn ends, they heal for 20. They're never going to run out of HP. But if they get low on HP because of poison, then they will start to run away, and it really messes with the system. Now, you want to run around the battlefield and get all the crystals that drop. I outlined this in the steps here. And the reason why is because the AI will grab items. I'm not talking about the Berserk ones, they don't care, but the other two that are going to be running for their safety will eventually run around and grab items, and if you're AFK out doing something or cooking food or doing chores, well, this dialogue box will pop up and ruin your AFK farms. So by cleaning out the battlefield of all the bodies, you can ensure that nothing will stop the process. Now, once you have all of your leveling characters' powers broken down to 1, then you can start the process of everyone on the field needs to have a speed of 1. Because if everyone's speed is 1, then everyone's speed is equal, and they all get equal turns. If someone has a speed of 5 and everyone's speed is 1, then they will have 5 turns before anyone else does. And what this means is that, like, if Ramza, who is trying to AFK in a corner, has 5 to 10 turns at a time, that's going to eat up a lot of time between attacks and slow down your farm. Also, you need to have 1 speed because of the way dagger DPS is calculated, alright? It's like rounding down speed times physical attack times your weapon attack or something. I forget. But lower speed means less damage. That's how we get to 1 damage. And I know this takes a bit to set up, but this makes more sense when you're low level than when you're high level. But it still levels you so quick, and it's effortless once you have it set up. Now, as far as speed breaking your team goes, try to do it equally so that it goes faster, because if you have one character with 14 speed and everyone else is at 1, you gotta skip a lot of turns until you can speed break them again. So, just keep track of it. So your item find character, or rather your potion character, your healer, can be speed broken down to 1 first, because you're just going to set them on an auto battle to run away, and they're not going to be doing anything important. What I'm doing with the item find character is I'm putting them into a corner, setting auto battle to get to safety, and now they will just hump a corner the rest of the match. And what you need to do is every time you come over and peer at the character, the enemy that is, when they start getting a little low, turn off auto battle on your healer, run them over, throw an X potion or 2, then go back to being AFK. And yes, this method only levels 3 characters at a time, I know. So when you have a character that is ready with 1 speed and 1 attack power, you can take your Orator and then do Insult, and that will turn them Berserk. 61% chance because we have that Zodiac compatibility that I stressed about at the start, and there we go. The character is now off to the races to farm all the XP. Alright, cool. So, in the old formula for Final Fantasy Tactics, the dagger rounds down, but in this one, it rounds up because I'm hitting for 2, which is the weakest I can hit without being frogged. And if you do get frogged with 1 attack power and a dagger, you hit for 0 because of Tactician difficulty. I don't get it, guys. That everyone is, or the levelers are power broken, everyone is speed broken. Our killer character, who will sweep in and kill the mob when you're ready to stop being AFK and wrap up the battle. Just have them select get to safety. They'll sit in the back and they'll do nothing. And so now we just have our last character here to do. And yes, you can insult yourself and berserk yourself. So, pretty handy class. So at this point, you can just walk away and do whatever you want. If you want, you could either macro or use rubber bands on a controller to hold down the speed up button and watch the show. So there we go. Boom, you got like 40 to 50 XP a turn. These characters will hump the corner doing nothing. These berserk characters will only attack and not try to do stupid crap. Now, I want to let you know, if you turn on auto battle without berserk, you know what happens? They will try to do power and speed breaks on the enemy over and over and over, but because the enemy is already power and speed broken, then you get no XP. So they will just sit there and attack it and gain no XP. So you have to berserk them. Also, when everything's power broken, you don't need to cleanse the poison. The chantage will out heal the poison, and the poison will do whatever. But yeah, chantage definitely keeps your characters alive. The only other thing we can improve on is casting Regen somehow on the enemy, but it goes away. It doesn't stay perpetually, right? So all you have to do is just kind of get a feel for how long it takes for the mob to get weak and low on HP. Run your potion guy over, throw some potions at it, and then go back to being AFK. But like, for how little they're hitting here and how much XP they're getting, it's not going to be long until they're 99. Like, and then all you got to do is change the roles. So now Ramza and our item find character, they will be the levelers, and then these characters that are 99 will be the side support, the item healer and the killer. Because they're level 99, they would make a better killer than Ramza anyway. Also, if you don't want to AFK and have other things to do, you have a second monitor, you can watch YouTube. There's so much things you can do while this just runs in the background. Alright, so it's been about 40 minutes, and I haven't been holding down the fast forward button, by the way. I stepped away for a while to do some stuff. 40 minutes later, one of the characters is 99, so I ended up having Ramza beat him up, and when Ramza downs one of your characters, they get back up, but they aren't berserk anymore. And so what you can do is you can down your ninjas, get them back up, and then the one with Speechcraft can re-berserk the ones that still need to level, and then the ones that don't, you can have them back off and tell them to retreat. And funny enough, the Speechcraft one hit 99, and I told that one to retreat, and now it's over in the corner buffing the Brave of the item find character automatically, which is really neat. So that's going on right now. See, look, check it out. Boom. There you go. Plus 4 Brave, Buster. It's so they're leveling up, you know, in more ways than one, really. Now, I want to show you the effects of a low-level character attacking a level 99 character. It can be an ally, it doesn't matter. It can be an enemy. But here we go. This is Item Finder level 32 attacking a level 99 beast. And yeah, we're hitting for quite a bit. But that's 77 XP. And yeah, pretty good stuff. It's more when you're below 20. Also, this character does not have gained XP up. If I did have gained XP up, that 70-something would have been a 99, because 99 is the most you can earn. So it's basically an experience doubler. It should be 140-something, but the game won't allow that much. Alright, so there's about 45 minutes or so, and we have our 3 level 99 characters. And the lowest level started at 69. That was Friend Waifu. These names, man, they're growing on me. So yeah, that's 30 levels in about 45 minutes, automated, no fast forwarding other than the parts that I was holding the button while speaking to you while the recording was going. So a little bit of fast forwarding, not much. So now that a character is 99, now is the time that you can change their job to whatever the hell you want and learn those abilities, farm that JP. There is no more meddling with their stats. So if you look at their raw stats, we have 15 speed. Now, I'm going to tell you right now, if you leveled from like level 1 to 99 a thief, their speed would be 11. If you leveled anything else in the game from 1 to 99, their speed would be 10. So I want you to understand what this means. So that means when we level down as a crappy class, which is Dancer, we are going to have 5 more speed than we would with any other character. So when we get back down to level 1, we're going to be up 5 speed from all the other level 1s. So then if we level up as Mime here, we're going to have a buttload of attack power, HP, all of that. And then if we level back down as Dancer, we're going to lose, yeah, a little bit of attack power and a little bit of HP and stuff. But we're still going to maintain that speed. Alright, and then if we level up again as a ninja, then we will have another 5 speed. We will be not only doubly as fat, triple fat, well, technically, okay. We will get 2 turns for every other enemy's 1 turn. Without gear, of course, without gear calculations. But also because we leveled up as a Mime, we're going to have a whole lot more HP, like double, triple HP. Not triple, but at least double the HP. You know, right now we have 347 HP with gear. That sucks. But expect about 700 to 800 HP. Also, or actually, yeah, it's about 300 more. So you'll be over 600 HP, and your attack power will be way higher than 15 is the weapon power. No, that's 15 is the attack power. So it'll be like in the 30s or 40s. So you're going to be hitting twice as hard, have twice as much HP, and you're going to get 2 turns over everyone else. And if you want to really min-max your stats, you go Summoner for mana, so your mana shield can hold. You go, also, Mime builds magic attack power, which means you can actually use Samurai Drawout skills, which are not based on faith at all, to AoE cleave and blow up entire packs of mobs. It gets nutty. It gets stupidly crazy just how much you scale when you level down and back up. But how do you level down? Well, if you're thinking back to the earlier parts of this video where we were in Zeklaus Desert stepping on a trap, It's kind of like that, but there's a more efficient way to do it. Let me show you. To help us level down faster, we're going to recruit 2 Mind Flayers. So to find them, you're going to go to the Free City of Burvania, entering from the west side to Feneth Creek, and then I'm going to make a safety save. And we are looking for the Mind Flayer mob. That is the squid-faced looking monster. If you've played Baldur's Gate, you know what a Mind Flayer is. If you played Dungeons & Dragons, I guess, whatever. But we're looking for them specifically, so just restart over and over and over till you get them. So there we go, we got 2 of them. They are the ones with the red clothes right here. You can see, if you're colorblind, you can highlight them and it says Mind Flayer. We do not want the Squid Kraken, we want the Mind Flayer. So what we're going to do is, let me show you how I have the characters set up. We have Ramza with ribbon. It's important that everyone wears a ribbon for this fight. The Mind Flayers will mess you up with their status abnormalities. You want Speechcraft and you want Beast Tongue. And you just want that on everybody, but you also want your one item character, whatever, to have Ninja Gear for stealth and ribbon, of course. And they're just going to sit out in case your characters die, in case they get one-shotted, in case something bad happens. But what you're going to do is you're going to ignore the Mind Flayers and you're going to kill everything else, and then you're going to recruit them. And they should be in the high 90s if you're level 99 by now. But just make sure they don't get, like, splash damage from any enemy casters. Let's see, level 94 and level 90. That's fine. They don't have to be 99. It's just nice if they are. Alright, now, with these Mind Flayers, they have an ability that will level you down. This, his name is Lepepfile. What the hell? I don't know. That name just kind of startled me there. Oigios? That sounds like a Mind Flayer name to me. Anyway, if you think this video's long, my Baldur's Gate video, just Act 1 is 7 hours, okay? Anyway, back to the Mind Flayers. They have, you don't see it here, right? You don't see the ability here, but it comes into play when someone has Beastmaster equipped. So, what we would technically do is, let's see, is that Squire? Yes, Squires have Beastmaster. This adds a hidden ability to the monsters. So, and you have to be next to the monster. So, when you are standing on the level down trap, the Mind Flayers have to be right next to you. And you will activate an ability, which I can't show you on the menu because it doesn't exist until you're in the game. That's steals enemies' levels. It'll be the 4th slot down here. And so the Mind Flayers hit the character that we want to level down with that ability over and over and over. But also, what we do on the character is we don't move on and off the trap. That would be stupid. We equip Teleport, and then when we're on the trap, we try to teleport maximum distance across the whole level. The teleport will fail, and then we get hit by the trap for failing to teleport. And you just, what you do is, you know how to power break, you know how to speed break. I don't have to teach you that. You go into a battle, you know where the Zeklaus Desert is. Remember, it is, where are you? You are right there. But this time, you can enter from this area here, not Mount Burvania, it doesn't really matter. You can enter from either of the top regions, and you're closer to the trap, so you don't have to walk as much to it. And then there you go. But what do you level down as? Well, you don't level down as a ninja. That would be a waste. You level down as a dancer, all right? But you got to unlock dancer. So now you're probably wondering, what's the best way to farm JP? Look, it's real simple, bro. It's real simple, okay? You got to cure JP on move. You equip that. You already got, at the start of the game, remember I told you to get JP boost? You get that, okay? But what you do instead is, remember, we're in Chapter 4. Squires have focus. This increases their attack power. All you gotta do is give the character the Squire ability fundaments. So, here, I'll show you. You give them fundaments, just like this. Okay, boom, you got fundaments. Alright? And this is to grow JP. We got, you know, JP up, where you at? JP boost. You go to the move thing, a cure JP, right? And then you play whatever class you want. Like, for instance, this character. Like, here, let's go, for example. We need Dragoon level 5. Let's go. We'll just change job to Dragoon. That's fine. Oh, by the way, you have the best gear in the game. So, yeah. You're pretty much big ballin', except you always want to wear Chantage and Ribbon. Always, always, always. Do not wear anything else. And this character's fine. This character will just absolutely destroy everything with this gear, right? But especially with Shira Hedori, you know, making him basically immune. And 3 Faith, making them basically immune. They don't need item, they don't need break speed or power. You turn this character onto auto battle, you can just kill things. You don't need to do that, though. You tell this character to flee. You tell it to stay safe. You tell it to, you know, be whatever that last option was on the auto battler. It'll run away, and every turn, it's going to use the Squire ability here, Focus. Wow, I keep fat-fingering my D-pad. Yeah, it's just going to focus every single turn until you're at 99 attack. Alright? This character has 15 attack power, so that's a whole lot of turns. That's a whole lot of JP. Why don't I show you? But we can do this for everybody. We don't have to do it with one character at a time. That would be silly, right? So again, we'll just, you know, make this character Dragoon. Now, of course, we don't have the best spear, but we still have a really damn good shield and a damn good spear. Right, and we have ribbons to go around. You know how it is. We did all the work earlier in the game. Genji armor, hell yeah, brother, we got Genji armor. But you can use Lordly Robe for that attack power 2, magic power 1, protect and shell. Come on now, you have all the Gucci gear. It's time to put it to work, time to put it to use. That's why we did the farming, isn't it, right? So here's the game plan. You need a JP farm to unlock Dancer and Mime, then level down as Dancer. Alright, then level up as Mime, or you can level up as Ninja again. I already taught you how to level up, and I'm going to teach you how to JP farm real quick. And so again, here's the setup. We got, not Speechcraft, I need metal. Yeah, getting metal on him. Alright, oh, I didn't even set up Ramza. Well, Ramza's not 99 yet, that's why we didn't set him up. Okay, so everyone else though. Gotta level up Dragoon, we got Fundaments for yelling at yourself. Shira Hiradori for that maximum 97% evasion. We got top tier gear to just take out whatever we fight. Chantage, alright. Genji armor on this one, Kaiser shield, etc. Same setup, JP boost to cure JP on move. And then this character is a Geomancer with the Materia Blade Plus, new to the game I believe. Genji shield ribbon, they all have ribbons. Also I gave this character the Lordly Robe for that protect shell, you know, extra attack power, whatever. It doesn't matter. And again, same things. They all have fundaments. We're just going to turn on the AI and tell them to run away, and they'll just level themselves up. Now, our item find character doesn't have everything unlocked, but I moved him to a Squire for just to get 1 level, just so they can learn Focus. That's all they need to learn. And yeah, now we're off to the races. That's all we got to do. And Mandalia Plain being the easiest place to fight mobs, really. It's got the most basic mobs. So this is where I recommend that you go. So here's how much JP you'll get a turn. Check this out. Boom, 6 for moving. All right, and then you just focus, and that is 78. All right, so you're nearly getting like 100 a turn. Almost, not quite, but still. So again, this is how we set up the AI. We move as far away as we can from the enemies. There we go. And then we are going to go to auto battle and click get to safety. So, well, that time it didn't do it. But normally they just use focus over and over and over again. But I don't know why that one it didn't choose to that time. Okay, it did it the second time. It did focus. I swear it did, guys. Now, one thing you got to watch out for too is that this one isn't quite infinite because you almost all your characters should have learned to throw stone. It was very fundamental early on, right? So they, you know, when you tell them to go to like auto battle and get to safety, they'll run away, but they'll throw stone. Or in this case, if they're in melee range, they'll freaking attack, right? So yeah, that's a thing that'll happen. And but they should be running away. So we'll get to safety. See, he did focus. There you go. And again, if you're not here at the keyboard and they pick up a damn crystal, you have to skip the dialogue. But yeah, in this case, they're just gonna throw stones and run away. So. Hey, auto is auto. I mean, you could set here, and if you're quick at menuing and you don't, you know, if you got nothing to do with your hands, it is a way to level up. It is a way. But, yeah, there you go. Now you know. Now, unfortunately, due to pathing, the enemy will eventually get close enough, and then your allies will lash out and melee them to death with their super godly gear. But it is something, you know, you get plenty of JP for it too. Like we got level 5 Dragoon, so now we have Dancer, so we can now level down as the Dancer. But you want to level up as Mime, and you don't want to be farming JP when you're level 1, because you don't want to level up as those other classes. So now I need to level up Squire, Chemist, and Summoner on this character. So we'll start with Squire, and you just go down the line. That's all you do. Now, if you want to do this manually without auto battle, it's way faster because you're just doing the same menuing of having everyone focus or whatever. And there is a better map for doing it than, you know, the starter zone. So at the port city of Warjilis, if I said that right, go up to Balias Swale. Alright, so you're approaching from the southeastern side. Now, you want a random encounter with the cat monsters, because they cannot swim. They cannot go into deep water, alright? Chocobos, they can fly, so this doesn't work. But, let me kind of show you, let me give an example with this cat. And you can kind of still make this work if you are quick enough to kill the Summoner and the 2 Chocobos. You could absolutely make this work, but you want the cat to spawn on this side of the river, and then all you do, you place a character here on this tile. The cat has no ranged attack. The cat will not walk all the way around and jump across the mountain and jump across the mountain and come over here and attack the rest of your party. It just won't do it. So what you do is you just move your party right here. You just have them sit there and accumulate and yell and do whatever it is they do to gain JP. And you have one character body blocking here, and the cat has nowhere to go. The cat will just sit there on the ledge staring at you evilly, menacingly. It's a great way to AFK farm without having to speed break or power break or put it to sleep or any of that stuff all the other bozos are telling you to do. So here's what it looks like to farm JP the smart way. No need to like block it, or no need to power down or break or petrify. You just and the menuing is very fast. It's just like boom, boom, especially with the fast forward button. Very nice to have. Throw stone at your ally, because you can't permanently kill them. They won't decay. You don't have to revive them. I didn't mean to potion myself there. Whoops, whatever. Not all my characters are set up. Right, there we go. Now everyone's JP farming. Look at this. And then you get into a habit. Down, down, BB, or circle, circle. You know, it's you can go fast when every character is set up the exact same way. And the cat, again, the cat can never cross the water. It can never attack you. Alright, I just want to show you, this cat is not power broken, it's not speed broken, it's a level 88 cat. It's just going to sit there the whole game until you're done farming JP, and then you just have Rams across the river and pound it to death. I mean, it's so simple here. Have a high potion, you know, we got to drink through these trashy old low quality potions. And then again, when you're done, just boop, just go boop his snoot, and then he's dead. And there you go. That is the best JP farm ever. Bar none, no one can beat it. Alright, and there's a lot of battles with at least one cat, so if you just kill everything else, it's not a big deal anyway. But yeah, here's the loop. We have the cat on the other side of the river. He's just gonna sit there and stare at us and yowl and meow in the background of every one of my videos ever. And and we just sit here and we just Super Saiyan power up, get that JP. And it's a lot of JP too. Look at that, 78. Man. All right, now you know we got Ramsey here. He's not level 99 yet, so he's getting 10 XP each. Yeah, so there we go. Now you want to really only do this with level 99 characters, or with characters that you have set to the class that you want to level up. For instance, this item find character is level 39. She's a ninja though, so it's okay if she levels up. Whereas these other characters aren't ninjas, but they're level 99, so there's no harm done in just sitting here and earning JP and over and over and over again. So, again, it's way faster if you just hold the fast forward button and do this. I know for PC, control is such an uncomfortable button for me. So, you know, playing this game with the controller has its advantages, I guess. I'm not normally a controller player. I normally play mouse and keyboard, but hey, you know, this game was 1997. You know, I learned it on controller first. I'm going to play it on controller, damn it. But yeah, that is all you need to know about farming JP right there. And no other video has this tip. I looked. I want to make sure I wasn't copying anyone's technique. Not a single person I have seen anywhere knows about this little trick to keep the cat on the other side. Now, you can also semi-auto battle this too. As long as you have the one character that is holding the tile, you know, you could also just petrify a character on this, and then you could just auto battle it if you want. But that's a little more complex, right? So I prefer to have all 5 characters farming at once. So I've got the 4 on auto battle. They're just gonna go power up in the corner there. The cat's gonna stare at us. And again, it's auto battle. This is way less button inputs if you want. And again, sometimes the AI chooses to move or whatever, but once they get cozy in their little corner there, they'll start powering up. It just takes them a minute. And of course, Rams has got to do Tailwind. You know how Rams is. He's got to show off. He's got to show off to everybody. But yeah, just petrify someone on that block, and then you're ready to auto battle away. And remember, if you don't know how to petrify people, you can have one person with equip change, or change equipment, whatever it's called in this version. Put on the stone shooter, boom, you're petrified. There you go. So now that I've taught you the optimal ways, I will now show you the lazy way. I like the lazy way because I'm lazy and I just zone out and watch YouTube and streams. And so yeah, this is it. I have 2 kill characters and the rest are runaway characters. So Ramza, again, he's gonna go punch stuff to death or cast Ultima for 2 damage because he has no faith at all. So I'm gonna go attack enemy and click the closest thing. There we go. Off he goes to cast Ultima or throw stone or whatever. Hey, he's still farming XP. He's still leveling up as a ninja. He's doing his best, right? And again, the whole time I'm holding fast forward. Now, the 3 characters that I'm trying to get those job level ups, I need like level 8 Chemist and level 5 Summoner. I'm going to auto battle and get to safety. So they'll run away and eventually they'll start buffing themselves up. It is what it is. Right? And, you know, depending on what map you're on and how many monsters there are, this could last a while or it could be done really quick. See, this one used focus. I don't know why the other one didn't, but whatever. And then my second kill character is that ninja over there in the corner, so we're just going to go attack enemy, and there we go. So what's going to happen now is they're slowly going to whittle away and kill the enemies. They're going to die. They're going to get back up from Chantage that won't let them die. They'll never know peace. And the 3 characters will sit in a corner buffing each other up and getting JP and getting those job points up, and I'm just going to hold the fast forward button. And the cool thing about this game, if you haven't played it on controller, is that controller inputs still work even if you aren't, even if this is not the active window. I can click off of this game and click onto something else, and I could play 2 games at once. I can play a game on keyboard, and it won't interfere with this game's inputs because I can just use the controller. The controller lets me control the game regardless of whatever active window that I'm on. I've never seen a game do that. But yeah, this is the lazy way. So after doing the lazy method for a couple hours, we can take a character here and you can see all these jobs that got mastered completely, learning every skill. White Mage does take a while because a lot of the skills are in the thousands and there's a lot. So yeah, you can see all the other characters are kind of doing that path too. We've got our item find character level 90. Rams has been 99 for a while, but he's been going through the path that the ninjas went through, but Ramza doesn't get errands, so he's gonna always be behind them, unfortunately. So we're catching up. We're you know, we're learning the essentials like mana font, defense boost. These are for later in-game builds. But yeah, that is that's JP up, XP up. You know, the lazy way, the efficient way, the AFK way. You got all the info. All right, and then next up, we'll talk about leveling down, how to do it, and what it looks like. With the Mind Flayers, and then we'll show off a bunch of in-game builds that you can use once you've leveled down and up a bunch of times. The hard random encounters, there's random encounters that are hard mode that have like rare, they're rare. We'll talk about some of those, maybe show them off. Then I'll talk a bit about the sound novels, which was a Japanese thing. It was part of the original tactics on the Japanese versions, never made it to the Western versions. And then we'll do the final dungeon. I'm just going to briefly touch on the final dungeon. You'll be so overpowered, and you know the drill with Chantage keeping you alive forever, ribbons making you uncrowd controllable. But a little, and then we'll show off, you know, talk a little bit maybe about the ending and some changes. And that's the whole guide video. And yeah, this part of the video is a reminder to myself because I've been up 19 hours. I gotta take a nap and then get these done. Alright, so let me show you the level down setup. You're going to be approaching the Zeklaus Desert from the mining town of Zaland. This puts you as close as possible to the level down trap that we all know and love by now. But let me show you the characters that we are going to be using. First off is our good pal Ramza, you know, the main character of the game. So he's going to be the mob clearing and the stat breaking character. He's playing the role of a ninja as a ninja monk. Well, I'm sorry, ninja knight with Arts of War to break stats. Shira Hadori to survive attacks. Brawler so that his punches deal insane damage. You should be able to one-shot everything you punch. Even though he has not leveled down yet, he's that strong, okay? Movement +2 to get around the battlefield. Ribbon so you can't be transformed or status abnormalitied. Power Garb for more power, more damage. Chanted so you can't die. Next up is the character you're going to be leveling down, alright? Alright, and that character has to be a dancer class. If they are a male character, you will instead make them a bard. These have the worst stat growth out of everything. Now, women dancers have a bit more attack power growth than male bards. So, it does take a few more cycles for female characters, but, you know, who wants male characters anyway, right? Alright, so, anyway, let me go over the equipment. Hard scale bag. This gives you a speed of +1. You can buy this from the shop. You should have millions by now. Thief's Cap you can buy from the shop, gives you a speed of +2. The Ninja Gear, you got this from the Deep Dungeon, gives you a speed of +2, and you start the fight in stealth, so that enemy mobs, which will spawn near you, don't walk up and one-shot this character. So this character will just kind of chill out until the mobs are under control a bit. Septium Sens. You get this from poaching King Behemoths, which you should have been doing if you followed the guide. This gives you a permanent haste, though this is not exactly necessary, and I'll show you why. Now, alternatively, you could also go Hermes Shoes, which is fine. Now, the reason I go Septium Sens is just for the early haste. I just like having haste early. This is going to be the fastest character with 18 speed if you level up as a ninja the first time. It gets to go first. So you get to start moving around the battlefield and getting into position and all of that kind of fun stuff. But Hermes Shoes is a +1 speed. Now, the reason why you don't need this perfume entirely is you're going to use Iedo or Draw Out if you're playing the older version of the game. This is the Samurai skill. Alright, and this is the part where you might have to save load a few times, but as a samurai, you should have learned Masamune. This is an AoE haste and regeneration buff to all allies around you, and you're going to use this to buff the Mind Flayer's speed so that they are casting faster. Now, as a dancer, you can just learn everything, but you're going to be using a lot of these dances also. Slow Dance is going to make all the enemies on the field 1 speed. Rams is going to help with this. You got Polka, which lowers the attack power. Heathen Frolic lowers the magical damage that they will deal. So those undeads and stuff that shoot you with magic balls will tickle, alright? You got Witch Hunt to reduce MP of humanoid casters. And Forbidden Dance is going to... I'm sorry, Last Waltz, my bad. It reduces the charge time, CT, charge time. That's the turn order of everyone to 0. So if they're all at 1 speed and they're about to get a turn, and Last Waltz pops, they all lose their turn, basically. So, very powerful stuff here with the Dancer. But back to the skills, because these are important. Mana Shield is going to let you tank an attack. So if you do get unvanished for some reason... which eventually you will when you start doing actions. If a mob has a ranged attack and they hit you, it's going to save you a turn of having to revive this character, okay? Then you need Beastmaster. You have to have Beastmaster so that your Mind Flayers can level you down, and you have to have Teleport so that you can fail teleporting onto the trap to speed up the level down process. Now, you're going to use Ramza, the Dancer. You're going to have 2 of your Mind Flayers, which we talked about earlier in the video. And, you know, the higher level, the better. But, at the same time... not better because they have counter attack. I'm pretty sure they have counter, just default. Or maybe they don't. I forget. I think these don't have counter. That's good. If they have counter, then I swear there's a version where they have counter. The enemy mobs will attack them, and then they will counter and kill the mobs, and then you gotta revive the mobs and heal the mobs. We have a character for that. And I backed out of the menu. This is your item potion character. I've been using my item find character for this. You're going to give them weapons, so they can help kill and cull the mobs. Ribbons so they can't be messed with. Power Garb for more damage, of course. Chantage so they can't die. But they will have item and throw item. And what you need to do is, let me show you my inventory. At this point in the game, go to the shop and just buy 99 of X Potion, High Ether, Antidotes, everything. Buy 99 of all the items, okay? You can easily afford it. Easily afford it. And so what this character does is, when a Mind Flayer dies from enemy mobs, or if your Dancer gets killed for some reason, your Item Find character will be able to bring them back from the death. Because those 3 characters will not have Chantage, alright? And you can't give Chantage to monsters. So, again, this is the setup. And then once you're ready, make yourself a safety save and head on over to Zeklaus Desert. So the priority kill order is anything with a ranged attack or AoE like the bombs, the flying creatures, anything with a ranged attack like these undead dudes. And so we would leave this guy left alive. However, I really don't want him to get one shot by one of these doing a counter. So you're going to have to power break your Mind Flayers also at some point. But yeah, that's the strat. And I'll show you once I've got it set up. Your Dancer's always going to go first, and the first thing I do is use Mass Immune to haste everybody. It looks like I need to be about right here, and that should hit everybody. And she's so fast, it doesn't matter. Now, what you need to pay attention. Make sure this does not break. If it breaks, just reload, okay? So that full parties, or that full hastes everyone in the party. All right, there we go. Now, of course, it removes your invisibility, but we have a pretty good spawn here, so she's not in immediate danger. But the main reason we use the ninja gear is for the +2 speed, really. And first thing we're going to do is kill this damn bomb. There we go. We kill it in one punch, 600 damage. Now, the Dancer, because of her incredibly high speed, you can get a lot of dances off. So I'm going to start with slow dance and slow down all the enemies on the map. So yeah, this is an in-game job class. It has its uses. Now, while you're preparing, you can use the level drain ability to, well, level down your Dancer. There we go. That's the first level down. And no, it doesn't level up the Mind Flayer, so you can do this infinite times. So I know it's been a while, but don't forget, you can Phoenix down the undeads, and they just instantly die, and you have 99 of them, and infinite money, so you're good. Now, once you're on the trap, you're going to select Teleport, and then just scroll all the way to the edge of the map, and that's going to fail, and it's going to re-trigger the trap. So this starts to get pretty darn fast. Alright, now we're going to have Ramza go speed and power break the big boy over here. And then we have, and yeah, if he gets killed, Chantage brings him right back. You don't have to worry about it. The only thing you have to worry about is your Mind Flayers dying, but that's why you brought an item character, so that they can handle that. So you can see a Mind Flayer got killed by one of the mobs. And yes, they do counter, so you need to power break them as well. But there we go. So now this character can run up and body block for a little while. That's fine. There we go. And then again, just teleport super far away and fail. There you go. Get hit by the trap. We're still dancing. Move your Mind Flayers. They have to be they have to be touching the character, otherwise they don't have the ability. So just make sure that they are right next to each other. All right. And then we start the speed break process. There we go. Counters for 999. And that's another, you know, that was like 5 speed lost in 2 turns there. Oh, I didn't teleport. Whoops, whatever. Level drain. Again, it's a bit of a process, but with this fast forward button, it's fast. It's real fast. This character doesn't need to do anything. They can just face tank. And again, if you use the control stick rather than D-pad, you can kind of scroll a little bit faster. And if you don't feel like having to scroll over due to the time, you can just choose wait and have the Mind Flayers do their thing, right? You can use any map for this if you just have the Mind Flayers, but there you go. And yeah, they'll miss sometimes, whatever. Now, you'll notice that the Mind Flayer lost their haste, so the draw on haste is just for the start of the battle. I wouldn't really worry too much about reloading. Let's check the stats on this guy. He has 7 speed remaining. Dang, he's a fast bull. Alright, well 7, 6, nope, none of those hit. Okay, whatever. Anyway, the bull will keep attacking these 2 characters anyway, and we'll just keep level draining. But you get the process. I'm going to go ahead and meet you when I'm back down to level 1. And beware, remember, these skeletons have a chance to come back to life, so make sure that your potion tossing character is at the ready to down them again if they rise. Oh, I forgot to mention, if you hold the fast forward button, you scroll real fast. So that'll speed up the failed teleports. Alright, so this character is now speed and power broken, and he doesn't use magic attacks. He has 70 magic power, by the way. That's pretty wild. So now we're having Last Dance being danced, or Last Waltz, which will just reset this dude's CT, and he's at 27, so it takes that one speed. It's going to take him... I mean, we get a turn every 5 CT he gets, so he's never getting a turn ever again. So that's just how it works, and we're going to continue leveling down. We're now down to 58. It's a process, but it doesn't take too long. One thing I sometimes fat finger is I accidentally target the wrong character with level down on the Mind Flayers. So just move your characters away from the Mind Flayers so that you don't accidentally click on them instead, and that you click on the Dancer. Alright, and there we go. We now have our Dancer down to level 1, so now we can just end the fight. Also, if you try to level down a level 1 character, it can't. It's 0% chance to hit. If you step on the trap at level 1, you're still just level 1, so... After that, we're going to go ahead and end the fight. There we go. Instant kill, Ramza. Alright, so now I want to show you what this does so that you can understand. I'm going to go to the Warriors Guild. We're going to recruit a female character. She's got, you know, leather cap and clothing, alright? And I'm going to take a picture of her stats real quick, and then we'll compare. Okay, so we might have a little problem here. So, devs, maybe patch this, perhaps? Or maybe this is part of the balance changes. Did the original team not want players doing this? That could be the case. I don't know, but I have some bad news. While leveling down did grow our stats, it did not grow our speed. Oh, I have. Let me full screen this. So let me get the red out. All right, so this is the default Squire female speed. This should be 8, or at least a 7 if we started late. But we started at level 6. We started ninja training at 6. We didn't really stray much from ninja while leveling. That should be an 8, or at least a 7 with bad luck. It's a 6. I don't know why. You'll also notice that, you know, we lost a magic attack power there. But our HP is higher. Our HP is higher, so there is still some substance here. And also our MP is 3 points higher. You may be thinking, that's a lot of work for almost no stats. The thing is that speed is the hardest stat to grow, and once you do it a few times, you're basically ahead of the curve of everyone else. And then when you start growing attack power and HP, which is what Mime does, that's what Mime does, then you'll really start to feel the power difference. So, for the sake of science, I'm going to have to do the grind, as I'm going to grind this character up as a Mime. Won't take too long. Then I'll level it down as a Dancer. And then I'm going to update this screenshot here. And you may be wondering, how do you level up as a Mime? You just have all your characters use focus and do things, and the Mime will do things and get JP. Every time someone does something, the Mime will do something and level up. So it's real quick. It's 4 times faster than leveling a normal class, and Mime has the best stat growth, so it's a double win. Yeah, just a reminder, to level your Mimic, you just have your characters do focus, and then when they end their turn, the Mimic will also focus and get XP. And they're going to get 10 XP every single time someone does an action, so the math on that is like 980 actions, which it's not too bad. It is a grind, but it's not too bad. Remember, a low level attacking a high level is the superior method, so I still recommend the Berserk method, though Mimics kind of hit pretty hard, and you have to power break them, and they're still going to hit pretty hard, so it is what it is. But you can see here, if we attack a high level monster, boom, 99 XP, so you only really have to do... You don't have to level up to 99 again. I want to just point this out. You level up to 20, 40, or 60, and when you stop leveling up or getting 99 XP every time you punch something that's higher level than you, then you level back down, and you do that process over and over again. And of course, if it turns out leveling down is super nerfed in this version, then it's now, because you're at the end of the game, recommended that you just level up to 99 as a Mime from 1, and then you change into in-game builds. So let's get the grind going. So here is an easier setup, rather than just accumulating with the cat across the bridge thing, which you can AFK, but this is 9 to 10 times faster, so there's no real reason to do it. So what you do is you make sure your mime is facing a yellow chocobo. Again, we're using Mandalia planes for this. Right now, I have her power broken to 1, and you'll see why. She punches for 0, that's fine. The other characters... Hold on, let me make sure that this character is within item throwing range. Your other characters are going to swing at the air, like that. And then the mime will swing their similar sword in the air as well. There we go. So Ramza's punching, and then the mime punches. So Ramza would preferably have a weapon or something, but your other characters just have basic daggers, so that when your mime attacks, it hits for 8. And yeah, you'll notice that the XP is pretty big. There we go. So mime mimics 88 XP per swing. Not too bad. And again, this is a sword user, so they hit a little bit harder, but that's fine. Again, we level up really, really quick this way. As far as Ramza goes, though, we would not want him on fists. So, but I use fists to clear the level. And you could always do things like Rend Magic Attack, right? There we go. Rend that Magic Attack in the air. And then the Mime will do it. Boom. And then that's the same thing. So you could still technically use Ramza. And the cool thing about yellow chocobos is they will heal themselves. And if you have them cornered like this, they can't fly like the other chocobos. So it's just going to sit there. When it's its turn, it'll heal. And we can throw potions at it. Our Mime will also throw a potion at it. And it's just a good old time. But yeah, here's the rotation. And again, the ninjas are just going to swing in the air. There we go. Mime mimes it. And then, again, swing in the air. Mime mimes it, and so on. And you can make this more efficient. But, you know, you can figure out whatever system works for you, for your muscle memory or whatever. It would be a little bit better if I didn't have, you know, Ramza not able to contribute. But it is what it is. Also, our Mime can punch our ninjas and then get some XP that way. That way we're not skipping turns, but it doesn't really matter. You just kind of get into a habit of doing it. And just a reminder, once you have level 99 party members, you don't even have to attack the enemy. You can just attack your allies, and if your allies are higher level than the enemy, which in this case they are, it's slightly more XP, so you might as well. Alright, we have leveled up to 99 as a Mime, and look at that beautiful HP. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a separate save file. I actually backed up the save before the whole leveling up and down process, and we're going to compare stats that way too. Alright, so it seems like it's just speed, that or they've made speed less of a modifier. So here is Mogsel. This character leveled from 6 to 99 as a ninja mostly. 166 HP, 55 MP, 15 speed, 15 attack power. This is the number, 15 attack power, alright? And 10 magic power. Alright, so now, after leveling up as a Mime and changing to Job Class Ninja, you'll notice 425 HP instead of 166, okay? 19 attack power instead of 15, 12 magic attack power instead of 10, and still 15 speed. So I think leveling either... I would have to level down and up as a ninja a bunch to test out the speed gains, but it should be 1 to 2 per cycle. And yes, this is something that you do about 20 to 30 times as level 1 to 20, alright? So it wouldn't be as bad if you do level 1 to 60 up and down a bunch. So yeah, there is that. Now, what I want to do is... if we were to level this character down again and then make them a squire and compare stats again, then you would see that this character has, you know, higher stats than before. But I've got a video to make, so we're going to move on to the next subject. You know how to do this now. You know how the stat growth works. You can clearly see that this ninja is way better than this ninja in terms of HP. Not so much MP, but that's where you have to level up as a summoner and level down as a dancer a few times, and then you'll have a huge MP pool. But you can see here that Mime definitely boosted our stats up. So yeah, there you go. Now you know how to do it. So in-game builds, just a note, by leveling up and down enough times, this means you will have 999 HP regardless of what gear or class you are playing. This is rather easy to achieve. You will have high MP for mana shield absorption. You will have high enough attack power and magic attack to hit for 999 with any weapon, skill, ability, doesn't matter. You'll also have high enough speed to always go first against computer opponents, even ninjas, or even go twice in a row before the opponent can act, which essentially doubles your movement range, if you think about it that way. Now, this might not apply in Ivalice Chronicles, because when I did the ninja level up down, I didn't get a stat point. So I don't know if that's been nerfed, possibly. Alright, so in-game build number 1 is the main tank build. Let me go over the gear. So we have Defender, which has a 60% parry rate, and yes, we are playing as the Knight class. We have the Escutcheon 2, which has the highest block chance for both physical and magic in the game. We have 97 Brave, so we have 97% chance for Mana Shield to proc, which is always. We have a Ribbon, so we can't be status abnormality at all. Completely immune to all status effects. Alright, Lordly Robe starts you with Protect and Shell. And armor pieces don't matter, because our HP with level down would be 999 anyway. The Featherweave Cloak gives 40% dodge and 30% magic dodge. So the way it works is the game checks for dodge, I believe, or block first. I forget which one. I think it's block first, and then it checks dodge, and then it checks parry. And yeah, so we have 3 separate defense layers. And if an attack does land, if it's magic based, we have 3 faith. We take no damage anyway. We have Mana Shield, and when you level, down and up, you would have more LP. But every time we move, we get LP, and even if you're hit for 999 with 1 LP, it goes to your LP first. You only take HP damage when your LP is at 0. Now, for physical attacks that do land, we have Defense Boost, which is, I think it's a 30% reduction in damage. I forget exactly, it's been a long time. But we also, from the Lordly Robe, have Protect and Shell, meaning that we take less damage from both magic and physical attacks. So yeah, this is the main tank build. Now, we also have Draw Out, or Iado, the Samurai skill. And the reason we have the Samurai skill is as follows. We can buff ourselves with Regeneration and Haste. And Regeneration is based off your maximum HP. So when you're at 999 HP, which I could easily achieve by leveling down as a dancer and back up as a mime one more time, would be pretty easy to do. Pretty sure it's one more time. Then we're going to be regenerating more HP than we lose, even if we're solo. All right. So next up, you also because Samurai Draw Out spells are not based on faith. You deal full magic attack power damage, and whenever you level down and up enough, your magic attack will be so high that all of these deal 999 damage in a big area of effect around you. So you run in as a tank, everyone's pounding on you, and then you blow them all up. It's great. You could also confuse or doom them. You can protect and shell your allies, as a tank should, though that's more of a priestly thing, right? But we have no faith here, so again, our main tank it's like a paladin, I guess, right? You can slow all the enemies down. And yeah, you can just deal lots of different area attacks that reach all over the battlefield, multiple different tiles. And yeah, so again, you have ranged attack. The only weakness of this build is that it has 3 move and 3 jump. So some terrain might not be ideal. It might require some gear adjustment. Now, if you are not soloing this character, as in you have party members, then you already know the Chantage cheese. Chantage means you can never die, as long as you don't get full party wiped. So you could replace your Featherweave Cloak with that. And if you aren't stat maxed, you don't have to use Defender. But if you are stat maxed, Defender makes the most sense. If you're not stat maxed, you could use Chaos Blade for way more damage. But other than that, this is a tank build. Next up is a hybrid assassin, or not quite a tank, but an off-tankish class. We have a Chaos Blade so that we get regeneration. Also, if you turn an opponent to stone, you automatically kill them. So it's a one-shot regardless of their defenses. We have Excalibur for haste. We have dual wield, so we can dual wield weapons that hit twice. This will ensure 999 damage 2 times over. We have Ribbon, so we can't be status abnormalities. Lordly Robe for protect and shell. Invisibility Cloak means that the enemy will do no actions. If you're the only character on the map, like if you're just doing this solo to do a boss rush, then you have infinite time to get behind the enemy and then slash them twice and they're dead, as long as they're not a Zodiac beast. but that would be more of a full party fight. You still have your draw out, so you can jump into the middle of a crowd and you can just clear out the whole crowd. It's the draw out. The Iedo, the samurai skill, is the best physical magic hybrid skills in the game when you are face to face with your opponent. If you're fighting like archers or something, or chemists that are teleporting away from you, yeah, it's going to be harder to get to them. We have counter, so if there's any survivors and they come up and whack you, you just counter twice with both weapons and they're dead. Alright, dual wield, so we have both weapons, and teleport so that we can maneuver anywhere on the battlefield, and if you are invisible and teleporting, the enemy takes no actions. You basically get the opener. Think of this as like a shadow step. Alright, we have a crowd control assassin or evasion tank. With spellbinders, this can disable, meaning the enemy can't do any actions, so they're forced to just run away. Now, if an enemy is immune to disable, you can always swap this out for daggers that silence or blind, though blind is not that useful late game anyway. You have ribbons, so none of this can happen to you ever. No status abnormalities. Ninja gear, so you start the fight vanished. Also speed +2. Sword of ledge starts you with a protect and shell. You can if you don't plan to be stealthy and you would rather be like a buff support character, you can swap this out for boots. You can swap this out for a whole whatever you want. But let's go over the skills. We have the draw out Iedo, the samurai skill, so that when you're in the midst, when you're in the deep end of it, you can just kill a bunch of people. You can buff your teammates. It's universally super useful. Shira Hadori, or Blade Grasp. This is your evasion tank spec. You have 97% chance to, ignore physical attacks, except for things like throw stone and blah blah blah. But you have protect and shell, you have defense boost, so those attacks won't kill you outright. They may wound you a bit, but they won't kill you outright. You have teleport, so you can maneuver anywhere on the battlefield, and because you're a ninja, you have an extra move and jump, meaning that you have an extra 10% chance to move beyond your regular range of, say, the Night Assassin. Now, a quick note on a few items here. So the stone shooter turns you to stone at the start of the fight. Ribbon will not save you. Jade Armlet will not save you. If you want to use a stone shooter because your stats aren't maxed, then you will have to have an ally that can cure you of this element. Even starting the game Vanished, we are Vanish and Stone, which is just funny. So I want to talk about a Riz Master build. Now, this isn't exactly a build. This is more of a utility thing. And it looks pretty ridiculous, right? But if you level down and up enough as a mime, you will have a lot of magic attack power, so you can completely ignore this build. But this build is meant for using Speechcraft to invite enemies to your team. So the formula for Entice is 20 plus your magic attack power. So you can see here I have a 49% chance to make this guy turn traitor, which is not only is it an instant kill, but it's basically an extra party member for the rest of the fight. It's also a way to mass recruit units and strip them of gear if you want to do that. There's a whole lot of uses for this, and if you level down and up enough, you will have so much magic attack power that this can get into the high 70s, 80s, 90s, alright? Making the build, not really needed. But here's how the Riz Master works. You're going to be dual-wielding wizard rods because they give magic attack power. You have the Lambent Hat, which gives magic attack power and speed. Wizard Robe gives magic attack power. And Genji Gloves gives magic attack power. And that's pretty much it. Teleport, Shira Hadori, so you don't get killed. And you just run around and invite everybody. So, there you go. Next up is if you want to go on a stealing spree, this is the best way to have a thief. You actually want them to be a monk so that they have innate martial arts. You give them ribbon because that's all monks can really wear. Ninja gear because they will be invisible. And you get a bonus to stealing if you steal from invisibility, by the way. Stealing is also based on your speed stats, so wearing Hermes shoes can help you with that. We have the steal ability as the secondary, of course. Vanish, when you get hit by a physical attack, you get to turn invisible. So, what you do is you can have an ally hit you and turn you invisible, and then you have a 20% bonus chance to steal. Attack boost also increases the chance to steal, and teleport basically ensures you can get behind opponents pretty easily. So this is a knight character with a very high evasion and defense, right? You can see that he's got, well, here's his stats, whatever. And because we are currently vanished, when I try to steal his weapon, it's a 94% chance to work, okay? But there's other ways also to boost your chance to steal, and that would be using one of the Mind Flayers that we have for our leveling down. Use Mind Blast, and if you inflict confusion, that takes away all of their natural evasion. So if I have this character, which he's not going to be able to reach up here to Mind Blast this guy, but if I confused him, and the cool thing about Monster Confusion is it's not based on your faith or theirs, it's just boom, there you go. You can just confuse anything and anybody anytime. So you confuse this guy, he loses all evasion, and then from stealth, you can steal whatever you want. And even if you aren't in stealth, you know, you still have a pretty high % chance to steal. So yeah, this blows some people's minds away. 94% chance on your opener. So here you can see without Vanish active, it is a 42% from the side. And from behind, it would be higher. Let's go ahead and go behind them. There we go. And so that increases it to 70%, right? There. Again, it's based on, like, your steal chance is based on your regular attack % chance to land, but also having speed helps, having attack boost, having martial arts helps. So monks, best thieves in the game. Oh, dude, the enemy poached my Mind Flayer. I've never had an NPC poach my thing. That's so funny. Okay, so now we have the enemy confused. So when I go to steal, 94%, and if we go to the side, which was what, 70, I believe. Something like that. No, it was I forget. But now we're at 94%. It doesn't matter which angle we try to steal from. Because he's confused, he has no evasion. So we could be right in front of him, still 94%. And this is without being vanished. So if we were vanished, it would be 100%. Next up is an anti-archer or anti-gun unit. And pretend this is Mustadio. Alright, and not a mediator. Alright, you want to use Mustadio for this. Also, you would want to boost Mustadio's faith as high as you possibly can. And by the way, the maximum faith before a party member can leave is 94. So you would have a 94 faith, 97 brave Mustadio run this build, and let me explain and show you how it works. So Blaster is the lightning elemental gun. If you're fighting anything that's, you know, immune to lightning, you just swap it out for Glacial or Blaze. You don't want to use the stone shooter, okay? You just don't want to do that. You want Kaiser Shield because this shield boosts fire, ice, and lightning. Now, if you are, you know, stat maxed and you're hitting for 999 without the shield, then you would use a different shield, alright? Lambent Hat gives you speed and magic attack power. If you are stat maxed, then you can use a ribbon. Lordly Robe gives you magic attack power, protect, and shell. If someone else is using the Lordly Robe, then you would just use literally anything. There's anything else. Come on, man. You could use a Wizard Robe for damage, a Ninja Gear for stealth and speed. You can figure this part out. Cursed Ring gives you magic attack power and speed. Also makes you undead, so that's really cool. But again, you could use Chanted. You could use whatever you want. The main thing that makes this build work is First Strike. This is known as Hamido from the original game. And the way it works is you would use Teleport to position Mustadio in range of archers and gunners. And when they try to shoot Mustadio, you shoot them first and then they lose their turn. They don't ever get to shoot you. It's like they pull out their pistol and draw, and Mustadio is the quick draw and he shoots them first, and they're like, ow. And then their turn ends. It's great. Now, Summon. This one is weird, but hey, you're a 94 Faith Mustadio, so hear me out. The only summon you really care about is Golem, alright? So, Golem is going to give you just an extra shield of maximum HP, and if you stat max, that's 999. And so what this means is that if an attack does manage to get through your first strike, your shield, and your flat HP, that it will be absorbed by the Golem. So, as soon as the round starts, you Golem your whole party, and then you use Teleport to get to a nice position to aggro all the ranged archers and gunners, and then you just pop them all with First Strike, and they blow up and die from Blaster. It's a really fun build to see. The AI doesn't know better. They'll just target you and then kill themselves. It's the best thing ever, right? And equip shields because Mustadio can't equip a shield in his offhand. So yeah, there's that. So here is the de facto calculator arithmetic build. You're going to be a black mage with Rod of Faith because this maxes out your faith. Now, if you want to play with 94 faith and then you don't have maximum magic attack power, you can go with Wizard Robe. That's fine too. But Rod of Faith is going to do you, huge favors. You're going to use an Aegis shield, or you can also use the Golden Escutcheon, because both of these have 50% magic evasion, alright? And yes, calculators do end up casting spells on themselves. However, Reflexes is a counter ability that, technically what this does is it doubles your evasion rate. However, the game's in the original. The game says that you need to be attacked first to trigger this. That is incorrect. This counts as a passive. This is a passive in your counter slot. Reflexes is a ninja ability. And you just put this on, and now suddenly your magic evasion rate is 100%. Use equip shields, because you're a black mage, they can't use shields. And then teleport so you can move around anywhere, though your movement skill honestly doesn't matter, because you're going to be the fastest character on the map, because you have Thief's Cap, you have Ninja Gear, that's +2 speed on Thief's Cap, and Septim Sens is a permanent haste at the start, so you will always be the first character to act, and then you just blow up the whole map and kill everything, and that's game over for them. Oh, and if you're wondering what spell to use, you can use Flare, you can use Holy. Sometimes random enemies will have chameleon robes on, and then your Holy gets absorbed, so there's that. But yeah, just use your strongest spell. Use any spell, really. Late game, the spell choice doesn't matter. You can use a regular crappy spell and still hit for 999. Now, beware that in Ivalice Chronicles and on Tactician, calculator damage is heavily nerfed, but it still hits the entire map, so there you go. Also, for more calculator cheese, bring multiple mimes, and then they all mime the calculator, and then whoopsie, everything's dead. Alright, let's talk now about rare battles, the rare random encounters you can get when you are running around the world. Now, here is the stats, at least from the original. I don't know if these have been altered for Ivalice Chronicles. I'm not going to spreadsheet thousands of random encounters, sorry bros. But they have a less than 20% chance of occurring. You must be in Chapter 4 and preferably progress to the point where you're going to Orbone Monastery to complete the game. You must also enter the zone from the appropriate direction. Now, I'm not going to go over every single one because some of them are just pretty boring, like, oh, here's ninjas, oh, here's whatever. But some of them they're interesting in their own little ways, and they have their own little things about them, like the enemies will be stronger, or they will have rare gear, so on and so forth. Alright, first off, we'll start with Zeklaus Desert, everyone's favorite. You're going to enter from Dorter, as in from the south, alright? So when I say enter from the south, position your character south of the zone, and then walk to it. And once you're on it, you can then click on it and enter and, start a battle that way. So let's see if I can find it or not. So this one is the Knight and the Minotaur. And, yeah, you get a guest party member that's a knight. Alright, check them out. And these guys will be around 15 levels higher than your party, but I'm 99, so it's whatever. So, if you want to get a knight, he doesn't have any good gear or anything. But the Minotaur also will be 99, so... Again, it's just a special little fight. It's like a one-on-one duel in the desert kind of thing, and Ramsey, he's coming to help or whatever, so there's that. But that's the special encounter. This took me like 10 restarts to get. And no, winning the fight, the knight doesn't join you, it's just a funny encounter. Alright, so the production of this video would take way too long if I hunt down and get footage of every single one of these, so use your imagination, damn it. So, Lenalian Plateau. You have to enter from the south or from the magic city of Garland, and the rare encounter is 5 calculators. So if you want to farm calculator crystals, there you go. And I'm sorry, I'm using old terminology. When I say calculator, I mean arithmetic, alright? The arithmetician job class. That's what calculator is. Balias Tor, and excuse the misspelling on the screen. Balias Tor, this one right here. You enter from the north or from Zaland, and you will fight 9+ monsters at a time. Behemoths, dragons, and hydras. Again, this is just the rare battle, and sometimes there's chocobos, and sometimes you get chocobo party members. Next up is the Goug Wood. If you enter from Yardro or from the east to the Goug Wood, you can get a special fight with 7 samurai. Next up is what I believe to be the hardest fight in the entire game, is the 11 monk fight at Goug Heights. So you enter from Lazalia or from the south, and yeah, monks, they're gonna punch you through your Shinhanadori. You would think I would learn how to say these words by now. They also hit really hard because they're monks, they're level 99, they're gonna have high brave, so you're gonna have to bring your A-game party to this one, or chanted cheese it, it's whatever you want to do, bro. The Araguay Woods, you have to enter from the west or from Dorter. You'll fight 4 to 6 ninjas at a time. And again, just check their level. If they're level 95 or higher, they're going to throw the in-game weapons at you. So that's a way to get more knight swords if you want. So Mount Germanus, Mount Germanus, dang it. You have to enter from the north. So from Sal Ghidos, you're going to, again, from the north, go down to Mount Germanus. And the rare battle, it's 3 chemists, 2 mediators. The female chemists have elemental guns, you know, the hard ones to get. And males have the stone shooters. So if you want to farm guns, there you go. There's Zeirchele Falls. Alright, Zeirchele Falls, it's east. You have to enter from the east at Fort Besselot to Zeirchele Falls. And you can do this as soon as Chapter 4 unlocks. And these, it'll be 3 spellcasters, mage, time mage, I think a cleric, I forget, it's been a while, but they will be 30 levels above you, so you can just go in here, recruit them, and then go back in, recruit the next level 31s, and then soon you'll have level 99 characters, which turns the whole map level 99. It is not based on Ramses' level. I showed proof of that earlier. I still have people in the comments telling me this on my other video. No, that is not true. Alright, I don't know what version they're playing, but anyway. That is an easy, quick way to get level 99s as soon as Chapter 4 unlocks. Right, so apparently it's 2 casters and a Dark Behemoth. I swear it was 3 casters in one version I played. By the way, if you want the highest % chance of encountering summoners, go to the Darkest Deep Dungeon, whatever you want to call it, and go to Voyage. It's floor number 8, and there's 2 of the 4 random encounters will have summoners some of the time. So instead of, you know, going all over the map and just desperately trying to find them, just come here, go to Voyage, and you'll have summoners. Hit them with Zodiac with a low faith character or a faithlet, whatever. You know how to lower magic damage by now. And then once you hit them with it, kill them, let them turn into a crystal, and then pick it up with the character that you want to teach it to. So my favorite fight, honestly, for ninja catching, as in, you know, fighting ninjas and catching weapons, is floor number 9, Horror. They don't always spawn, but it'll be a mix of samurai and ninjas. Just keep resetting it until you get them. They'll be higher level than your party, so if you have 99s, they should be 99, and that means they'll throw Chaos Blades, and you can just put Chaos Blades on everybody until you do your stat maxing. Yes, this floor does exist. It takes a lot of restarts to find, but I'll try to show you an example. You want to make sure that whenever you're fighting these characters, that you're not within melee range. So here, they're going to throw a shuriken. I guess that's because I have low HP people, but yeah, we caught it. Alright, let's see. We want them to be a higher level than... Yeah, there's a level 99 one right there. Let's see what he throws. We also need to get in range. The ones that are below 95 aren't going to throw anything worthwhile. Scorpion Tail. Woo! We can poach those, not a big deal. Level 87, boo. And so, again, let's just kind of get right here in everyone's face and be like, hello, everybody. I'm Ramza. Alright. No, he's using Mazamune. Oh, man. Alright. Come on, throw something good. Let's get a good catch. Now, normally you'd bring a whole party, right? Another Scorpion Tail. Yoink! Okay, here we go. Throw poles. He's gonna throw the highest tier pole. Whale Whisker. Yeah, there we go. Thanks. So, throwing a pole is not the favorite weapon that we want. But, oh, throwing a sword. He's got Rune Blade. We can buy those. Right, but that's a low-level ninja. Level 93 ninja. This one only knows shurikens. So yeah, this is a bad roll on ninjas, but hey, what? Oh, another flail thrower. Okay, yeah, whatever. You can see they have a 3% chance to hit us with throw. So you come here and you just absorb weapons, but unfortunately, none of the ninjas know anything good. Like he's too low level. Hold on, level 91, level 91, 93, 99. So what does this guy know, right? He has shuriken, daggers, flails, katanas. So he can throw Chilra Haldrons at us. Throw poles. He doesn't know Knight Swords, he knows books, who cares? So, you just have to keep re-rolling and restarting until you get the right, like, group of ninjas. So here's all the level values of what level the ninja is in terms of what they throw that's actually useful. So Defender Swords, those are the high parry Knight Swords, 92 to 94. Mazamune, Save the Queen, Nagnarok, that's the Frog Sword. Excaliburs and Chilrit, Jaden, whatever's, at 96. 97 is Ragnarok and Javelin 2, and then at 98, 99, Chaos Blades and Javelin 2s. So real quick, I am not going to be making a guide for sound novels because they give nothing. What is a sound novel? If you ran around and did all of the errands in the taverns, as in you did most of them, you unlock these books. You go to your, let me move the text here so you can see it better. If my text will move. You go to your Chronicle, and then you go to Reading Materials, and you'll have these extra books. You'll have Messa's Musings, Nenai's Histories, Oilivert, and Inavia Chronicles. And these are kind of like, they're really long, they're quite boring. They're like little choose-your-own-adventure book things. You get nothing for doing these. I don't think you get a Steam achievement or anything. I went through Messa's Musings, and it took like almost an hour. Not really, but they're kind of, I don't know. If you're really a completionist, go for it. But there's nothing that marks that you've done them. You can only put a bookmark on the book icon if you quit midway through and pick it up later. It's you get nothing for these. I'm not gonna make a guide on these. They're like, I don't know, middle school tier intelligence required. You don't have like. You'd have to be really dumb not to be able to beat these. That's all I'm going to say. They're a huge waste of time. I'm not going to cover them. Sorry, bros. All right, the only thing left to do is to beat the game. Go to Orbone Monastery when you're ready and you're geared up and you're leveled up and downed and leveled up 20 freaking times. And yeah, commence battle. Let's go smash them. These guys are like low level 40, 48, by the way. They're going to be a little bit easy, but on Tactician, and they have stacked defense and stacked items. They can be a little bit tough, but with Chantage Cheese, you're going to win anyway. Now, I just want to mention that on Tactician, they have crazy HP scaling. Like, this is a level 52 mob. He's got 613 health, and they have innate damage reduction, so I'm only punching for 485. Also, nice cloak evasion there. Guess I'll have to wait next turn. Get ready to meet the tankiest story unit in the game, Lawfrey. This guy is quite the tank. At 816 HP on Tactician, he has saved the queen, so he's protected, and he has defense boost parry. Yeah, he's a beefy boy. Oh, and he likes to break gear, but hey, everything that happens beyond this point is, it doesn't matter. I want to show you just how weak we hit this guy. So when we punch for 172 instead of like the 500, 485 to 500. It's a lot of damage reduction. But all you have to do is knock this guy out, and that's the fight. No need to kill all the mages. Now the next fight is the opposite. It's a very magic tanky fight.
You see the skies of Ivalice.
So a lot of people have questions about the story. They're like, how did Ramza get back to Ivalice? How did he get out of hell? And they're basically kind of in a form of hell right now. And yeah, this guy blows up the teleporter, so it's like, did he rebuild it? I'll answer this question a little bit towards the end. It makes perfect sense, don't worry. Now, Cletian, he is not resistant to physical hits, so we could one turn in this if he didn't dodge. Almost. But hey, we have many more ninjas to punch with. And there you go, fight's over before anyone even gets a turn. So this is the one story fight where they can full party wipe you, so I recommend that you just put one of your characters with... You got a Chantage Cheese this one, by the way, on Tactician. Put a character in the corner, and yeah, these time mats, they attack 3 times, and if you roll the dice wrong, you die. So, another thing too is if you're using like an in-game build with like knights with only 3 move, 3 jump, you can't jump the gap. I mean, you could jump right here maybe, but there's gonna have units blocking this really quick. So you would have to drag your knights all the way down here and then go up here and fight everything. But with ninjas, we're just going to jump across and pound Bariak's face in. Also, this chemist has speechcraft and will lower your bravery permanently, but it's not permanent because it's the end of the game, and everything you get and everything you do here does not come back or carry over when you save and reload the game before this all happened. For the airship graveyard, just make sure everyone has ribbons. This is pretty standard on the build by now at this point. No, I don't want a chocobo. What the hell? No, get out of here. No, Bako, you can't seek revenge for Weegraph or whatever. By the way, in this fight, if you try to resurrect Alma, it won't let you yet. So don't worry about Alma. She's fine. She's just taking a nap. People always question why I make low faith builds, and this is why. Oh no, big area of effect spell, 10 damage. Oh boy. Oh, it hurts so bad, guys. Oh, yeah, this fight gives you a Ragnarok. I mean, we already have one, now you have two. You can use them, I guess, if you want.
Divinity descended. Prostrate yourselves before me now.
Prostrate.
So
Anyway.
that is Saint Ajora's true fate. You will not leave.
Anyway, the Ultimate Demons can party wipe you, so just run one of your ninjas into a corner until they're dead. Oh, our ninjas are so fast, the Ultimate Demons never got a turn. Aw, dang. Shouldn't have been level 40, Buster. Or whatever. What level are they? They're level 30? Really? What? Why? Alright, after punching it to death. So a lot of people are like, how did Ramza survive the explosion? Look, the game will answer it for you. It's very obvious what they do here to survive. I've been saying it for years. Now we have an answer officially.
Oh, stones divine! I beseech you!
There you go, he asked the Zodiac stones. Wow. Easy to figure out, come on now. You go the entire game, and when you're about to kill a boss, or they're bleeding on the floor dying, and they're like, oh, help me! And then the Zodiac stone floats up, and magical crap spews everywhere. And then they're alive. How did Ramza survive the explosion? How did Ramza get out of hell? How is Ramza alive? How is Alma alive? What happened? Oh, yeah. You know, he has, like, all of the Zodiac stones. All of them? Yeah, all 12. Yeah.
Ramza?
He collected them all.
Given all that has come to pass,
So Alma gets a burial. Ramza doesn't because he's a heretic. The ending's pretty brutal. I'm gonna show you why. So if you don't want spoilers, close the video or whatever. Mwah. Nah, but for real, you get like 5 more seconds until spoilers start hitting. Alright, that's about 5 seconds. So, why is the assassin lady alive? Because Delita spared her because he's not a dickhead. Or he's not right, he wasn't then. Are you truly dead, bro? And then, hey, look, there they are. There's Alma and Ramza. Clearly, clear as day, riding on chocobos through their own funeral. That's pretty funny, right? So a lot of people didn't pay attention to the little cutscene here that happens, okay? And it's kind of like the, what happens? Alright, and I can't fast forward this, but... Yeah, Orin presented his Durai papers before the council, and they were like, yeah, this is crazy, bro. And then they just burned him at the stake. Whoops! Uh-oh, Orin, too bad. Don't tell the truth. Just hide your power level next time. You know, good luck in your next life or whatever. Mwah. Anyway, the story is supposed to be told by one of Orin's sons, or, you know, and not ancestors, but like the younger generation, whatever. And that's what the story is. It's the Zodiac Brave story by Azalaram, who is, you know, he shares the same last name as Orin. So there you go. That's who's been telling the story. And then, hey, it's the credits, bro. It's the credits, and we're gonna skip the credits and skip. There you go. And then there's a post-credit scene. If you left the theater, then you missed it. You can go home and Google it, right? That's what you're doing right now. You're watching the video. Anyway, here's Ovelia and Delita, right? And you're like, oh, I bet they're happily ever after. They got married. He's a king now. Everything's so cool. Sorry, but Ovelia was a crazy bitch, and she stabs Delita. Uh-oh. And Delita's like, what are you doing? And he stabs her. And, yeah, there you go. So, he married into a crazy lady. Lads, don't get married to crazy. Alright, there you go. You know, Delita did it. He sacrificed everything for her, and then she just stabs him because she's a crazy girl. There you go. That's the end. That's the end of the game. Woo! Wow, crazy, isn't it? Do you want to save your game, bucko? Do you want to save? Anyway, here's how long the video took to make. We started on the 4th of October. And now it's the 9th, so yeah, it's like 5 days. Yeah, man. You get a little golden star for beating the game. Here you go, kid. Here's your participation trophy. Again, that unlocks the music player. which I already showed off earlier. And then when you load your game, there's a few extra things to look at. Alright, we already beat the game. Goodbye, text. Alright, you can go to the Chronicle, and if you go to the State of the Realm, look at this. Remember this thing that you never look at? Well, now there's a few extra things you can look at. You can look at this, Defeated Ultima, and then Crown King of Ivalice for Delita. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, it's over, boys. It's over, lads. Also, we got all the thingies. It's pretty cool. What? Oh. I understand. Anyway, there's no star on it for some reason. What's going on there? What's going on there? Anyway, that's the video. That's the guide. That's the tutorial. All right, and then once you're at the end of the game, if you know there's characters you're never going to use anymore, like Lad, Alicia, and Lavian, just kick them out. But here's my fear. What if they patch in War of the Lions content? They probably won't. Or what if a fan patches it in, and the fan stays true to the original, and then you kick these characters out, and you download that patch, and then you can't go to Agries's birthday and get the best perfume in the game. Uh-oh. So, you gotta hold on to them forever. That's right, forever and ever. Final Fantasy Tactics forever. Anyway, guys, I hope you enjoyed the video. Leave a comment. I have no friends or family or life or purpose. Alright, and so my only social interaction is with you, the viewer. I will read your comment. I will answer any questions. I have over 2,000 hours in this game, from 11 years old to however old I am now. It's a secret. Shh, don't tell anybody. You know, and with that also said, you over here where the hand is pointing. You see the little hand? Look, we'll get the mouse cursor too. The mouse cursor and the hand. Woo. Got two different cursors this time. There's a video on the right side of the screen. You gotta click on it. But before that, hold on. This video was made entirely possible by one generous young lad. Alright, his name is Drenth. Here's his Steam profile. So yeah, he bought me the game. Total complete stranger. Just was like, hey, do you have the game yet? I'm like, no. And he's like, he just adds me and gifts it to me. No question asked. And this is a $60 game. Bro, in the 5 days I've spent making this, my YouTube has given me like $20. And that's a good that's a good amount of money. I normally make way less. But yeah, so add this guy to your friends. Go to his wish list and buy him something nice. I don't know, give him a kiss on his forehead. So big thanks to Drenth. Without him, this video would not exist, because I am too poor to buy it for myself. Anyway, with that said, click the video on the right side of your screen. If you don't click it, then your foot's going to cramp up for a whole month. It's like maybe gout or arthritis in your foot. I don't know, but your foot's going to cramp up. That's what I do with my videos here on the channel. If you don't do what I say, a curse be upon you. Woo, spooky. Oh, and Legends, if this video does really well, then maybe I'll break a whole bunch of the stuff in this video into different videos. But I covered the whole game. There's nothing left to teach you. That's it. Unless they add new content or patch the War of the Lion stuff in, that's it. There's nothing left to teach you, bro. Unless you want to, like, learn obscure weapon damage formulas, which you can Google yourself. Come on now. Like, people don't click on videos for this. Anyway, see you later. Mwah.